The hunt for the Ark of the Covenant concerns what the Hebrew Bible describes as the most sacred object ever made by human hands, and it begins with a chest. Not a vault of stone, not a palace of cedar. Rectangular, portable, built from the wood of the acacia tree, and covered, inside and out, in hammered gold. According to the book of Exodus, this object was constructed in the wilderness, at the foot of a mountain, by craftsmen following a pattern given to Moses by God during 40 days on the summit. And from the moment of its completion, it became the center of a story that has never fully ended. This chapter does not concern the searches, the theories, or the long argument over where the ark now rests, or whether it rests anywhere at all. This chapter concerns the object itself, as the Hebrew Bible describes it, as the hands of its maker shaped it, and as it was understood by the people who built their worship around it. Before any search can begin, the thing being sought must first be seen clearly. The acacia tree grows across the deserts of the Sinai Peninsula and the broader ancient Near East. It is a hardwood, dense and fine-grained, resistant to the splitting and warping that humid or arid heat inflicts on softer timbers. The Hebrew Bible refers to it as shittim wood, and it was the material specified again and again in the instructions for the tabernacle, the portable sanctuary the Israelites carried through the wilderness. There was nothing accidental in the choice. Acacia was among the most durable woods available to a people living and moving through desert landscape, and the object it was chosen to form was intended to be permanent in its significance, even as it moved from place to place. The dimensions given in the book of Exodus are precise. The ark was to be 2.5 cubits in length and 1.5 cubits in both breadth and height. In the units most commonly used by modern scholars to convert ancient Israelite measurement, this yields an object approximately 131 centimeters long and 79 centimeters in both width and height. It was, in other words, a substantial chest, large enough to require more than one person to carry, heavy enough when empty to demand careful planning of movement, and imposing enough in its proportions to fill the inner sanctum of a tent or a stone room with a sense of presence. The gold applied to this chest was not decorative in the casual sense. It was total. The instructions specify that the acacia wood was to be gilded entirely, inside and out, with a crown or moulding of gold running around the rim. This is not a chest with gold fittings or gold panels set into a wooden frame. The biblical account describes a wood structure completely enveloped in metal, so that to look at the finished object was to see only gold. The wood within served as the form, the skeleton, the structural core. The gold was the face it presented to the world, and to the God the Israelites believed dwelt above it. At each of the 4 lower corners of the chest, 2 on each side, gold rings were cast and attached. Through these rings, poles were to be inserted for carrying. The poles themselves were made of acacia wood and covered in gold, and the instruction given in the book of Exodus is explicit on one point. The poles were not to be removed. They were to remain always in their rings, always ready, so that the ark could be lifted and moved at any moment without hands ever touching the chest itself. This was not a practical detail alone. It established from the beginning a principle that would become one of the most distinctive features of the ark's identity. Contact with the object was restricted, formalized, mediated through designated carriers, and the poles were the instrument of that mediation. The carriers themselves were drawn from a specific lineage. The Levites, one of the 12 tribes of Israel, held responsibility for the sacred objects of the tabernacle, and among the Levites, the house of the Kohathites held the particular duty of transporting the most holy things. When the camp of the Israelites prepared to move through the wilderness, the Kohathites would enter the tabernacle with the priest Aaron, who would cover the ark first with its screening curtain, then with a covering of fine leather, and then with a cloth olive blue. Only then could the poles be inserted and the carrying begin. The sequence was not casual. Each layer of covering had its place, its order, its purpose. The men who built the ark are named in the biblical text. Moses gave the instruction, but the craftsmen were Bezalel and Oholiab. The book of Exodus credits them with the construction of the ark and the other furnishings of the tabernacle, and the choice of these 2 figures, identified by name and lineage, gives the narrative a texture of historical particularity. Whether that particularity corresponds to an event recoverable by archaeology is a question scholars continue to debate, and it will be examined in later chapters. For now, the names are worth holding. Bezalel and Oholiab, working in the camp at the foot of Mount Sinai, building a chest of acacia wood and gold, according to a pattern they had been given. Inside the chest, 3 objects were placed. The first and most important were the tablets of the law, also known as the tablets of stone, the physical record of the 10 Commandments delivered to Moses on Mount Sinai. The book of Exodus and the first book of Kings both describe the ark primarily as the housing for these tablets, and this function is reflected in one of its alternative names, the Ark of the Testimony, or the Ark of the Covenant, the covenant being the agreement between God and the people of Israel that the commandments embodied. The chest was, at its most fundamental level, a container for a legal and theological document, and the elaborate construction around it was the appropriate housing for the most significant text in Israelite religious life. The second object placed inside the ark was Aaron's rod. The book of Numbers describes a rod belonging to Aaron, the brother of Moses, which was said to have budded and blossomed miraculously as a sign of divine favor toward the house of Aaron and the Levitical priesthood. Preserved within the ark, this rod became one of the 3 objects. The Epistle to the Hebrews would later identify as the chest's contents, linking the New Testament account to the older tradition. The third object was a pot of manna, the substance the Israelites had received as food during their 40 years in the wilderness. Together, the 3 objects formed a kind of sacred archive. The tablets recorded the covenant. The manna held the memory of divine provision in the desert. It is worth pausing to consider what kind of object this was in the context of the ancient Near East in which it was made. The practice of placing sacred or legal documents within a chest or beneath the feet of a divine image was not unique to ancient Israel. Scott Noegel, a scholar who has examined the parallels between the ark and religious objects from neighboring cultures, has argued that the ancient Egyptian solar bark provides a particularly compelling model, noting structural, functional, and transportation similarities that include gold overlay, cherubim figures, carrying poles, and the practice of placing written covenants beneath the feet of statues. Thomas Römer, a biblical scholar, has proposed a different line of comparison, suggesting that the ark may have carried sacred stones of the kind found in the portable chests of pre-Islamic Bedouin peoples, and has even speculated that it may once have contained a statue or statues. Noegel has responded that the Bedouin parallels are, in his assessment, unconvincing, noting that the Bedouin objects lack the ark's distinctive structure, its lid, its poles, and its gold overlay. These scholarly comparisons are mentioned here not to resolve the question of the ark's origins, but to place the object in its world. It was built in a region where other peoples also made sacred containers. It was constructed using materials and techniques available in the ancient Near East. It was carried and housed according to conventions that had parallels elsewhere. What made it distinct, in the understanding of the people who made it and carried it, was not its construction, but its contents, and the relationship between those contents and the God who had specified them. The lid of the ark is described separately from the chest, and it deserves separate consideration. It was called, in Hebrew, the seat of mercy, sometimes translated as the mercy seat or the propitiatory cover. This lid was not simply a piece of gold fitted to close the chest. It was a theological object in its own right, the place where God was understood to speak, where the presence of God was located within the sanctuary. The book of Exodus records that God said to Moses that he would speak from between the 2 cherubim that stood upon the lid, meeting with Moses there and giving him commandments for the people. Those 2 cherubim stood at either end of the mercy seat, facing one another across the lid's surface. The word cherubim, the plural of cherub, refers in the Hebrew Bible not to the small-winged figures of later European iconography, but to something quite different. In the architectural imagery of the ancient Near East, cherubim were composite creatures, part human and part animal, sometimes depicted with wings, associated with the presence of divine beings and with the guarding of sacred spaces. The cherubim that flanked the throne of God in the tabernacle and later in the temple were understood as the visible markers of an invisible presence, the creatures that stood guard over the place where God was enthroned. The ark's mercy seat was, in this understanding, a throne, and the space between the cherubim was the space where God's presence rested. The specific relationship between the ark and the idea of divine presence is worth dwelling on because it shapes everything that follows in the story of the object. The ark was not thought of as a container in the ordinary sense, a box whose significance was merely what was inside it. It was understood as a meeting point, a locus where the divine and the human came into contact. When the Israelites carried it into battle, they carried with them the belief that God was present among them, enthroned invisibly above the mercy seat, between the outstretched wings of the cherubim. When they set it in the innermost room of the tabernacle, the Holy of Holies, they were providing God's presence with a resting place in the center of their camp. This is not an object to be approached casually, and the biblical narrative makes clear that it was not approached casually. Access to it was restricted at multiple levels. Only the Kohathites could carry it, and even they did so only after it was covered and protected. The Holy of Holies, the innermost sanctuary where the ark rested, was a windowless chamber, heavily curtained, separated from the rest of the tabernacle by layers of sacred space. Entry into the Holy of Holies was restricted to the high priest of Israel alone, and even the high priest entered it only once a year, on the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur, carrying the blood of a sacrificial lamb and burning incense. These restrictions were not ceremonial preferences. They were presented in the text as matters of life and death. The biblical narrative includes accounts of what happened when these restrictions were violated or when the ark came into unexpected contact with those who were not designated to handle it. The names and precise details of those accounts belong to later chapters, where the ark's movement through the ancient world will be traced more carefully. For now, it is enough to know that the object was considered not merely holy, but dangerous, and that the danger was understood to be inherent in the presence that rested on it, rather than in the object itself. When Solomon built the first temple in Jerusalem, a permanent home was prepared for the ark within its innermost room, the Holy of Holies, the Kodesh HaKodashim. The construction of this room, and the placing of the ark within it, marked the end of the ark's long journey through the wilderness and the period of wandering that had followed. The ark was placed inside the Holy of Holies, with the original tablets of the Ten Commandments still within it. The biblical account of the temple's dedication describes what happened when the priests emerged after placing the ark in the inner sanctuary. The temple was filled with a cloud, and the narrative records that the glory of the Lord had filled the house of the Lord. The priests could not continue their service. This moment of dedication stands as the culmination of the ark's journey from the foot of Mount Sinai to its permanent resting place in the city of Jerusalem, and the account of the cloud filling the temple is the last detailed description the Hebrew Bible gives of the ark in its proper home, acknowledged by all parties, housed in the place built to receive it. What happened after that, where the ark went when the temple's long life came to its violent end in 587 or 586 BCE at the hands of the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II, is the question that has driven centuries of searching, speculation, and sometimes obsession. But the search comes later. Before the searchers, there was the object itself, a chest of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, 1.5 cubits tall, covered entirely in gold, fitted with gold rings and golden poles that were never to be removed. Inside it, 3 objects: the tablets of the covenant, a rod that had blossomed, a jar of the bread that fell from the sky. On its top, a gold lid, the seat of mercy, with 2 cherubim standing at either end, wings spread, faces turned toward one another, and between them a space left open, as if waiting for something to arrive and rest there. That is where the story begins. Not with a map or a cave or a journey into unknown territory. With a chest built in the wilderness, by craftsmen following instructions that had come from the summit of a mountain, in a camp at the edge of the ancient world. Small enough to be carried, heavy enough to demand reverence. And invested by the people who made it and carried it and hid their faces before it, with the weight of everything they believed about God, covenant, and the dangerous holiness of the place where heaven and earth were understood. The city of Jerusalem sits on a ridge of limestone hills in the central highlands of what is now the state of Israel, at an elevation of roughly 750 meters above sea level, high enough that the air cools noticeably at night, even in the warmest months, high enough that the surrounding valleys fall away on almost every side, giving the city a quality of elevation, of separateness, of a place that looks outward across distances. To the east, the Kidron Valley drops sharply before rising again toward the Judean desert and the mountains of Moab. To the west, the Tyropoeon Valley once cut deeply through the heart of the city, though centuries of accumulated deposit have softened its profile and made it, in places, nearly imperceptible to a modern visitor. The hills on which the city stands are not dramatic by the standards of mountain ranges. They are modest, rounded, pale with limestone, ancient in the particular way that ancient things in this part of the world feel not merely old, but layered, each stratum of human presence pressing down upon the one beneath it, so that to stand anywhere in Jerusalem is to stand on a deep accumulation of time. Within this terrain, there is one hill that has drawn more sustained, more concentrated, more contested human attention than perhaps any comparable area of ground on earth. It rises in the eastern part of the old city, a broad, flat platform above the Kidron Valley, enclosed by retaining walls whose lower courses were laid in the 1st century before the Common Era. Today it is known in English as the Temple Mount, or in the Arabic and Islamic tradition as the Noble Sanctuary, the Haram al-Sharif. The present form of the platform is largely the work of Herod the Great, who in approximately 19 before the Common Era undertook an ambitious project of expansion that more than doubled the area of the earlier compound, raising walls of enormous precision-cut limestone blocks, filling the necessary sections with earth and rubble to create a level platform of unprecedented size, the largest sacred precinct in the ancient world. But the sanctity of the hill predates Herod by many centuries. It predates, according to the biblical account, the city that grew up around it. The Hebrew Bible describes the site as a threshing floor owned by a man named Araunah, a Jebusite, before the Israelites came to possess it. The account in the 2nd book of Samuel relates that King David purchased it for 50 pieces of silver after a prophet advised him that it was a fitting place for an altar. David built the altar. The plague that had struck Israel was stayed, and the king then conceived the idea of replacing the portable tabernacle, the tent sanctuary that had housed the ark since the time of Moses, with a permanent building worthy of the object it would shelter. God, according to the biblical narrative, forbade David from building it himself, on the grounds that he had shed too much blood in his wars. The task would fall instead to David's son. That son was Solomon, and the building he raised on the hill his father had purchased became the first temple, the structure later scholars would call Solomon's Temple, and the building whose loss has given shape to Jewish mourning and memory for more than 2,500 years. The biblical account of the temple's construction is contained primarily in the 1st book of Kings and the 2nd book of Chronicles, and it is, by the standards of ancient religious texts, a remarkably detailed and practical account. It records the negotiations between Solomon and Hiram, king of the Phoenician city of Tyre, for the supply of cedar and cypress timber, trees that do not grow readily in the Judean hills. It records that Hiram agreed to send the timber by sea, as rafts floated along the coast to a landing point designated by Solomon, and that in return Solomon sent wheat and oil in annual payments. It records that Solomon brought over from Tyre a skilled craftsman, also called Hiram, sometimes referred to as Huram-Abi, who oversaw the construction, and that stonemasons from Gebal, the Phoenician port known to the Greeks as Byblos, cut stones for the building. The account specifies that construction took 7 years. It provides measurements for the main chamber, the portico, the courts, the pillars, the bronze vessels, the golden objects that furnish the sanctuary's interior. Read at length, it has the quality of a building record, a document that wishes to fix in memory precisely what was built, by whom, at what cost, in what dimensions. Contemporary Israeli archaeologist Israel Finkelstein has noted that the architectural style described in the biblical account of Solomon's temple shows affinities with Phoenician temple design, which is consistent with the heavy Phoenician involvement in its construction described in the text itself. Scholars have also identified resemblances between the temple as described and several Syro-Hittite temples discovered in modern-day Syria and Turkey, including those at Ain Dara and Tel Tainat. These comparisons are generally read not as evidence against the temple's existence, but as evidence that, if it existed, it was built in a recognizable regional architectural tradition, drawing on the craftsmanship and design vocabulary of the broader ancient Near East in the period to which the biblical account assigns it. That question of period is, however, one on which scholars do not agree, and it is worth holding the disagreement openly rather than passing over it. The biblical account places Solomon's reign and therefore the temple's construction in the 10th century before the Common Era. Conventional scholarly estimates, working from the internal chronology of the Hebrew Bible and correlating it with external evidence, have generally accepted this placement as broadly plausible, though not precisely verifiable. The temple, on this reading, was an achievement of the early Israelite monarchy, built when Solomon consolidated the kingdom his father had unified, and standing as a symbol of that consolidation for the roughly 4 centuries until its destruction. A different view has been advanced by Fabio Porzia and Corinne Bonnet, who have argued on the basis of architectural comparisons that the building described in the biblical account corresponds more closely to temple architectural models associated with the 8th and 7th centuries before the Common Era, a period of Assyrian dominance in the region, rather than with anything that can be confidently attributed to 10th century construction. Their conclusion, stated carefully, is that the first temple most likely dates to the 8th century and that it may have been retroactively attributed to the prestigious figure of Solomon, the great ruler of the earlier period. This reading does not necessarily deny that a temple existed, or that Solomon was a historical figure who built something significant in Jerusalem. It suggests, rather, that the historical memory preserved in the text may have reshaped the building's origins across the centuries during which that memory was maintained and transmitted. A further complicating strand comes from biblical scholar Thomas Römer, who has noted that archaeological evidence at the site of Kiriath Jearim, where the ark had rested before David is said to have brought it to Jerusalem, shows strong cultic activity in the 8th and 7th centuries before the Common Era, centuries after the ark was supposedly removed from there at the beginning of David's reign. This evidence, including a large elevated podium associated with the northern kingdom rather than the southern, leads rumour to suggest that the ark may not have been moved to Jerusalem until the reign of King Josiah, who ruled from approximately 640 to 609 before the Common Era, much later than the conventional reading of the biblical narrative would suggest. He notes that this might explain why the ark features prominently in the biblical narratives that precede Solomon, but not in those that follow, and that the second book of Chronicles itself mentions the ark being moved during Josiah's reign. Yigal Levin, however, argues against this reading, stating that there is no evidence that Kiriath Jearim functioned as a cultic center during the monarchical era, and that there is no basis for concluding that it ever housed any structure that could reasonably be called a temple of the ark. These are not disagreements that can be resolved here, nor should they be. They are the kind of disagreements that mark the outer edge of what the available evidence can tell us, the place where honest scholarship acknowledges that certainty is not available. What can be said with confidence is that most modern scholars accept that a temple had existed on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem by the time of the Babylonian siege in 587 before the Common Era. What cannot be said with confidence is precisely when it was built, or by whose hand in the literal historical sense, or whether the biblical account's attribution of it to Solomon reflects an accurate memory of the 10th century, or a more complex process of retrospective glorification. No direct archaeological evidence for the existence of Solomon's temple has been found. No recent excavations have been conducted on the Temple Mount itself due to the extreme religious and political sensitivities of the site. The 19th and early 20th century excavations that were conducted around the Temple Mount did not identify what one summary of the period's scholarship has described as even a trace of the complex. Some scholars attribute this absence to the extensive building and rebuilding of the area during Herod's time, which may have destroyed or buried whatever earlier remains existed. Others have pointed to the discovery at the site of Khirbet Kayafa of shrine models from the early 10th century before the Common Era that bear resemblances to the biblical description, and to the 9th century temple at Tel Motza, located only a few kilometers west of Jerusalem, as indirect evidence that temple building of the kind described was a feature of the period and region. The scholar K.L. Sparks has proposed that the Ark narrative itself was written independently around the 8th century before the Common Era, and then incorporated into the larger biblical text just before the Babylonian exile, which would place the literary crystallization of these accounts closer to the period Porzia and Bonnet associate with the temple's probable construction. None of these threads resolve into a single clear picture. They are offered here not as problems to be solved before the account can proceed, but as the texture of the historical terrain through which it moves. The Temple Mount is a hill that has been disputed, rebuilt, sanctified, destroyed, and rebuilt again so many times that the layers of its history are nearly impossible to separate cleanly. To approach it is to approach a place where every question of origin and attribution opens onto further questions rather than onto firm ground. What the biblical account does describe, with the clarity that is one of its most distinctive qualities, is the structure of the temple itself, the internal arrangement of its spaces, the purpose of each chamber, and the relationship between its architecture and the sacred object it was designed to hold. The temple was organized along a single axis, a straight line from the entrance to the innermost shrine, a layout that archaeologists describe with the technical term langbao and classify further as a tripartite structure, meaning a building of 3 successive units arranged on that axis. The outermost unit was the porch, called the ulam, featuring 2 named bronze pillars, Boaz and Jashin, whose precise structural role, whether freestanding or integral to the porch's construction, is a matter of ongoing scholarly discussion. Beyond the porch lay the main chamber, called the haikal, the sanctuary, a room measuring 40 cubits in length, 20 in width, and 30 in height, its walls lined with cedar, carved with cherubim and palm trees and open flowers, all overlaid with gold. At the far end of the sanctuary, a wooden door opened onto the third and innermost unit. That innermost unit was the Holy of Holies, the Kodesh HaKodashim, and it was built to receive the ark. It was a perfect cube, its 3 dimensions, each measuring 20 cubits, its floor elevated above that of the sanctuary, its walls and floor overlaid with gold, its ceiling of cedar, its entrance guarded by a 2-leaved door of olive wood and a veil of blue and purple and crimson and fine linen. It had no windows. It was, in the most literal architectural sense, a sealed inner room, a space designed to hold the most sacred object in the possession of the Israelites in conditions of absolute enclosure and absolute darkness, save for those prescribed moments when the space was entered by the one person authorized to enter it. Access to the Holy of Holies was governed by restrictions so absolute that they defined the room as a category apart from all other sacred space. He entered it once each year, on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, and when he did so he carried the blood of a sacrificial animal and burned incense, the smoke of which was understood, in the text of Leviticus, to form a cloud that would conceal the ark's lid from his direct view, protecting him from the full intensity of the divine presence that rested there. The instruction in Leviticus on this point is among the most carefully worded in the entire text. God says to Moses that the high priest should not come at just any time into the sanctuary inside the curtain before the mercy seat, or he will die. The room was not simply restricted, it was mortally restricted. To enter it improperly was understood to be fatal. Within this sealed and lightless room the ark was placed. The first book of Kings and the second book of Chronicles record the moment of installation with a narrative that has the formal quality of a ritual account, a description of actions performed in the correct order by the correct people at the correct time. The priests and the Levites brought the ark from the city of David, along with the tent of meeting and all the holy vessels, during the 7th month at the Feast of Tabernacles, in the presence of a great assembly. The staves of the ark were long enough that their tips could be seen from the holy place before the inner sanctuary, though not from outside, and they remained in place. The ark was placed in the Holy of Holies, beneath the carved cherubim that stood in the inner sanctuary. Their wings spread wide enough that one wing of each touched the wall and the other wing touched the wing of its fellow, forming a canopy of carved wood above the golden chest. And then the priests withdrew. The account of what happened when they came out of the Holy of Holies is brief, and it is the kind of brevity that carries weight. When the priests emerged from the holy place, the temple was filled with a cloud, and the priests could not stand to minister because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord had filled the house of the Lord. Solomon, observing this, addressed the cloud directly. He acknowledged that God had said he would dwell in thick darkness. He declared that he had built an exalted house, a place for God to dwell in forever. The cloud in this passage is not explained further. The biblical text does not describe its color, its movement, its density, or its duration. It simply states that the temple was filled with it, and that the priests, who had just placed the most sacred object in the world in the innermost room of the building, could not continue to stand and perform their functions because it was there. The account does not linger on this. It moves on to Solomon's speech, to the dedication ceremony, to the sacrifices and the feasting that followed. But the cloud is the pivot of the whole passage, the moment at which the building and the object it contains, and the God the object is understood to represent all, converge in a single experience that the priest could not look at directly and could not remain standing in the presence of. The dedication ceremony that followed was conducted on an appropriate scale. The biblical account records 22,000 bulls and 120,000 sheep offered as sacrifices, the altar inside the temple insufficient for the volume of offerings, so that the sacrifices were conducted in the middle court before the building. The celebration lasted 14 days in total, drawing together what the text describes as a very great assembly gathered from the entrance of Hamath to the brook of Egypt. After this, the people were sent to their homes, and the temple settled into its function. The ark rested in the Holy of Holies. The silence of the sealed inner room closed around it. How many centuries the temple stood, and what exactly happened within it during those centuries, is a matter on which the biblical text, the archaeological record, and scholarly opinion produce a composite picture that is rich in detail but uneven in reliability. The second book of Chronicles records that one of Solomon's successors, a king named Josiah, had the ark returned to the temple from which it appears to have been removed by one of his predecessors. The passage is brief and its context is not entirely clear, but it implies a period during which the ark was not in the Holy of Holies, followed by a deliberate act of restoration. Josiah, who ruled Judah in the 7th century before the Common Era, is the king whose reign Thomas Römer associates with the strongest period of cultic activity at Kiriath Jearim, and with the possible transfer of the ark to Jerusalem from that earlier site. If Römer's reading of the archaeological evidence is correct, the Talmud in Yoma suggests that the ark was removed from the temple towards the end of the First Temple era, and that the Second Temple, which followed the first destruction, never housed it at all. These threads, the ark's possible removal and return under Josiah, the Talmudic suggestion of an earlier removal, Römer's reading of the Kiriath Jearim evidence, all wind around the central question of the ark's history in the temple without resolving it. What they produce, collectively, is a portrait of an object whose relationship to the building nominally designed to house it was more complex and more dynamic than the simple narrative of installation and residence might suggest. The ark had been a travelling thing before it was a housed thing, and something of that mobility seems to have persisted even within the centuries it was associated with the temple. The temple itself stood for approximately 400 years. During that span, the political situation of the Israelite kingdoms changed profoundly. The United Kingdom of David and Solomon split into two after Solomon's death, the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah, with Jerusalem as the capital of the latter. The northern kingdom fell to the Assyrian Empire in the 8th century before the Common Era, and its people were deported, giving rise to the tradition of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. The southern kingdom of Judah survived for another century and more, and the temple on the mount in Jerusalem remained the center of its religious life, the physical address of the ark, the place toward which prayer was oriented and to which pilgrimage was made. And then, in the year 587 or 586 before the Common Era, by the conventional scholarly reckoning, the Babylonian Empire under Nebuchadnezzar II arrived. The city of Jerusalem was besieged, its walls eventually breached after a siege of 30 months, and the temple, which had stood on its limestone hill for 4 centuries, was burned. The account in the second book of Kings states that Nebuzaradan, the commander of Nebuchadnezzar's guard, was sent to burn and demolish the city, and that he set fire to the temple of the Lord, the royal palace, and all the houses of Jerusalem. Everything worth taking was removed and carried to Babylon. The king and the leading people of Judah were taken into exile. The kingdom was incorporated as a Babylonian province. The temple became a ruin. It is at this point, at the moment of the temple's destruction and the exile of its people, that the location of the ark becomes a question rather than an answer, and it is a question that has not been resolved in the 2,500 years since the fire on the mount. The ancient Greek version of the third book of Ezra, known as First Esdras, notes that the Babylonians took away the vessels of the ark of God, but does not mention taking away the ark itself. This small grammatical distinction, the vessels of the ark rather than the ark, has been the subject of considerable attention, because it leaves open the possibility that the ark was not among the objects carried to Babylon. If the Babylonians had taken the ark, one might expect it to appear somewhere in the lists of treasures, somewhere in the administrative records of the empire, somewhere in the extensive documentation that the Neo-Babylonian Empire maintained of its conquests and acquisitions. It does not appear there. Its absence from those records is not conclusive evidence that it was not taken, because the records are incomplete, and many things that were taken from conquered territories have left no trace in the surviving documentation. But the absence is noted, and it feeds the traditions that have proposed other fates for the object. In the rabbinic literature that developed over the following centuries, the final disposition of the ark is recorded as a matter of active dispute among the rabbis themselves. Some held that the ark must have been carried to Babylon, arguing that it could not have survived the destruction of the temple by any other means. Others held that it must have been hidden before the Babylonians arrived, concealed, so that it could not be carried off and would not be lost permanently to a foreign power. A late 2nd century rabbinic work known as the Tosefta records the view that King Josiah of Judah, anticipating the coming destruction, stored away the ark in advance, along with the jar of manna, a jar of holy anointing oil, Aaron's rod, and a chest given to Israel by the Philistines. The Talmudic account in Yoma hints at concealment beneath the temple floor itself, with a priest who noticed a tampered stone in the chamber designated for wood storage, a detail that has been read as pointing toward a hidden space beneath the temple's foundations. The Radak and Maimonides, two of the most influential medieval Jewish scholars, proposed that Solomon had designed tunnels beneath the temple specifically to safeguard the ark against the possibility of future desecration, and that Josiah made use of these tunnels to hide it before the Babylonians arrived. Attempts to excavate the area beneath the Temple Mount in search of these tunnels, or any hidden chamber beneath the Holy of Holies, have yielded very little, partly because the political and religious sensitivities of the site make sustained archaeological investigation impossible, and partly because, whatever Herod's extensive rebuilding of the platform in the 1st century before the Common Era may have left of the earlier foundations, it is buried beneath structures that are themselves objects of the highest religious significance to hundreds of millions of people. The ground beneath the Temple Mount is not ground that can be excavated freely, and it may never be. The tradition recorded in the 2nd book of Maccabees, a text written around 100 before the Common Era, offers a different hiding place entirely. It states that the prophet Jeremiah, prompted by a divine message and anticipating the Babylonian invasion, carried the tent of meeting and the ark to a cave on the mountain from which Moses had seen the promised land. Some of his companions followed to note the path, but could not find the way again. Jeremiah reprimanded them and said that the place would remain unknown until God gathered his people together and showed mercy to them, at which time the Lord would bring these things to light again, and the glory of the Lord would appear with the cloud, as it was seen in the time of Moses, and when Solomon prayed that the shrine might be worthily consecrated. The mountain from which Moses saw the promised land is identified as Mount Nebo, located in what is now the country of Jordan. The tradition of a 2nd century rabbi named Eliezer ben Hosea places a fragment of the ark, not in a cave in Jordan, but in Rome, where he claimed to have seen the mercy seat lid of the ark, still bearing a stain of blood from the blood the Jewish high priest had once sprinkled upon it on the Day of Atonement. A separate Roman tradition associates the ark with the Basilica of St. John Lateran, which was said to have housed it before the basilica burned in the 5th century of the Common Era. These traditions will each receive their own attention in the chapters that follow. They are mentioned here not to be resolved, but to give a sense of the width of the field that opens the moment the temple falls. Before the fire on the mount, the ark had an address. After it, the ark's location became a question, and the question spread across continents and centuries, and the competing memories of peoples who had each absorbed some fragment of the object's long story and made it their own. There is one further tradition that belongs to this chapter, because it concerns not the ark's hiding or its capture, but its removal to a new and permanent home before the destruction even began. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church maintains, as a matter of living faith rather than historical hypothesis, that the Ark of the Covenant is currently housed in the city of Axum, in the northern highlands of Ethiopia, kept under guard in a treasury near the Church of Our Lady, Mary of Zion. The church's account of how it came to be there is contained in a text called the Kebra Nagast, which was translated into the Ge'ez language in 1321, though the belief it records predates the document considerably. Abu al-Makarim, writing in the last quarter of the 12th century, already refers to the Ethiopians' possession of the Ark, describing how the liturgy was celebrated upon it 4 times a year. The Kebra Nagast itself narrates that the Ark was brought to Ethiopia by Menelik I, the son of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, with divine assistance, and that a forgery was left behind in the temple in Jerusalem, so that when the Babylonians or anyone else looked upon what they believed to be the Ark, they were looking at a replica. This tradition, that the Ark left Jerusalem before the destruction and was never truly at risk of being taken or lost, is one of the most fully developed and most persistently maintained of all the Ark's proposed fates. The Ethiopian Church does not present it as a theory. It presents it as a certainty. That certainty, its basis, its complications, and the profound scholarly and theological questions it raises, belongs to later chapters in this account. For now, it is enough to hold the temple on its limestone hill, in the city of Jerusalem, in the highlands of what is now Israel, in the years after Solomon placed the ark in the Holy of Holies, and the priests came out, and the building filled with cloud. The temple stood for roughly 400 years, the ark resting in its innermost room, the priests performing their annual entry on Yom Kippur, the city growing and changing around the building, the political situation of the kingdom shifting, the great empires of the ancient Near East, rising and pressing in from the north and the east. In 587 or 586 before the Common Era, the fire came. And when it was over, the ark was not where it had been. Where it went is the question this documentary has been built to follow. It is not a question that will yield a single clean answer, because the evidence does not permit one. What it will yield, examined carefully and honestly, is a map of the routes the ark has taken through human memory, and the remarkable persistence with which people across centuries and continents and traditions have believed that the most sacred portable object in the ancient world was not destroyed, was not lost, was not buried beyond all recovery, but was somewhere hidden and waiting, in a cave in Jordan, or a church in Ethiopia, or a storeroom in Zimbabwe, or somewhere still unlooked for, carrying its gold and its silence and its 2 golden figures into a future that has not yet arrived. That map begins here, on the hill in Jerusalem, in the dark of the Holy of Holies, with the poles still in their rings and the tablets resting inside the chest and the cloud, for a moment filling everything. What the ark may have been there is a question that precedes all the searching, all the expeditions and excavations and rival traditions. It precedes the journey to Ethiopia and the long walk into southern Africa and the careful survey of an Irish hillside. The question is this: what was the Ark of the Covenant, and did it ever exist as a physical object in the world? Scholars have not settled this question. They have not come close to settling it. And perhaps the most honest beginning for any account of the hunt for the Ark is to sit with that uncertainty for a while, to let it spread out and be examined from several directions, before the story moves on to the places where people have gone looking. The question of existence. The doubt is not fringe, and it is not new. Clifford Mark McCormick has questioned whether the Ark ever existed as a physical artifact at all. This is a serious scholarly position, not a provocation. The Hebrew Bible's descriptions of the Ark are detailed and vivid, but detailed description in a text does not, by itself, confirm that the thing described once occupied space and cast a shadow. Ancient literature is full of objects that serve narrative, theological, and legal purposes without necessarily corresponding to something that could be carried on poles through a desert. The counter-arguments are also serious, and they rest on 2 kinds of evidence. The first is linguistic. Scholars, including Raanan Eichler, David A. Falk, Roger D. Isaacs, and Adam R. Hemmings, have defended the historicity and antiquity of the Ark based on careful analysis of the Hebrew terminology used to describe it. The argument runs, in broad terms, that the vocabulary of the Ark narratives reflects genuine archaic usage, terminology that would be unlikely to appear in texts composed late in Israel's history as pure literary invention, because by that late period the words had already acquired different meanings or had fallen out of common use. The linguistic strata, in this view, point toward a real object that was described by people who knew what they were describing. The second kind of evidence is comparative, and it draws on the material culture of the ancient Near East. Falk and others have noted significant parallels between the biblical Ark and artifacts and practices from New Kingdom Egypt, the period that corresponds broadly with the era in which the Exodus narrative is set. These parallels are not superficial. They involve specific structural features, specific functions, and specific ceremonial contexts. The parallels will be examined in detail shortly, because they bear on the deeper question of what the Ark was and where the idea of it came from. For now, the important thing to hold is that the question of whether the Ark existed is genuinely open. This account presents both positions, as the sources present them, without resolution. The hunt for the Ark has been conducted by people who believed, with varying degrees of certainty, that there was something real to find. Whether they were right is a question that the search itself has not answered, and may never answer. What the texts say the Ark was setting aside, for the moment, the question of existence, it is worth establishing with some precision what the Hebrew biblical texts say the Ark was, because the descriptions are remarkably specific and because that specificity is itself part of what makes the scholarly debate so interesting. According to the book of Exodus, God instructed Moses to build the Ark during his 40-day stay on Mount Sinai. Moses was shown a pattern for the tabernacle and its furnishings and was told that the Ark would be made of acacia wood, also known as shittim wood, to house the tablets of stone. Moses then instructed 2 craftsmen, Bezalel and Oholiab, to carry out the construction. The resulting object, as the book of Exodus describes it, was a gold-plated acacia chest measuring 2.5 cubits in length and 1.5 cubits in breadth and height, which corresponds to approximately 131 centimeters by 79 centimeters by 79 centimeters. The chest was gilded entirely with gold, and a moulding or crown of gold ran around it. 4 gold rings were attached to its 4 corners, 2 on each side, and through these rings ran staves of acacia wood overlaid with gold. The staves were the means by which the Ark was carried, and they were not to be removed. On top of the chest sat a lid, described as the seat of mercy, or the mercy seat, flanked by 2 cherubim. These winged figures faced one another across the lid. According to the book of Exodus, God spoke with Moses from between the 2 cherubim on the Ark's cover. The contents of the chest are described across several texts. According to the book of Exodus and the first book of Kings, the Ark contained the tablets of the law, the 10 commandments given to Moses at Mount Sinai. According to the book of Exodus, the book of Numbers, and the epistle to the Hebrews in the New Testament, the Ark also contained Aaron's rod, the budding staff by which Aaron's priestly authority was confirmed, and a golden pot filled with manna, the food that sustained the Israelites during their years of wandering. This is a very specific object. It has dimensions, materials, structural features, contents, and a designated method of transport. It has a fixed place in the inner sanctum of Solomon's temple, the windowless room called the Holy of Holies, where it was placed by Solomon, and where, according to the biblical account, the temple was filled with a cloud when the priests emerged after placing it there. For the glory of the Lord had filled the house of the Lord. The specificity is part of what has animated the scholarly debate. An invented object might be vague, symbolic, approximate. This object has corner rings and carrying poles and a precise size. Whether that specificity is evidence of memory or evidence of careful literary construction is one of the things the scholars disagree about, the Ark narrative and its textual history. One layer of the debate concerns not the physical Ark, but the textual history of the Ark's story within the Hebrew Bible. Biblical scholar K.L. Sparks has proposed that the story of the Ark was written independently around the 8th century BCE in a text that scholars refer to as the Ark narrative, and that this independent text was then incorporated into the broader biblical narrative at some point shortly before the Babylonian exile. The implication of this reading is that the Ark narrative had its own literary prehistory, its own compositional logic, separate from the surrounding texts in which it now appears. It is not simply a seamless element of a single unified account. It was, on this view, a document with its own origin and purpose, joined to the larger narrative at a particular moment in Israel's history for particular reasons. This kind of textual analysis does not resolve the question of whether the Ark existed. A real object can generate literary traditions that develop independently and are later compiled. a fictional object can generate the same kind of traditions. What the analysis does suggest is that the ark's role in Israelite religion and memory was significant enough at some point during the 8th century BCE to sustain an independent literary tradition. That is itself a meaningful observation, whatever one concludes about the object's physical reality. The question of when the ark stories were composed connects to a broader question about the ark's movements within the biblical narrative and the archaeological evidence that may or may not corroborate those movements. Thomas Römer, a biblical scholar, has observed that archaeological evidence shows strong cultic activity at Kiriath Jearim, the site where the ark rested after its return from the Philistines in the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, well after the biblical narrative says the ark was removed from there and taken to Jerusalem by King David. The evidence includes a large elevated podium associated with the northern kingdom rather than the southern kingdom, which may have been a shrine. Römer suggests this may indicate that the ark was not moved to Jerusalem until much later, possibly during the reign of King Josiah, who ruled around 640 to 609 BCE, and notes that 2 Chronicles 35,003 indicates the ark was moved during Josiah's reign. Yigal Levin offers a counterpoint. Levin argues that there is no evidence that Kiriath Jearim was a cultic center in the monarchical era, or that it ever housed any temple of the ark. The archaeological evidence at the site, on this reading, does not speak to the ark's presence or absence. These positions are presented here, as they are in the sources, without resolution. What they illustrate is that the question of what the ark was is inseparable from questions about when the texts describing it were written, who wrote them, and what historical realities those texts may or may not reflect, what the ark may have carried. A further layer of scholarly debate concerns not the ark's structure, but its contents, or more precisely, what it originally contained before the tradition of the tablets of the law became definitive. Thomas Römer has speculated that the ark may have carried sacred stones of the kind found in pre-Islamic Bedouin chests, and suggests these stones may have been either a statue of Yahweh, the god of Israel, or a pair of statues depicting both Yahweh and his companion goddess Asherah. This is a striking suggestion, and it is grounded in a broader scholarly discussion about early Israelite religion, which some scholars believe was more polytheistic, or at least less strictly monotheistic, than later biblical texts present it. The idea that the ark may have housed cult statues rather than, or in addition to, inscribed tablets rests partly on the parallels between the ark and the sacred chests used by pre-Islamic Bedouin groups, which were carried into battle and served as symbols of divine presence. Römer's suggestion about Yahweh and Asherah reflects the evidence from other sources, including inscriptions found at Kuntilet Ajrud and Kirbet el-Qom, that Asherah was venerated alongside Yahweh in early Israelite religion. The scholarly consensus on this broader question is itself contested, and it is mentioned here only as the background against which Römer's specific suggestion about the ark's contents needs to be understood. The Bedouin parallel, however, has been challenged directly, and the challenge is substantive. The Bedouin parallel and its critics. The Bedouin chests, sometimes called the utfa or the markab, were carried by camel or horse at the head of a tribal army, served as a focal point for tribal identity and divine protection, and were objects of deep reverence. The superficial similarity to the ark, which was also carried at the head of the Israelite people and was associated with divine military protection, is obvious. But Scott Noegel has argued that the parallels between the ark and these Bedouin practices remain unconvincing. His critique is specific and structural. The Bedouin objects, he notes, lack the ark's distinctive structure, function, and mode of transportation. Unlike the ark, the Bedouin chests contain no box, no lid, and no carrying poles. They did not serve as the throne or footstool of a god. They were not overlaid with gold. They did not have flanking figures, the equivalents of the cherubim, upon them. There were no restrictions on who could touch them, and they were transported on horses or camels, not carried by designated priests walking on foot. The Bedouin parallel, in Noegel's analysis, captures a superficial functional resemblance, a portable sacred object carried into battle, while missing the specific structural and ceremonial features that distinguish the ark as the biblical texts describe it. A comparison that accounts only for function while ignoring structure, material, personnel, and ceremony is not, in his view, a convincing parallel. It is more like a family resemblance seen from a great distance, which dissolves on closer inspection. This is a methodological point as much as a factual one. How much similarity is required before a parallel becomes an explanation, before the existence of object A helps explain the creation or description of object B, is a question that bears on almost all comparative work in ancient history and religion. Noegel's answer, in this case, is that the Bedouin parallel does not clear the threshold. The Egyptian solar barca Noegel's counterproposal is that the ancient Egyptian solar barca is a far more plausible model for the Israelite ark, and the case he makes is worth following in some detail. The solar barca in Egyptian religion was the vessel in which the sun god Ra traveled across the sky each day and through the underworld each night. It was a sacred object of enormous importance, and its physical representations in temples and ritual contexts had specific structural features that Noegel argues align closely with the ark as the biblical texts describe it. The Egyptian barques had a gold overlay. The ark was entirely gilded with gold. The barks had flanking figures, divine beings placed on either side of the central sacred element. The ark had 2 cherubim flanking the mercy seat. The barks were carried on poles by designated ritual personnel. The ark was carried on poles inserted through gold rings by the Levites, a designated priestly class. The barques served as the throne or footstool of a deity. The ark served as the throne of Yahweh, or at minimum as the seat above which his presence was understood to rest. These are not superficial resemblances. They are specific structural and ceremonial correspondences across multiple features simultaneously. Noegel adds a further parallel. The Egyptians were known to place written covenants beneath the feet of statues, a practice that provides a direct functional analogue to the placement of the covenantal tablets inside the ark. In both cases, a written agreement with divine authority is placed at the base of the sacred object in immediate proximity to the divine presence the object represents. The cumulative force of these parallels is considerable. The ark and the Egyptian solar bark share gold overlay, flanking divine figures, carrying poles, the function of divine throne, and the association with written covenants placed at the base of the divine form. Each of these correspondences taken alone might be coincidence. Taken together, they form a pattern that Noegel finds more explanatory than the Bedouin parallel. What does the Egyptian connection suggest about the ark's origins? If the ark was modeled on, or deeply influenced by, Egyptian barque tradition, then it emerged from a cultural milieu that was significantly shaped by Egyptian religion and material culture. This would be consistent with the biblical narrative setting, which places the origins of the ark in the immediate aftermath of the exodus from Egypt, at a moment when the Israelites had been living inside Egyptian civilization for generations. It would be consistent with the period Falk and others point to when citing New Kingdom Egyptian parallels for the ark's historicity, and it would suggest that whatever the ark was, it was not an object that appeared from nowhere, but one that drew on and transformed a rich existing tradition of sacred portable vessels. This does not, of course, resolve the question of whether the ark existed. But if the ark did exist, the Egyptian connection suggests a plausible cultural genealogy, a way of understanding how the Israelites might have conceived of and constructed such an object, given what they had seen and lived within during their generations in Egypt. The ark as footstool, throne, and dwelling, running through both the Bedouin and Egyptian analyses, is a deeper question about the ark's theological function. What was the ark for? What did it mean in the religious life of Israel to have this object at the center of the tabernacle and later the temple? The dominant scholarly view, based on the biblical texts themselves, is that the ark functioned as the throne or footstool of Yahweh, the place above which the divine presence was understood to rest. The mercy seat and its flanking cherubim formed, in this reading, a kind of throne, and God was understood to be invisibly enthroned above it. The phrase in the book of Exodus that God spoke with Moses from between the two cherubim locates the divine voice precisely at the ark, above the mercy seat. This theological function has direct implications for the comparative question. A throne of the divine is a specific category of sacred object, and it is a category well attested in the ancient Near East. Egyptian temples had sacred barquets that served as processional thrones for the gods. Mesopotamian temples had cult statues on thrones. The specific form of the cherubim throne, a divine figure enthroned above two flanking winged beings, has close parallels in Levantine and Phoenician iconography from the same broad period. The ark has a throne, but no visible occupant. It has a mercy seat and flanking cherubim, but no statue of Yahweh sitting above them. Whether this represents a principled rejection of divine imagery that was present in Israelite religion from the beginning, or whether, as rumor speculates, the ark may once have contained or supported cult statues that were later removed or forgotten as Israelite theology moved towards stricter aniconism, is another question the sources leave open. Biblical scholar Francesca Stavrakopoulou has argued that Yahweh was physically enthroned above the ark as a cult statue, and that it was only following the exile that Yahweh was conceived as unseen, with the prohibition on carved images being added to the Ten Commandments at that later stage. This view runs against the grain of the biblical texts as they now stand, but it reflects a reading of the archaeological and comparative evidence that takes seriously the possibility that early Israelite religion was different from the religion the later biblical editors present. Again, this account presents both positions without resolving them. The question of what the ark contained and whether it once housed images that later tradition suppressed or transformed into tablets of law is not answerable from the sources available. What is clear is that the question is taken seriously by scholars working from multiple disciplinary angles. The ark as war object. One function of the ark that the biblical narrative makes quite explicit and that connects directly to later traditions about the object's subsequent history is its role in warfare. The ark preceded the Israelites into battle. When the Israelites crossed the Jordan River under Joshua, the ark was carried in the lead, and the biblical account says the river grew dry as soon as the feet of the priests carrying the ark touched its waters. During the siege of Jericho, the ark was carried around the city once a day for 6 days and 7 times on the 7th day, and the city's walls fell. Later, when the Israelites brought the ark onto the battlefield against the Philistines, its capture was understood as a catastrophe, and the death of the priest Eli followed immediately on the news. The ark was understood, in other words, not merely as a container for sacred objects or a throne for the divine presence, but as an active force in the military and political life of Israel. The divine power associated with it was not only a matter of religious ceremony, it was understood to manifest in specific military outcomes. This martial function is one of the features that the Lemba people's tradition about their sacred object, the ngoma lungundu, shares with the biblical ark, and it is one of the features that Tudor Parfitt identified when he began comparing the two objects. The ngoma, in Lemba oral tradition, was carried into battles, was used as a weapon of great power, and swept enemies aside. The parallel is not incidental. It is one of the specific points of correspondence that Parfitt pointed to in building his argument that the ngoma and the ark share a common lineage. That argument belongs to later chapters of this account, but it is worth noting here that the ark's function as a war object is not a minor or peripheral aspect of the biblical tradition. It is central, and it is one of the features that has persisted most durably across the various traditions that claim to have preserved or inherited the ark. Tudor Parfitt noted, when examining what the Lemba described about their ngoma, that the object was of similar size to the ark, was carried on poles by priests, was not allowed to touch the ground, was revered as a voice of their god, and was used as a weapon of great power. These correspondences, taken together, form the basis of Parfitt's argument about the relationship between the two objects. The question of how much weight those correspondences can bear, and how far a series of functional and structural similarities can take a historical argument about shared identity, is a question this account will return to. For now, the point is that those similarities exist and that they are not arbitrary. The ark, as the biblical texts describe it, was the kind of object that could plausibly generate a long tradition of military and religious practice built around a portable sacred vessel. The problem of the absence of evidence. Any account of what the ark may have been must grapple honestly with the problem of evidence, or rather with the problem of its absence. No direct archaeological evidence for the existence of Solomon's temple has been found. No recent archaeological excavations have been conducted on the Temple Mount due to the religious and political sensitivities of the site. The first temple was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar, the second of the Neo-Babylonian Empire in 587 or 586 BCE, and Jerusalem itself was sacked, and whatever physical evidence may once have existed has been subject to destruction, reconstruction, and centuries of use and reuse on one of the most contested pieces of ground in the world. The absence of archaeological evidence for Solomon's temple does not prove the temple did not exist. Most modern scholars agree that a temple had existed on the Temple Mount by the time of the Babylonian siege. The question of when it was built and by whom is, as noted earlier, strongly debated. Some scholars, noting that the biblical description of the temple shares features with temple architectural models associated with Aram or Assyria, rather than with anything from the 10th century BCE, have suggested that the first temple most likely dates to the 8th century and was retroactively attributed to the great ruler of the 10th century. Others defend a 10th century construction date, pointing to parallels with Phoenician temple design and with contemporary Levantine architecture. This uncertainty about the temple compounds the uncertainty about the ark. If the temple's date and character are disputed, then the account of the ark being placed in the temple's Holy of Holies rests on a foundation that is itself not fully established. The story is internally coherent and historically plausible in broad terms, but it is not archaeologically confirmed. What the absence of evidence does not mean is that the search is meaningless. People have been searching for the ark for a very long time, and their searching has generated a remarkable body of tradition, scholarship, and competing claim. The traditions themselves, whatever their relationship to a historical object, are real. They have shaped communities, motivated journeys, and sustained identities across centuries and continents. Even if the ark never existed as a physical object, the idea of it has had consequences in the world that are very much physical and very much real. Before the search begins, sitting with all of this, there is a picture that begins to form, not a clear picture and not a settled one, but a picture with some recognizable shapes in it. There may have been an object called the Ark of the Covenant. That object, if it existed, was a gold-plated acacia chest carried on poles by a designated priestly class, housing either the tablets of the law or some other sacred contents, and serving as the throne or focal point of the divine presence in the religious life of Israel. The linguistic evidence and the parallels with New Kingdom Egyptian material culture suggest that if such an object was described, it was described by people who had access to or knowledge of genuine archaic traditions, not people inventing freely in a later period. The structural and ceremonial similarities between the ark and the Egyptian solar bark are specific and multiple, involving gold overlay, carrying poles, flanking divine figures, the function of divine throne, and the association with written covenants. These similarities suggest that whatever the ark was, it participated in a broader ancient Near Eastern tradition of sacred portable vessels, a tradition that the Israelites may have encountered and transformed through their time in Egypt. The question of whether the ark also had antecedents or parallels in Bedouin practice is genuinely contested, with Nagast arguing that the structural and ceremonial differences between the ark and the Bedouin chests are more significant than the superficial functional resemblance. The question of what the ark originally contained, whether the tablets of the law, or sacred stones, or cult statues of Yahweh and perhaps Asherah, is not resolvable from the available evidence. The question of whether the ark was ever a physical object rather than a literary and theological construction is likewise not resolvable from the available evidence. Clifford Mark McCormick's doubt and the defences mounted by Eichler, Falk, Isaacs and Hemmings represent genuine positions held by serious scholars, and neither side has closed the argument. What can be said is that the idea of the ark, the specific, detailed, ritually elaborated idea of a golden chest carried on poles by priests, housing the written covenant between God and Israel, flanked by cherubim above a mercy seat, filled with enough sacred power to destroy those who touched it without authority, to stop rivers, to collapse walls, to devastate armies, is one of the most consequential ideas in the history of religion. It has generated traditions in Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and many other contexts. It has carried communities through centuries of displacement and uncertainty. It has been carried, in some form or other, across deserts and oceans and mountain ranges by people who believed they were its guardians. Whether there was ever a chest to go with the idea, that is the question the following chapters will follow into the world. Last silence. The texts that had followed the chest with such sustained attention across generations of wandering, warfare, and dedication fall quiet, and the silence that follows has occupied scholars, theologians, and seekers for more than 2.5 millennia. To understand how that silence arrived, it is necessary to trace the final appearances of the ark in the Hebrew Bible with some care, and to hold those appearances alongside the archaeological and textual evidence that has accumulated around them. The ark's most celebrated resting place was the innermost sanctuary of the first temple in Jerusalem, the room known as the Holy of Holies. According to the biblical narrative, King Solomon placed the ark there when the temple was dedicated, and when the priests emerged from that windowless chamber after setting it in place, the temple was filled with a cloud, because, the text records, the glory of the Lord had filled the house of the Lord. Entry into the Holy of Holies was among the most restricted acts in the ritual life of ancient Israel. The high priest alone was permitted to enter, and only once per year, on Yom Kippur, carrying the blood of a sacrificial lamb and burning incense. The ark was not, in these accounts, an object that could be approached with casual attention. It was the gravitational center of the entire temple structure, the point around which the architecture of worship had been arranged. For several centuries, the biblical narrative places the ark within that structure without great elaboration. It is present, it is guarded, it is the reason the temple exists. And then, gradually, the texts begin to address other concerns, and the ark recedes from view. One of the more striking details in the later history of the First Temple is a brief reference in the second book of Chronicles, which mentions that King Josiah commanded the Levites to return the ark to the temple, from which it appears to have been removed by one of his predecessors. The passage is almost offhand in its manner. It does not explain who removed the ark, or why, or where it had been in the interim. Some scholars have read this as evidence that the ark was periodically moved or used ceremonially outside the temple. Others have taken it as a sign that the religious life of the First Temple period was considerably more fluid and contested than later accounts suggest. What the passage does establish, however, is that by the reign of King Josiah, who ruled around 640 to 609 BCE, the ark was being actively returned to a central role in the temple's cult. This detail has taken on renewed significance in light of archaeological work conducted at a site northwest of Jerusalem known as Kiriath Jearim. The biblical narrative places the ark at Kiriath Jearim for some 20 years before David removed it to Jerusalem, and the conventional reading has been that this removal happened at the very beginning of David's reign, centuries before Josiah. But Thomas Romer, a biblical scholar, has argued that the archaeological evidence at Kiriath Jearim complicates this picture considerably. Excavations at the site revealed strong cultic activity there in the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, including a large elevated podium associated with the northern kingdom rather than the southern kingdom, which may have functioned as a shrine. Remer suggests that this evidence may indicate the ark was not moved to Jerusalem until the reign of King Josiah, though not all scholars are convinced, with some arguing there is no evidence Kiriath Jearim ever functioned as a cultic center for the ark at all. He notes that this interpretation would explain why the ark features prominently in the historical narrative before Solomon's reign, but is largely absent from the accounts that follow, and he points to the passage in the second book of Chronicles that describes Josiah's command as consistent with this reading. Romer's interpretation is, however, contested. Yigal Levin, a scholar, argues that there is no evidence that Kiriath Jearim was a cultic center in the monarchical era, and that there is no basis for the claim that it ever housed any temple of the ark. For Levin, the archaeological evidence at the site does not support the conclusions Romer has drawn from it, and the conventional reading of the biblical timeline remains defensible. The question remains open. The sources do not resolve it, and the physical remains beneath and around the Temple Mount are inaccessible to systematic investigation. What the scholarly debate around Kiriath Jearim illuminates, beyond its specific claims, is the degree to which the history of the ark's movements through the ancient world depends on textual evidence that was compiled, edited, and arranged over a long period. The scholar K.L. Sparks has argued that the story of the ark was written independently around the 8th century BCE in a text referred to as the Ark Narrative, and was then incorporated into the main biblical narrative shortly before the Babylonian exile. If that assessment is correct, the ark's role in the narrative was being actively shaped and constructed during the very period when, according to some readings, the object itself may still have been at Kiriath Jearim. Text and the history were being woven together at a moment of considerable political and religious urgency, when the question of where the ark had been, and what it meant for where it should be, carried real institutional weight. Against this backdrop of textual complexity and archaeological uncertainty, the reign of Josiah stands out as a period of concentrated religious and political reform. The Deuteronomic reform associated with Josiah involved the centralization of worship in Jerusalem, the removal from the temple of cult objects associated with other deities, and the reinstatement of the Passover on a scale that the narrative presents as unprecedented. It was also, according to the Talmudic tradition that would later develop around the ark, the period in which the question of what to do with the ark became urgent in a new way. Tosefta, a late 2nd century rabbinic work, records the opinion that Josiah, king of Judah, stored away the ark along with the jar of manna and a jar containing the holy anointing oil, the rod of Aaron which had budded, and a chest given to Israel by the Philistines. The reason offered in the tradition is precautionary. Josiah acted in anticipation of the temple's eventual destruction to prevent the ark from being taken into captivity and never returned. This tradition of deliberate concealment is elaborated in various ways across the Talmudic literature. The Talmud in Yoma suggests that the ark was removed from the temple towards the end of the era of the first temple, and that the second temple never housed it. One account in the Talmud mentions a priest's suspicion of a tempered stone in a chamber designated for wood storage, hinting at the ark's concealment beneath the temple itself. Another possibility considered in the literature is that the ark was hidden underground in the Holy of Holies, directly beneath the place where it had stood. These accounts do not agree with one another in their details, but they share a common orientation. They are concerned not with loss, but with preservation. the Talmudic sages, Maimonides and the Radak, known respectively as the Rambam and the Radak, gave this instinct an architectural form. They proposed that Solomon had anticipated precisely this scenario and had built tunnels beneath the temple to safeguard the ark, tunnels that Josiah would later have used. The implication is that the hiding of the ark was not an improvisation, but the fulfillment of a design that reached back to the temple's original construction. It transforms the disappearance of the ark from a catastrophe into an act of stewardship. The ark is not lost. It has been put away. The silence in the historical record is not an absence, but a deliberate withholding. What might seem, to an outside observer, like the end of the ark's story is, in this framework, the beginning of its waiting. The tradition is consistent with the general rabbinic insistence that the ark's final disposition is knowable, even if knowledge of it has been withheld for reasons that are themselves providential. Attempts to excavate the area around and beneath the Temple Mount to test these traditions have yielded little, not because nothing is there, but because the religious and political sensitivities of the site have made systematic archaeological investigation impossible. The Talmud also preserves a competing tradition, one less comfortable than the idea of deliberate concealment. Some rabbis, recorded in the discussions that make up the literature, hold the view that the ark must have been carried off to Babylon when Nebuchadnezzar conquered Jerusalem. This position draws support from an ancient Greek version of the biblical third book of Ezra, known as First Esdras, which records that the Babylonians took away the vessels of the Ark of God along with other sacred items, though it does not explicitly state that the ark itself was taken. The passage speaks of the vessels of the ark rather than the ark as a whole, a distinction that has occupied commentators across the centuries, but the tradition of Babylonian capture has remained alive within the range of Jewish views on the question. The two broad Talmudic positions, concealment before the destruction and capture during it, are not reconciled in the sources. They are presented as competing opinions held by different rabbis, each drawing on what textual and inferential evidence was available. The fact that both traditions survived in the literature, without either being finally authoritative, is itself significant. It suggests that by the time the Talmudic discussions were taking shape, the fate of the ark was genuinely unknown, and the traditions being preserved were acts of interpretation rather than memory. It is into this interpretive landscape that the events of 587 BCE arrive, or 586 BCE. The sources vary slightly on the precise year. The siege of Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar II of the Neo-Babylonian Empire resulted in the destruction of the First Temple and the exile of the Judean population to Babylon. And other furnishings from the temple. The ark is not mentioned in this inventory of what was taken. Its absence from the list has been read in different ways. Some have taken it as evidence that the ark had already been removed from the temple, either hidden by Josiah or relocated in some other way, before Nebuchadnezzar's forces arrived. Others have suggested that its absence from the list simply reflects the incompleteness or particular concerns of the account, and that the ark was taken along with everything else. The text does not explain itself. What happens after 587 BCE to the Ark of the Covenant is, in the most direct sense, unknown. The Hebrew Bible does not describe it being taken to Babylon, does not describe it being hidden, does not describe it being carried elsewhere, and does not describe its destruction. simply disappears from the canonical record at the moment of maximum catastrophe and does not return. The prophet Jeremiah, writing in the period before this catastrophe, is recorded in the book of Jeremiah as making a remark that has puzzled and intrigued readers across the centuries. The medieval commentator Rashi interpreted this prophecy as pointing to a future state of such universal holiness that the congregation itself would become the ark, and the physical object would be superseded. Whatever Jeremiah intended by the remark, it stands in the text as a kind of valediction, a moment in which the biblical narrative itself seems to acknowledge that an era is ending, and that the ark's role in the life of the people is changing. The silence of the Second Temple is, in this context, deeply telling. When the exiles returned from Babylon and the Second Temple was constructed under Zerubbabel in the late 6th century BCE, the ark was not among the items restored to the new sanctuary. The Talmud in Ngoma is explicit on this point. The Second Temple never housed the ark. The most sacred space in the new temple was sacred by anticipation, or by memory, or by the force of what the tradition said about what had once been there and might yet return. The historian Josephus, writing in the 1st century CE, does not describe the ark among the contents of the Second Temple. The silence is consistent across the sources. This absence from the Second Temple matters enormously for understanding how the various later traditions about the ark's location developed. If the ark had simply been destroyed in 587 BCE, or demonstrably taken to Babylon and melted down, the question of where it went would not have sustained the centuries of speculation that followed. Its absence from the Second Temple, combined with the absence of any clear account of what happened to it, created a gap in the historical record that tradition and imagination rushed to fill. The Talmudic traditions about Josiah's concealment of the ark, the possibility that it was hidden beneath the temple floor, and the architectural provision that Maimonides and the Radak attributed to Solomon himself, all address this gap from within the framework of Jewish religious thought. They are answers to a question that the canonical text left open, and they are answers that keep the ark available, preserved rather than destroyed, waiting rather than gone. There is another strand of thought that approaches the question from a different angle. The Talmudic suggestion that some rabbis held the ark had been taken to Babylon is consistent with a broader pattern of rabbinic uncertainty about the object's ultimate fate, an uncertainty that the Talmudic literature does not attempt to resolve, but instead holds in suspension, recording the competing opinions as equally legitimate expressions of scholarly engagement with a problem that does not yield to definitive answer. The effect of this approach is to keep the question permanently open within the tradition, to treat the ark's fate as a matter that belongs to the realm of religious inquiry rather than settled fact. It is worth pausing to consider what no direct archaeological evidence has been found to confirm. No positively identified remains of the First Temple have been discovered. No recent archaeological excavations have been conducted on the Temple Mount due to the religious and political sensitivities of the site. The questions that archaeology might in principle address, whether there were tunnels beneath the temple, whether anything was left behind when the Babylonians arrived, whether the accounts of the Second Temple's empty Holy of Holies correspond to physical reality, remain questions that the physical evidence cannot currently illuminate. The debate about the ark's fate after 587 BCE is conducted almost entirely in the space between textual traditions that disagree with one another and a site that cannot be excavated. Within that space, the traditions continued to multiply in the centuries after the destruction of Jerusalem. One tradition, which entered the literature through a text written around 100 BCE and now found in the second book of Maccabees, offers a specific and vivid account of what happened to the ark. According to this account, the prophet Jeremiah, prompted by a divine message, gave orders that the tent of meeting and the ark should accompany him. He went away to the mountain from the top of which Moses had seen the promised land, and there he found a cave dwelling. He carried the tent, the ark, and the incense altar into it, and blocked up the entrance. When some of his companions came to mark out the way, they were unable to find it, and Jeremiah, when he learned of this, told them that the place would remain unknown until God finally gathered his people together and showed mercy to them. The mountain referred to in this account, described as the mountain from the top of which Moses saw the promised land, is identified as Mount Nebo, located in what is now Jordan. The tradition preserved in this passage is quite different in character from the Talmudic discussions of Josiah's concealment, where the Talmudic traditions are tentative, recorded as scholarly opinions among other scholarly opinions. The account in 2 Maccabees has the quality of a narrative, with named figures and a specific location. It also carries a distinctive theological weight. The ark's concealment in this account is not a precautionary measure, but a divine program. The place remains unknown by design. The revelation of the ark's location is tied to the moment of final divine mercy, to an eschatological gathering of the people rather than to any historical search. The ark is not merely hidden, it is withheld for a purpose that transcends the historical moment of its hiding. Whether this account preserves an older tradition, one that circulated orally in the period between the Babylonian destruction and the composition of 2 Maccabees, or whether it represents a relatively late literary construction, is not something the sources in this account can determine. What the tradition does establish is that by around 100 BCE, a specific geographical claim about the ark's location, Mount Nebo in present-day Jordan, was sufficiently developed and credible to be incorporated into a text intended for a reading audience. The tradition did not displace the Talmudic discussions that would follow. It existed alongside them, one strand among several, in a tapestry of competing claims. There is a 2nd century tradition, quite different in kind, that introduces a Roman dimension to the question. A rabbi named Eliezer ben Jose claimed to have seen, somewhere in Rome, the mercy seat lid of the ark, with what he was told was a blood stain from the blood the Jewish high priest had sprinkled on it on Yom Kippur. This claim, preserved in rabbinic literature, does not describe the complete ark, but only its lid, the seat of mercy. A separate tradition holds that the ark was kept within the Basilica of St. John Lateran in Rome, where it survived the sackings of the city by the Visigoth king Alaric I and the Vandal king Gaiseric, until the basilica was destroyed by fire in the 5th century. These Roman traditions are less developed than the others and less integrated into any sustained theological framework, but they testify to the breadth of the speculation that the ark's disappearance had generated by the early centuries of the Common Era. The cumulative effect of tracing these traditions is not to arrive at an answer, but to arrive at the shape of the question. The ark's disappearance from the historical record at the moment of the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem created a space that different communities filled in different ways, each drawing on the resources of their own theological and cultural frameworks, each finding the ark in the location that their tradition required. The Talmudic rabbis found it beneath the temple preserved by Josiah's foresight. The 2nd Maccabees tradition found it in a cave on Mount Nebo, hidden by Jeremiah until the final ingathering. The Roman traditions found it among the spoils of conquest. None of these traditions can be confirmed by the physical record. All of them represent serious engagement, in their own terms, with a genuine historical puzzle. What the archaeology can speak to, with somewhat more certainty, is the world in which these questions arose. The first temple was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar, the second of the Neo-Babylonian Empire in 58-7 or 58-6 BCE. No positively identified physical remains of that temple have been found. Others, including Fabio Porzia and Corinne Bonnet, have argued that the temple, as described, corresponds more closely to architectural models associated with the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, and may have been retroactively attributed to the great king of the 10th century. The question of the temple's construction date, like the question of the ark's final fate, cannot currently be resolved by the available evidence. Both remain actively contested in the scholarly literature. What is not contested is the historical significance of the moment at which the first temple ended. The Babylonian siege of Jerusalem, the destruction of the temple, and the exile of the Judean population to Babylon are among the most consequential events in the religious history of the ancient world. The loss of the temple, and with it whatever the temple had contained, precipitated a transformation in Judaic religious life that shaped the traditions that followed. The Talmudic suggestion that the second temple's Holy of Holies was empty, that the ark was not there, that the most sacred space in the rebuilt sanctuary contained only the expectation of what had once been and might yet return, is perhaps the most eloquent summary of what the Babylonian destruction meant for the object at the center of this account. The ark steps out of verifiable history at the moment when history itself was most violently disrupted. Whether it was hidden beneath the temple before the Babylonians arrived, carried to Babylon in the aftermath of the siege, concealed by Jeremiah in a cave on a Jordanian mountain, or lost in some other way that the surviving texts do not record, cannot be established from the evidence available. The Talmudic tradition that the Second Temple never housed it is consistent with the absence of any account of the ark's return from Babylon when the exiles came home. The prophetic tradition in Jeremiah, with its suggestion that the ark would simply cease to be the focus of the people's religious attention, is consistent with the subsequent silence of the canonical texts on the subject. What follows from this moment, from the particular quality of this silence, is not nothing. It is, in a sense, everything that comes after. The absence of the ark from the Second Temple, the absence of any clear account of its fate, the competing traditions that arose to fill the space left by its disappearance, together create the conditions for every search that followed. The cave on Mount Nebo, the tunnels beneath the Temple Mount, the treasury in Axum, the museum storeroom in Harare, the jungle on Malaita Island. These are all responses to the same silence, attempts to recover what was lost at a moment of catastrophe so complete that even the most sacred object of a people's religious life disappeared without a reliable account of where it had gone. The silence that fell over the ark in 587 BCE was not the silence of destruction. It was the silence of the unresolved, and it has never been broken. Any resting places? There is a moment in the history of any sacred object when the record simply ends. A name disappears from the chronicles. A door closes on a room that no one afterwards enters. For the Ark of the Covenant, that moment arrived in the late 7th or early 6th century before the Common Era, when the city of Jerusalem was consumed by a catastrophe that reshaped the world the Ark had inhabited for generations. What came after is not silence exactly. The centuries that followed produced an abundance of traditions, accounts, and testimonies, each claiming to know where the Ark went, each drawing on its own logic and its own geography, each placing the most sacred object in the ancient Israelite world somewhere specific and somewhere retrievable. But those traditions do not agree with one another. They point in different directions, and no single voice among them has been able to silence the others, not in 3,000 years of trying. This chapter is a journey through those traditions. It does not resolve them. It cannot resolve them. What it can do is visit each one in the spirit in which it was offered, attending to the world from which it came and the reasoning that sustained it before moving quietly on. The traditions are many. The resting places they propose are scattered across a vast arc of the ancient world, from the arid heights above the Jordan River to the corridors of imperial Rome. Each of them illuminates, in its own way, the depth of the longing that produced it, the temple, the destruction, and the question that followed. Before the traditions can be understood, the event that produced them must be held in mind, at least briefly, because the question of where the ark went is inseparable from the question of what happened when the temple fell. According to the Hebrew Bible, Solomon had placed the ark in the innermost chamber of the first temple, the Holy of Holies, a windowless room in which the presence of God was understood to dwell. When the priests emerged after placing the ark there, the temple was filled with a cloud, as the sources describe it, for the glory of the Lord had filled the house of the Lord. The ark remained there through the reigns of Solomon's successors, through the long centuries of the monarchy, and through the various crises and reformations that shaped the history of the kingdom of Judah. At some point before the final catastrophe, there is reason to believe it was moved. The Talmud in Ngoma suggests that the ark was removed from the temple towards the end of the First Temple era, and that the Second Temple, which rose on the same site after the exile, never housed it. By the time Nebuchadnezzar II of the Neo-Babylonian Empire descended on Jerusalem and destroyed the First Temple in 587 or 586 before the Common Era, the question of what became of the ark was already, perhaps, a question about something that had already been taken away. The destruction was total. The temple was burned. The city fell. The leading population was carried into exile in Babylon. Everything that could be carried away was carried away. And in the aftermath of that catastrophe, generations of scholars, priests, scribes, and dreamers looked at the silence where the ark had been and began to construct, from the materials available to them, an answer to the oldest question the ruin had left behind. The answers they found were not identical. They could not be, because they came from different communities, different theological commitments, and different needs. What unites them is not their content, but their urgency, the sense that the ark could not simply be gone, that an object so central to the covenant between God and Israel must be somewhere, waiting, its fate knowable if one only looked carefully enough. The Babylonian interpretation. The most immediate answer, in some ways the most logical one, was that the ark went where everything else went. It went to Babylon. An ancient Greek version of the biblical third book of Ezra, known as First Esdras, can be read as suggesting that the Babylonians took away the vessels of the Ark of God when they sacked the temple, though the text does not explicitly describe taking the ark itself, only its associated vessels. Some rabbis in the Talmudic tradition drew the straightforward conclusion that the ark must have been carried off to Babylon, on the grounds that Nebuchadnezzar's forces had stripped the temple of everything worth taking, and it would be strange to suppose that the most sacred object in the sanctuary had somehow been overlooked or hidden in time. This position has a blunt plausibility. The Babylonian Empire was systematic in its expropriation of defeated people's sacred objects. The removal of cult statues and temple treasures was a deliberate act of theological as well as military conquest, a demonstration that the gods of the conquered had been overcome by the gods of the conqueror. If Nebuchadnezzar's officials had understood the ark to be the most sacred object of the Israelite cult, and there is no reason to suppose they did not, then removing it would have been entirely consistent with Babylonian imperial practice. But against this reading, other rabbinic voices pushed back. If the ark had been taken to Babylon, it would have been visible in Babylon. It would have been listed among the spoils. It would have been recovered, eventually, when the exile ended and the Jews returned to Jerusalem under the Persians. The Second Temple, built on the site of the first after Cyrus of Persia, allowed the exiles to return, apparently contained no ark. The Holy of Holies of the Second Temple stood empty of the chest. If the ark had gone to Babylon, where was it when the people came home? King Josiah and the hidden ark. The alternative most deeply rooted in rabbinic tradition is not that the ark was taken, but that it was hidden, deliberately, by Israelite hands before the Babylonians could reach it. The late 2nd century rabbinic work known as the Tosefta preserves a tradition attributing the concealment to King Josiah, who ruled Judah from approximately 640 to 609 before the Common Era. According to this account, Josiah stored away the ark together with the jar of manna, a jar containing the holy anointing oil, the rod of Aaron, and a chest given to Israel by the Philistines, all of them hidden in anticipation of the temple's eventual destruction. Josiah, in the biblical and rabbinic portrait, was the great reforming king, the ruler who centralized worship in Jerusalem, who found the book of the law in the temple and undertook a sweeping purification of Israelite religious practice. The idea that he would have acted to safeguard the ark, foreseeing the catastrophe that was coming, fits the portrait of a man who understood what was at stake. Where Josiah hid it is a question the tradition does not answer with a single voice. One account in the Talmud mentions a priest's suspicion of a tampered stone in a chamber designated for wood storage, hinting at concealment somewhere within the temple complex itself. Some of the great medieval Jewish thinkers, among them Maimonides and the scholar known as the Radak, proposed that Solomon had designed tunnels beneath the temple precisely in order to safeguard the ark against times of crisis, and that Josiah had made use of those tunnels for that purpose. The possibility that the ark was hidden beneath the Temple Mount, somewhere in the honeycombed rock below the sanctuary, has never been conclusively ruled out. It has also never been investigated with modern archaeological methods, because the political and religious sensitivities surrounding the Temple Mount have prevented any excavation of the site. This tradition of concealment carries within it a particular kind of hope. If the ark was not taken by the enemy, but was hidden by its own guardians, then it was hidden to be found again, at the right time, by the right people. The Talmudic sources do not frame the hiding of the ark as a permanent loss. They frame it as a temporary custodianship, awaiting a restoration that has not yet come. There is an additional dimension to the Josiah tradition that complicates the picture further. The second book of Chronicles notes that during Josiah's reign the ark was returned to the temple, from which it appears to have been removed by one of his predecessors. Biblical scholar Thomas Römer has noted that archaeological evidence at a site called Kiriath Jearim, where the ark was kept for a significant period before David's time, shows strong cultic activity in the 8th and 7th centuries before the Common Era, well after the ark was supposed to have been moved to Jerusalem. This has led rumor to suggest that the ark may not have been moved to Jerusalem until the reign of Josiah himself, much later than the biblical narrative implies. But Yigal Levin, also working from the archaeological record, argues that there is no evidence that Kiriath Jearim was a cultic center in the monarchical era, or that it ever housed any temple of the ark. These two positions, like so many in the history of this subject, cannot both be correct, and neither has been settled. The mountain, from which Moses saw the promised land. Of all the traditions concerning the ark's disappearance, one of the most precisely detailed is also one of the most poignant, because it involves a prophet carrying the most sacred object in Israel to a mountain at the edge of everything, and leaving it there in the care of the stone itself. The second book of Maccabees, a text written around 100 before the Common Era, preserves an account of what the prophet Jeremiah did when he understood that the Babylonian destruction was coming. Prompted, the text says, by a divine message, Jeremiah gave orders that the tent of meeting and the ark should go with him. He then went away to the mountain from the top of which Moses had seen God's promised land, and when he reached that mountain he found a cave. He carried the tent of meeting, the ark, and the incense altar into it, and then blocked up the entrance. Some of his companions came to mark out the way so they could return, but they were unable to find it. When Jeremiah learned of this, he told them the place should remain unknown until God finally gathers his people together and shows mercy to them. The mountain from the top of which Moses saw the promised land is identified as Mount Nebo, a summit in what is now the modern country of Jordan on the eastern bank of the Jordan River. It was from that height, according to the Hebrew Bible, that Moses looked out over the land he was not permitted to enter, and then died. The placing of the ark on that same mountain, in a cave near the place of Moses' death and vision, has a theological symmetry that the author of 2 Maccabees clearly intended. The beginning and the end of the Mosaic era, separated by centuries, are bound together in the same landscape. The ark that was built according to God's instruction to Moses during those 40 days on Mount Sinai is returned, in this tradition, to a mountain associated with the close of Moses' life, and left there in the dark, sealed away, waiting. Mount Nebo rises above the plateau of Moab. It is a high, arid place, its summit giving views across the Jordan Valley and, on clear days, far into the distance to the west. The terrain around it is full of caves, the rock is soft and ancient, and the landscape has changed little in the 2.5 millennia since the 2 Maccabees tradition was first set down. No cave matching the description in the text has been identified. No ark has been found on Mount Nebo or anywhere near it. The tradition stands on its own, without corroboration from the landscape, sustained only by the authority of the text that contains it and the theological imagination that produced it. It is worth noting that 2 Maccabees was not written as a historical record in the modern sense. It is a religious text, composed centuries after the events it purports to describe, drawing on traditions that were already old when it was written. Its account of Jeremiah and the cave cannot be verified, and may not have been intended to be taken as straightforward history by its original audience. But it has endured, and it has shaped the imagination of everyone who has ever wondered where the ark might be, because it offers something the other traditions do not quite manage: a precise location, a named mountain, a sealed cave, and a promise that the hiding was intentional and that the return will come in God's own time. The rabbis and the room beneath the temple, alongside the tradition of Mount Nebo, and partly in tension with it, the rabbinic sources developed a parallel set of possibilities rooted not in a mountain in Moab, but in the ground beneath the temple itself. The scholar K.L. Sparks has proposed that the story of the Ark was written independently around the 8th century before the Common Era, in a text he calls the Ark narrative, and then incorporated into the main biblical narrative just before the Babylonian exile. If that reading is correct, the Ark narrative in its original form was a relatively recent composition at the time of the temple's destruction, which would mean the scribes and priests who preserved it were living through the events that the narrative they had recently assembled was supposed to culminate. The question of what to do with the most sacred object in the most sacred room, when the armies of Babylon were at the walls, would have been immediate and practical, not merely theological. The Talmudic tradition, as already noted, preserves more than one answer to that practical question. The hint about the tampered stone in the wood storage chamber points toward concealment within the temple precincts. The proposal that Solomon had built tunnels for precisely this contingency points toward a more architectural solution. The suggestion made by some of the Chazal, the authoritative Talmudic sages, that the ark remained underground in the Holy of Holies itself, simply descending into the rock rather than being removed, is perhaps the most striking of all these possibilities. Attempts to excavate beneath the Temple Mount have been limited by the political sensitivity of the site. The Mount is one of the most contested pieces of ground in the world, sacred to 3 religions and governed by arrangements that make serious archaeological investigation impossible. What lies beneath the rock in the area of the old Holy of Holies is not known with certainty. The question has not been asked of the ground because the ground cannot be asked. It sits beneath the dome of the rock, beneath the prayers of millions of worshippers, beneath centuries of construction and reconstruction, and it keeps its secrets without any assistance from the people who would most like to read them, the mercy seat in Rome. From the mountains of Moab and the rock beneath Jerusalem, the traditions carry the ark in a different direction entirely, westward, into the heart of the empire that eventually succeeded Babylon as the dominant power of the ancient world. The tradition associating the ark with Rome is older than the Christian era. A rabbi of the 2nd century of the Common Era, identified in the sources as Eliezer ben Hosea, claimed that he had seen somewhere in Rome the mercy seat lid of the ark. The mercy seat, called the Seat of Mercy in some translations, was the gold cover of the ark, flanked by the 2 cherubim, the place from which, according to the Hebrew Bible, God spoke to Moses. It was not the chest itself, but the lid, the most theologically charged component of the entire object, the place where the divine voice was understood to emerge. According to Eliezer ben Hosea's account, the lid bore a blood stain, and he was told that the stain was from the blood the Jewish high priest sprinkled on it on the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur. It is the testimony of a named individual who says he looked at a particular object and identified it from its contents and its markings. The blood of the high priest's Yom Kippur rite would have been applied to the mercy seat in precisely the manner the Talmud describes, and the presence of such a stain on a gold lid in a Roman collection would have been, for someone who knew what to look for, unmistakable evidence of provenance. Whether Eliezer ben Hosea actually saw what he believed he saw is impossible to determine from a distance of nearly 2 millennia. His account survives in rabbinic literature, not in Roman records. There is no inventory of Roman temple spoils that confirms a gold lid of Israelite manufacture bearing blood markings. The Romans, who sacked the Second Temple in 70 of the Common Era, under the general Titus, were known to have carried off the temple's treasures, including the great menorah, which is depicted on the Arch of Titus still standing in Rome. Whether the mercy seat or any part of the ark was among those spoils is not confirmed by any Roman source in the fact sheet before us. The tradition extends further. Another account places the ark not in some unspecified Roman location, but specifically in the Basilica of St. John Lateran, one of the great churches of Rome. According to this tradition, the ark survived at that location through successive barbarian attacks on the city, enduring the raids of Alaric I, the Visigoth king, and of Gaiseric, the Vandal king, before being lost when the basilica burned in the 5th century of the Common Era. The basilica in question is among the most ancient and historically significant Christian buildings in Rome, the cathedra of the Bishop of Rome himself. The tradition of the ark's presence there is not confirmed by any historical record in the sources available here, and it sits alongside the biblical tradition of the ark in the First Temple, chronologically and logically, as a continuation of a story that moved westward with the empire. These Roman traditions have a particular character that distinguishes them from the others considered in this chapter. The traditions associated with Mount Nebo, or with Josiah's concealment, are traditions of hiding, of preservation, of things kept safe for a future restoration. The Roman traditions are traditions of capture and loss. They suggest that the ark was carried away by force, displayed as a trophy of conquest, and eventually destroyed or misplaced in the violence of Rome's own long decline. They are traditions not of hope, but of elegy, accounts of something irretrievably gone. The long corridors of rabbinical debate. The various traditions surveyed so far did not exist in isolation from one another. They were known to the rabbis who compiled the Talmud and the Midrashim, and they were debated there with the characteristic rigor and patience of that tradition, a tradition that was comfortable holding multiple incompatible possibilities in the mind simultaneously, not because the rabbis were indifferent to the truth, but because they understood that the absence of evidence for one position was not necessarily evidence for another. The Talmudic discussion of the ark's fate is preserved primarily in the tractate Yoma, whose central concern is the Day of Atonement and the rituals of the high priest, rituals that were entirely bound up with the ark's mercy seat. The rabbis who composed and redacted that tractate were dealing with a theological problem as well as a historical one, how to understand the Yom Kippur liturgy in the context of a temple that had been destroyed and an ark that was gone. Their various answers to the historical question, where did it go, were shaped by their answers to the theological question, what does its absence mean? Some maintained that the ark was in Babylon, captured and gone, which meant that the covenant object was in the hands of the Gentiles, and the restoration of Israel would require its recovery. Others held that it was hidden by Josiah, safe in the earth beneath the Temple Mount, waiting for the messianic restoration. Still others inclined toward the Mount Nebo tradition, placing the ark in a sealed cave on a sacred mountain at the edge of the Promised Land, concealed by the last great prophet before the exile. The tradition of a priest suspecting a tempered stone in the temple's wood storage chamber suggests that some rabbis believed the concealment had happened, not in Moab or in tunnels beneath the sanctuary, but in some mundane corner of the temple complex, hidden in plain sight. What emerges from this survey of rabbinic opinion is not a consensus, but a community of unresolved questions, each representing a different theological imagination's response to the same irreducible fact. The ark was central to everything the temple stood for, and now the temple was gone, and no one knew where the ark had gone with it, an echo from the far Pacific. The traditions considered so far share a geography. They move through the ancient Near East, through the arc of the biblical world, from Jerusalem to Moab to Babylon to Rome. They are rooted in the textual cultures of Judaism, in the rabbinic tradition, and in the ancient historical record, however fragmentary. But the mystery of the ark's fate has not confined itself to those traditions or those geographies. It has traveled, over the centuries, into places the biblical authors could not have imagined and would not have recognized. Among the most remote of these later traditions is one attached to an island in the Pacific Ocean, in the archipelago known as the Solomon Islands, on an island called Malaita. There, among some of the island's communities, a tradition has been preserved which holds that the Ark of the Covenant is buried somewhere in the jungle of their island. The tradition is associated with a family history of descent from a lost tribe of Israel, and it includes an account of the Ark's arrival on the island in the Common Era. The tradition is noted here not as a claim that competes on equal terms with the Talmudic discussions or the second Maccabees account, not because it belongs to a different order of evidence, but because it represents something worth pausing over. The longing to possess the ark, to be the community in whose custody the most sacred object of the covenant rests, has expressed itself across an enormous range of human cultures and geographies, from the highlands of Ethiopia to the plains of southern Africa, to the hills of Ireland, to the jungles of a Pacific island. Communities that have understood themselves to have a connection to the biblical narrative have also, in many cases, developed traditions in which the ark is present among them. The Malaita tradition is one of the most geographically distant of those claims. It does not rest on genetic evidence, on textual corroboration, or on an archaeological record. It rests on a community's account of its own history and identity. The island tradition has not been verified. No ark has been found on Malaita. The tradition continues to be held by those who hold it, without confirmation and without resolution, the weight of uncertainty. To sit with all of these traditions together is to feel the weight of a question that has outlasted every civilization that has attempted to answer it. The Neo-Babylonian Empire that may have carried the ark to Babylon is gone. The Roman Empire that may have displayed its mercy seat in some collection is gone. The rabbinical academies that debated its hiding place in the Talmudic era gave way to other institutions and other centuries. The Church of Rome, that may have housed it in a great basilica, has been rebuilt many times on the same ground. And through all of that change, the question remains, where is the ark? The traditions surveyed in this chapter do not converge. They point in different directions, and the evidence available to assess them is, in most cases, thin to the point of transparency. The second Maccabees account is a religious text of uncertain historical value. Rabbi Eliezer ben Hosea's testimony is reported in rabbinic literature without corroboration. The Talmudic discussions of Josiah and the hidden ark are theological arguments as much as historical claims. The Roman Basilica tradition is not confirmed in the sources available here by any documentary evidence. The Malaita tradition is a community's own account of itself. None of them can be dismissed. None of them can be confirmed. The ark's fate, after the destruction of the first temple in 587 or 586 before the Common Era, is, from the perspective of the historical record, genuinely and entirely unknown. The fact that the most sacred object in ancient Israelite religion simply disappeared from the historical record without a trace that all subsequent scholarship has been able to verify is itself remarkable. Objects of such significance are rarely truly lost. They are usually destroyed or melted down or displayed or incorporated into the treasuries of subsequent empires. The ark, if it was a physical object, did none of those things, or if it did, the evidence has not survived. Clifford Mark McCormick has gone so far as to question whether the ark ever existed as a physical object at all, while other scholars, including Eichler, David A. Falk, Roger D. Isaacs, and Adam R. Hemmings, have argued for its historicity based on linguistic evidence and parallels with artifacts from New Kingdom Egypt. That foundational question, whether there was ever a chest to lose, runs beneath all of the traditions surveyed in this chapter, lending them an additional layer of complexity that does not resolve. The traditions continue. The traditions considered in this chapter, the Babylonian capture, Josiah's concealment, the cave on Mount Nebo, the mercy seat in Rome, and the distant echo from Malaita, represent the oldest and most textually grounded strands of the ark's contested afterlife, but they are not the only strands. Other traditions emerged in other communities, other centuries, and other landscapes, traditions that will carry this documentary further south, further east, and further into living memory. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church has maintained for centuries that the ark never left the ancient world's biblical geography, but was taken to Africa long before the Babylonians arrived, removed by a figure who was the son of Solomon himself. The Lemba people of southern Africa preserve a tradition that reaches into the high plateau country of Zimbabwe and South Africa, sustained not only by oral history, but, in the late 20th century, by genetic science. A British historian, born in a Welsh mining town in 1944 and nicknamed in the press the British Indiana Jones, spent years of his professional life following those southern traditions through Yemen, across the Indian Ocean coast, and into a museum storeroom in Harare, emerging with a claim that would divide the scholarly world and fill a documentary and a book. Those traditions will be taken up in the chapters that follow. For now, it is enough to recognize that all of them spring from the same source, the moment when the temple burned and the record ended, and 100 different communities looked at the absence and began to imagine, each in its own language and its own landscape, where the ark might have gone. The question has no resting place of its own. It moves through the centuries, as the ark itself once moved through the wilderness, carried by those who believed in what it represented, placed in temporary sanctuaries that were never quite permanent enough, always, in some sense, still in transit. That movement and that transit is the subject of everything that follows Solomon. There is a book in the Ethiopian tradition whose very title announces the scale of its ambitions. The Kebra Nagast, which translates from the ancient Ge'ez language as the glory of kings, is not merely a chronicle of royal succession or a repository of historical memory. It is a theological argument, a cosmological claim, and a declaration of divine election, all bound together in a single narrative of extraordinary reach and power. It begins with Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. It ends with the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia, placed there by God's own arrangement, carried across the ancient world by the son that union produced. And it insists, in every register available to sacred literature, that this was not an accident of history, but the fulfillment of a purpose that had been set in motion long before Solomon built his temple or the Queen of the South made her famous journey to Jerusalem. To understand the Ethiopian claim to the Ark, it is necessary to begin with this book and with the tradition it embodies, because the claim is not simply that the Ark is physically present in the city of Axum, that its presence in Ethiopia is not a theft, not a displacement, not a historical curiosity, but the completion of a story that the Ark's own origins were always pointing toward. The Kebra Nagast is the fullest expression of that argument, but it is important to understand from the beginning that the argument itself is older than the book that contains it, a tradition older than its text. The Kebra Nagast as it now exists was translated into Ge'ez, the classical liturgical language of Ethiopia, in the year 1321. But the belief it encodes, the belief that Ethiopia possesses the Ark of the Covenant, was already established in the written record more than a century before that translation was completed. A writer known as Abu al-Makarim, working in the last quarter of the 12th century, made an unambiguous reference to this belief in his own composition. The Abyssinians, he wrote, possess also the Ark of the Covenant. He went on to describe the object and to note that the liturgy was celebrated upon it 4 times a year, on the Feast of the Great Nativity, on the Feast of the Glorious Baptism, on the Feast of the Holy Resurrection, and on the Feast of the Illuminating Cross. This is not a passing reference or an uncertain report. It is a straightforward account of a living religious practice recorded by an observer who was describing something that the people he wrote about considered not a legend but a present reality. By the time Abu al-Makarim set this down, the tradition was clearly well established, with its own ceremonial calendar and its own liturgical expressions. The Kebra Nagast, when it was composed, was not inventing the tradition from nothing. It was crystallizing, in the grand literary form appropriate to a royal chronicle, a belief that had already taken deep root in the religious life of the Ethiopian Church and the identity of its ruling dynasty. The Kebra Nagast was originally composed in some other language, possibly Coptic or Greek, before being translated into Arabic and then rendered into Ge'ez. The text that reached its final form in the 14th century was thus itself the product of a long process of transmission, a written record of a belief that had been developing through multiple languages and multiple generations of the Ethiopian Christian tradition. The story at its heart, the story of Menelik I and the Ark's journey from Jerusalem to Africa, was already ancient by the time it received the literary form in which most of the world has come to know it. The story of Menelik I, the narrative the Kebra Nagast tells, is one of the most fully realized stories in the literature of the ancient world, and it is worth dwelling on its outlines with some care, because the claim it makes about the Ark depends entirely on understanding who Menelik I was and what the text says he did. Menelik I was, according to the Ethiopian tradition, the son of Solomon, king of Israel, and the Queen of Sheba, the sovereign whose legendary visit to Solomon is recorded in the Hebrew Bible in the first book of Kings. The Queen of Sheba, known in the Ethiopian tradition by the name Makeda, made her famous journey to Jerusalem, drawn by the report she had heard of Solomon's wisdom. In the Kebra Nagast, the encounter between Makeda and Solomon produced a son, and that son, Menelik, was raised in his mother's kingdom before traveling as a young man to Jerusalem to meet his father. Solomon received him with great joy, recognized him as his heir, and sought to persuade him to remain in Jerusalem and eventually inherit the throne of Israel. Menelik, in the narrative, chose instead to return to his mother's land, and when he departed, he did not go alone, and he did not go empty-handed. The Kebra Nagast narrates that the Ark of the Covenant was brought to Ethiopia by Menelik with divine assistance. The text is careful about the nature of that assistance. The Ark did not remain in Jerusalem because God permitted its removal. A forgery was left in the temple in Jerusalem, a replica so perfect that the priests who ministered before it did not know they were ministering before a copy. The original, the true Ark, the chest that had held the tablets of the covenant since the time of Moses in the wilderness, traveled south with the son of Solomon across the ancient world to the kingdom that would become Ethiopia. The theological logic of this account is worth pausing over, because it is not merely a story about a theft, however divinely sanctioned. It is an argument about where the covenant ultimately belongs. The Ark in the Kebra Nagast does not go to Ethiopia because someone decided to take it there. It goes to Ethiopia because God arranged for it to go there, because the line of Solomon and Makeda represented a continuation of the covenant that God had made with the house of David, because the dynasty that Menelik would found in Africa was, in the tradition's own terms, as legitimate a bearer of the covenant promise as the kingdom he had left behind in Jerusalem. The forgery left in the temple is not simply a practical deception. It is a sign that the presence of God had already departed from Jerusalem before the priests discovered they were tending a copy, that the divine election had moved on, as it had moved before, from one dwelling place to a new one, the city of Axum. Axum, also rendered as Axum, was the capital of the kingdom of Axum, one of the great powers of the ancient and early medieval world. A kingdom whose reach at its height extended across the Red Sea into South Arabia, and whose commerce placed it at the intersection of trade routes connecting the Mediterranean world, the Indian subcontinent, and the interior of Africa. The city that sits at the center of that former empire is an ancient place, and its antiquity is legible in the landscape. Giant granite obelisks, some of them among the largest monumental stones ever cut and raised in the ancient world, still stand on its plain, marking the royal tombs of Axumite kings, their carved facades mimicking the windows and doors of multi-storied palaces, their mass and their precision, a testimony to the ambition and the technical accomplishment of the civilization that produced them. The kingdom of Axum adopted Christianity as its state religion in the middle of the 4th century of the Common Era, during the reign of the king known as Ezana, who became the first Christian ruler of Axum. The adoption of Christianity linked Axum to the Byzantine Empire, to the Church of Alexandria, and to the broader world of late antique Christian culture. But the Ethiopian form of Christianity that grew from this conversion was also distinctively its own, shaped by its own scriptural canon, its own liturgical tradition, and its own theological emphases, among which the tradition of the Ark occupied a central and irreplaceable position. The city of Axum holds that tradition in its most concentrated form. At its heart stands a complex of churches associated with the name and the memory of Mary, the Mother of Christ, a dedication that in the Ethiopian tradition carries particular weight because the Virgin Mary is understood in Ethiopian Christianity as, among other things, a figure of the Ark itself, the vessel in which the divine took human form. It is near one of these churches, or rather in a treasury building standing adjacent to it, that the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church maintains the Ark of the Covenant now rests, the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion. The Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion is the name most commonly given to the principal church of the Axumite religious complex, though the church that stands today is not the only building that has borne that name on that site. The present complex encompasses structures of different periods, layered upon one another over the centuries, each representing a different chapter in the continuous history of Christian worship at this location. It is near this church, in a treasury building that stands close to but separate from the main church structure, that the Ark is said to be kept. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church has maintained this claim with considerable consistency across many centuries. The Ark is there. It is under guard. It is housed in a treasury near the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, and it has been in that place for a very long time. The Church does not invite outsiders to verify this claim. The treasury is not open to the public. Access is not granted to scholars, to investigators, to journalists, or to curious visitors of any description. The arrangement of guardianship that surrounds the Ark in Axum is, in fact, one of the most distinctive and most discussed features of the Ethiopian tradition. A single guardian, a monk appointed by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, is understood to live out his days in proximity to the treasury, his access to the Ark, and his responsibility for its protection, constituting the central purpose of his life. The appointment is considered permanent. The guardian, once chosen, does not leave his post. He remains, by all accounts, in continuous attendance until his death, at which point a new guardian is appointed to take his place. This arrangement, in which a single human life is dedicated entirely to the custodianship of the most sacred object in the Ethiopian Christian tradition, is itself a kind of theological statement. The Ark is not simply stored. It is attended. It is cared for by a person who has given everything else up in order to be present to it, in the way that the priests of the first temple were present to it in the Holy of Holies, serving in the proximity of a holiness that was understood to be real and immediate, and potentially dangerous to those who approached it without the proper preparation. The gravity of this arrangement is evident even from a distance. Whether the object in the treasury is what the Ethiopian Church says it is clear that the institution surrounding it, the single guardian, the closed treasury, the unbroken centuries of claim, represents something that is deeply and genuinely held, a living faith practice organized around the presence of something understood to be of extraordinary significance. The Patriarch's announcement of 2009. In the summer of 2009, the world's attention was drawn briefly to the Ethiopian tradition by an announcement that seemed, for a moment, as though it might resolve the question that had surrounded the Axum claim for so long. On the 25th of June of that year, Abune Paulos, the Patriarch of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, stated that he would announce to the world the next day the unveiling of the Ark of the Covenant. He said it had been kept safe and secure in a church in Axum. The announcement circulated through news agencies and attracted considerable international attention. The following day, Abune Paulos made a second statement. He announced that he would not unveil the Ark after all. He could, he said, attest to its current status, but he would not, and did not, produce the object for inspection or verification. The episode was understood by different observers in different ways. Some read the reversal as evidence that the claim was unsupportable, that no actual Ark could be produced because no actual Ark existed in the treasury. Others understood it as entirely consistent with the theology surrounding the object, a theology in which the Ark is not something to be unveiled for public inspection, in which its concealment is not a problem, but the appropriate condition of something too sacred for ordinary eyes. The tradition of the Holy of Holies, after all, was always a tradition of concealment, of a presence so overwhelming that it could only be approached by one person, on one day, in 1 year, under precisely specified conditions. The Patriarch's decision not to unveil was, in that reading, not a retreat, but a reaffirmation of a very old principle. The Patriarch's decision not to unveil was principle. The question, the announcement and its reversal, left the Axum claim exactly where it had always been, substantiated by the Church's own account, unverified by independent examination, and surrounded by a tradition of guardianship that was itself part of the claim's theological meaning. Edward Ullendorff and the Box in the Church. The most direct challenge to the Ethiopian claim that appears in the historical record comes not from a hostile source, but from a scholar who had devoted a significant portion of his professional life to the study of Ethiopia and its culture. Edward Ullendorff was a former professor of Ethiopian studies at the University of London, a man whose knowledge of the Ethiopian tradition, of Ge'ez literature, of the Kebra Nagast, and the broader religious world from which it sprang was as deep as anyone's in the academic world of the 20th century. He was not an outsider to the tradition he examined. He was, in many respects, one of its most authoritative interpreters. In 1941, During the period of the British military presence in Ethiopia following the liberation of the country from Italian occupation, Ullendorff examined the ark held in the church in Axum. In an interview conducted in 1992, he described what he had found. "They have a wooden box," he said, "but it is empty." Middle to late medieval construction, he added, when these were fabricated ad hoc. This description is straightforwardly incompatible with the Ethiopian church's claim. A medieval wooden box, empty, constructed at some point in the period between roughly the 11th and the 15th centuries, is not the gold-plated acacia chest described in the book of Exodus, measuring approximately 131 centimeters in length and 79 centimeters in breadth and height, containing the tablets of the law and topped by the seat of mercy flanked by 2 cherubim. Ullendorff's assessment was clinical and unambiguous. He did not claim to have disproven the tradition. He claimed to have examined the object and found it to be what it appeared to be, a medieval replica, not an ancient original. The Ethiopian church has not accepted this characterization. The tradition of the ark's presence in Axum is not dependent, in the church's own theological framing, on the satisfaction of external scholarly criteria. The ark is there because the Kebra Nagast says it is there, because Abu al-Makarim documented the belief more than 8 centuries ago, because the liturgy of the church has been celebrated over it for generations, because the guardians who have devoted their lives to its custody have done so in the conviction that what they were guarding was real. The church's claim is a claim of faith and of continuous tradition, and it does not regard Ullendorff's 1941 examination as settling the matter. These two positions, the scholar's description of an empty medieval box and the church's centuries-old assertion of an ancient and living sacred presence, have stood alongside each other in the literature on the ark's whereabouts for decades without resolution. They represent, in a concentrated form, the fundamental difficulty that runs through every aspect of this subject. The tools of historical and archaeological scholarship are not well suited to evaluating claims that are embedded in a living theological tradition, claims whose authority derives not from documentary evidence, but from the accumulated weight of a community's faith and practice. And the standards of faith and practice do not readily submit to the criteria that scholarship applies. The two modes of evaluation talk past each other, each coherent within its own terms, each unable to fully engage with the others. It is also worth noting that Ullendorff's assessment of Graham Hancock's 1992 book on the subject, The Sign and the Seal, in which Hancock reported on the Ethiopian belief that the ark had spent several years in Egypt before coming to Ethiopia via the Nile River, and been kept on the islands of Lake Tana for some 400 years before being taken to Axum, was equally direct. Ullendorff said he had wasted a lot of time reading it. The archaeologist John Holliday of the University of Toronto described Hancock's theory as garbage and hogwash. These responses do not address the Ethiopian tradition itself, which predates Hancock's treatment of it by many centuries. They address one particular contemporary reconstruction of the tradition's historical details, a reconstruction that the scholarly community received without enthusiasm, the tablets and the living tradition. Whatever one makes of the question of the ark's physical presence in Axum, the Ethiopian tradition has produced something that is not in question at all, something that is visible and present and actively practiced throughout the world wherever the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church has communities. That something is the system of the tablets. Every Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church in the world contains a tablet. The tablet is a replica of the tablets within the ark, or more broadly, a replica of the ark itself, and each church keeps its tablet in its own Holy of Holies, a dedicated inner sanctuary corresponding to the innermost chamber of Solomon's temple, each with its own dedication to a particular saint. The most widely observed dedications are to St. Mary, St. George, and St. Michael. The tablet is not understood as a mere symbol or a decorative object. It is the theologically active center of the church in which it rests. A church without a tablet is not a consecrated church. The tablet is what makes a church in the Ethiopian Orthodox understanding, because it represents the continuing presence of the covenant between God and the people who worship in that building. Practice of the tablets is a direct expression of the Ethiopian tradition's claim about the ark. If the ark is in Axum, then every tablet in every Ethiopian Orthodox church is a replica of the replica, so to speak, a copy of the tablets that are themselves understood to be present in the original chest in the Axum treasury. But the theological function of the tabots is not entirely dependent on the physical ark's presence in Axum. It would be more accurate to say that the tabots embody, in concrete liturgical form, the same theological claim that the Kebra Nagast makes in narrative form, the claim that the covenant has come to Ethiopia, that the sacred inheritance of Solomon's kingdom has been transferred to the church and the people who observe its rites in the highlands of Africa. Tabots are brought out in procession during the major festivals of the Ethiopian Orthodox calendar, carried under canopies, attended by clergy in their vestments, accompanied by the singing and the drumming that characterize Ethiopian Orthodox worship at its most ceremonially full. These processions are among the most visually and spiritually powerful expressions of the Ethiopian Christian tradition, and they are practiced not only in Ethiopia itself, but in Ethiopian Orthodox communities around the world, wherever the diaspora has carried the Church's practice into new places and new centuries. This living tradition, widespread, continuous, and deeply embedded in the daily and ceremonial life of a very large Christian community, is itself a form of evidence, though not the kind of evidence that resolves the question of whether the original ark is physically present in Axum. It is evidence of the depth and the seriousness with which the tradition is held, of the degree to which the Ethiopian Church has organized its entire liturgical and architectural life around the claim that the covenant object entrusted to Moses on Sinai eventually came to rest in Africa. Whatever the object in the Axum treasury is, the tradition it anchors is not a minor footnote or a peripheral curiosity. It is the theological backbone of one of the oldest continuously practiced forms of Christian worship in the world, the Solomonic dynasty and the weight of legitimacy. The Kebra Nagast, as already noted, has sometimes been described as a text composed to legitimize the Solomonic dynasty, the royal line that came to power in Ethiopia in 1270 and that continued to rule in various forms until the 20th century. The text does serve that function. But the relationship between the text and the dynasty's legitimacy is more complex than a simple formula of political propaganda would suggest. The claim of Solomonic descent, of direct lineal connection to the son of David and the greatest king of Israel, was not invented by the Kebra Nagast. The belief that the ark was in Ethiopia, as Abu al-Makarim's 12th century reference demonstrates, predates the text by at least a century and possibly much longer. The narrative of Menelik I, the son of Solomon and Makeda, and his bringing of the ark to his mother's land was the foundation on which the dynasty's claim to sacred kingship rested, and the dynasty in turn was the political expression of the same theological world that produced the Ethiopian Church's ark tradition. The two things, the claim of Solomonic descent and the claim of possessing the ark, are inseparable, because they are both expressions of the same underlying argument that the covenant of Israel, the most sacred inheritance of the ancient world, has been transmitted to Ethiopia through a lineage that is both royal and divine in origin. This argument is not merely self-serving, though it clearly served the interests of the dynasty that made it. It is also, within its own terms, theologically coherent. The Hebrew Bible itself is full of accounts of the sacred inheritance moving from one place to another, from one people to another, as the divine election shifts and the history of the covenant unfolds. The idea that the ark might have moved from Jerusalem to Africa, from one expression of the covenant people to another, is not inherently more implausible than the idea that it was carried from the wilderness to Shiloh, from Shiloh to the battlefield against the Philistines, from Philistine territory back to Israelite hands, from the house of Abinadab to the city of Jerusalem. The ark in the biblical narrative is not a static object. It moves, it is carried, it is present in some places and absent from others. The Ethiopian tradition extends that movement southward into Africa and gives it a finality that the biblical narrative never quite achieves, the gravity of Axum. There is a quality to the city of Axum that is difficult to convey in purely historical terms, though the history of the place is sufficiently rich to justify any amount of attention on its own. The kingdom of Axum was considered by the 3rd century prophet Mani, the founder of Manichaeism, to be one of the 4 great powers of the world alongside Persia, Rome, and China. The city's obelisks, its royal tombs, its ancient churches, its position at the heart of a kingdom that once controlled vast territories on both sides of the Red Sea. All of these things give Axum a weight in the historical imagination that is not simply the product of the art tradition, but the art tradition adds something to Axum that its obelisks and its trade routes and its ancient coinage cannot quite supply on their own. It adds the quality of a sacred destination, a place that is not merely ancient and impressive, but consecrated, specifically and permanently, by the presence of the most sacred object in the story that much of the world still regards as the central narrative of sacred history. For the Ethiopian Orthodox faithful, Axum is not merely a heritage site or an archaeological wonder. It is the place where the story that began on Mount Sinai, with Moses receiving from God the pattern for the ark and the tablets it was to contain, reached its ultimate earthly destination. That conviction shapes the experience of the city even now, for visitors who come to it from within the Ethiopian tradition. The Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, the treasury near it, the single guardian who tends it, the tabots in their canopied processions through the streets on feast days, the incense and the chanting and the ancient white-robe liturgy of the Ethiopian Church, all of these things are experienced by those who participate in them, not as the commemoration of something lost, but as the expression of something present. The Ark, for the Ethiopian Orthodox faithful, is not a mystery. Its location is known. Its guardianship is continuous. Its significance is not diminished by the passage of centuries or by the questions of outside scholars. It is there, in Axum, as it has been for centuries, awaiting neither discovery nor verification, but simply continuing in the care that has always been given to it. What the tradition holds. The Ethiopian tradition of the Ark is the most fully developed, the most institutionally embedded, and the most continuously practiced of all the traditions concerning the Ark's current location. It is not a single claim, but a whole world, a theology of covenant transmission, a dynastic mythology, a liturgical system, a series of architectural spaces, and a living community of faith, all organized around the central conviction that what Menelik I carried from Jerusalem to Africa was the ark that Moses built, and that it remains in Africa still. The scholars who have examined the claim most directly have not confirmed it. Edward Ullendorff's account of a medieval wooden box, empty inside, stands in the literature as the most specific external assessment available. The church has not been moved by that assessment. The guardian has not left his post. The tabots have continued their processions. The Kebra Nagast has continued to be read and studied and taught as a foundational text of Ethiopian Christian identity. Abu al-Makarim's 12th century reference stands in the historical record as evidence that this claim was already old when the text that codified it was still being translated from one ancient language to another. What the tradition holds, in the end, is not a simple factual assertion that can be confirmed or denied by examining an object in a treasury. It holds something larger and more durable than that, a complete account of why the ark came to Ethiopia, by what lineage, and by what divine arrangement, and what its presence there means for the community that has kept it and kept faith with it across so many centuries. That account will not be settled in these pages. It has not been settled in the centuries of scholarship and debate that preceded them. What can be said is that no tradition concerning the ark's fate has been more fully articulated, more deeply institutionalized, or more continuously alive than this one. It is the tradition of the son of Solomon, of the city of Axum, and of a church that has organized its entire liturgical and spiritual life around the conviction that the most sacred object in the ancient world came to rest, a very long time ago, in the highlands of Africa, and has not moved since. That is what the Ethiopian tradition holds. It holds it calmly, and it holds it firmly, and it has been holding it for a very long time. The empty box. In the highlands of northern Ethiopia, in the ancient city of Axum, there stands a treasury building near the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion. Inside that building, according to the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, rests the Ark of the Covenant itself, the gilded acacia chest that once stood in the Holy of Holies of Solomon's Temple in Jerusalem, carried southward across centuries and continents to find its final resting place in this high and quiet country. The Church does not offer this as legend, it offers it as fact, and has done so for a very long time. The claim is not a modern one. Abu al-Makarim, writing in the last quarter of the 12th century, already recorded that the Abyssinians possessed the Ark of the Covenant and described the liturgy celebrated upon it 4 times a year on the feasts of the Nativity, the baptism, the resurrection, and the illuminating cross. The text known as the Kebra Nagast, composed in some earlier language and translated into Ge'ez in 1321, provides the fullest account of how the ark came to Ethiopia. According to that narrative, the ark was brought to the country by Menelik I, the son of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, who carried it away from Jerusalem with divine assistance, leaving behind a forgery in the temple, so that the priests would not immediately know what had been taken. The claim was already old before the Kebra Nagast gave it its most celebrated form. Replicas of the tablets said to be contained within the ark, known as tablets, are kept in every Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo church across the country. Each tablet is housed in its own Holy of Holies, each dedicated to a particular saint. The practice runs to the roots of Ethiopian Christianity, and the veneration it represents is not separable from the belief that the original ark is present in Axum, guarded in its treasury, available to none but the guardian appointed to watch over it. That guardian does not admit visitors. The ark itself is not displayed. The treasury is not open to examination. The Ethiopian Church's position is that the object's presence is attested by those who have sworn their lives to its protection, and that no further demonstration is required or appropriate. This is a position of immense spiritual confidence, and it has sustained itself across centuries of inquiry, skepticism, and occasional outright challenge. It does not depend on external verification, and it does not seek it. There is, however, at least one recorded instance in which an outside observer did examine an object held at Axum and describe what he found. That observer was Edward Ullendorff, formerly a professor of Ethiopian studies at the University of London, a scholar of considerable standing in the field. In 1941, during a period of remarkable access that the later protections around the treasury would not have permitted, Ullendorff examined the object held in the church in Axum. His assessment was not ambiguous. Reporting on what he had seen, Ullendorff described the object as a wooden box, but empty, and assessed it as middle to late medieval construction of the kind fabricated at such times for such purposes. He did not describe the object as an ancient artifact from the Near Eastern Bronze Age. He described something made, in his professional estimation, many centuries after the period in which the original Ark of the Covenant would have been crafted, and he described it as containing nothing. It is worth pausing here, because Ullendorff's account sits in an unusual position relative to the Ethiopian Church's claim. He did not say there was no object at Axum. He said there was an object, and that the object was not what the Church said it was. This is a different kind of statement from a flat denial, and it leaves certain questions open even as it closes others. The Church has not, to the knowledge of outside scholars, responded directly to Ullendorff's account. Its position does not require engagement with assessments offered by those who lack spiritual authority over the matter. The institution that guards the Ark is the institution authorized to speak about it, and no examination by an outside scholar, however distinguished, falls within that authority. What can be said with care is this: the two accounts cannot both be fully correct. Either the object examined by Ullendorff in 1941 was the same object the Church identifies as the Ark of the Covenant, in which case his description raises serious questions about the authenticity of the Ethiopian claim, or the object he examined was not the central object of veneration, in which case his account addresses something other than what the Church means when it speaks of the Ark. The sources examined here do not resolve this. The contest between these positions is presented as it stands. Into this long-standing and carefully guarded situation came, in 1992, a British writer named Graham Hancock with a book entitled The Sign and the Seal. Hancock reported on the Ethiopian belief that the Ark had spent several years in Egypt before coming to Ethiopia by way of the Nile River, and that it had been kept on the islands of Lake Tana for approximately 400 years before being taken to Axum. His account drew on his own travels and investigations, and it addressed the Ethiopian tradition with a degree of sympathetic seriousness that distinguished it from simple dismissal. The book's reception among scholars was, however, pointed in its negativity. Archaeologist John Holliday of the University of Toronto described Hancock's theory in terms that left no room for diplomatic ambiguity, calling it garbage and hogwash. Edward Ullendorff, the same scholar whose 1941 examination of the Axum object had already placed him at the center of the controversy, said that he had wasted a great deal of time reading Hancock's book. These were not the measured reservations of scholars who found particular arguments unconvincing. They were expressions of comprehensive professional disbelief. It is worth noting that Ullendorff's dismissal of Hancock's book in 1992 came 51 years after his examination of the object at Axum in 1941. The same scholar who had seen the box and found it empty was also the scholar who found the most celebrated popular reconstruction of the Ethiopian tradition's origins to be without merit. His view was consistent across both encounters. The object at Axum was not the ancient ark, and the theory that reconstructed the ark's journey to Ethiopia was not credible. Hancock's reconstruction of the Ethiopian journey, as reported in his book, offered a detailed geographical account, the ark moving from Jerusalem into Egypt, then southward through the Nile corridor, arriving eventually at the islands of Lake Tana, where it remained for what his account described as about 400 years before the final journey to Axum. This is not the same account as the one found in the Kebra Nagast, which places the ark's removal from Jerusalem during the lifetime of Solomon and presents it as the work of his son Menelik I. Hancock's reconstruction drew on a different set of sources and arrived at a different narrative, though one that shared with the Kebra Nagast the conclusion that the ark is now in Ethiopia. The scholarly objections to Hancock's work were not confined to the specifics of his proposed route. They extended to the broader intellectual approach of taking Ethiopian tradition's conclusion, namely that the ark is in Axum, and working backward to construct a plausible history for how it arrived there. This method, critics suggested, inverted the proper direction of historical inquiry. It began with the destination and assembled a route to reach it, rather than following the evidence from its beginning to wherever it led. Holliday's dismissal and Ullendorff's impatience both gestured, in their abruptness, at this underlying methodological objection, even if neither man articulated it in precisely those terms. The Ethiopian tradition does not need Hancock's route. It has its own account, older and more deeply embedded in the country's religious identity than any reconstruction a visiting writer might propose. It is a foundational text of a living tradition, and it speaks with the authority of something that has been believed, practiced, and defended across many generations. The question of whether that narrative corresponds to recoverable historical fact is a different question from the one the tradition itself is asking, and it is not clear that the tradition would recognize the distinction as relevant. The story of the Axum claim is, then, a story about the meeting of different kinds of knowledge and different kinds of authority. The Ethiopian Church holds the object under guard and attests to its presence by virtue of an unbroken chain of custodianship. Scholars like Ullendorff examine what they can access and report what they observe. Writers like Hancock synthesize disparate traditions into narratives that reach large audiences, but do not satisfy professional specialists. None of these activities is precisely answering the same question, and each proceeds as though the others were, at best, peripheral to the real matter. It is within this layered and unresolved situation that the events of June 2009 should be understood. On the 25th of June of that year, Abune Paulos, the Patriarch of the Orthodox Church of Ethiopia, made an announcement that reverberated well beyond Ethiopia. He stated that the following day he would announce to the world the unveiling of the Ark of the Covenant, which he said had been kept safe and secure in a church in Axum. The announcement was specific in its temporal claim. There would be a revelation, and it would come the next day. News of what the Patriarch had said spread rapidly through the international media, generating an unusual degree of attention from audiences who might not ordinarily have followed Ethiopian ecclesiastical news. He announced instead that he would not unveil it after all, but that he could attest to its current status. The precise content of that attestation, what he said about the ark's condition, location, or nature, is not recorded in the sources examined here. What is recorded is the structure of the 2 days, the announcement and then the retreat from it, the promise of revelation, followed by a statement of continued concealment accompanied by personal testimony. It would be easy to read the events of those 2 days as a simple reversal, a promise made and then broken, or as evidence that the Patriarch had exceeded what the tradition actually permitted him to disclose. But that reading may be too quick. The distinction, Abune Paulus drew was between unveiling and attesting, and that distinction is not trivial within the logic of the tradition he represented. To unveil would be to make the ark available to general view, to remove it from the sacred enclosure of its treasury and submit it to the scrutiny of the world. To attest is to speak from within the tradition about what that tradition knows. These are different acts, and the patriarch may have understood his retreat from the first as a clarification rather than a failure, a recognition that the appropriate form of witness was testimonial rather than exhibitory. The Ethiopian Church's position on the ark has never been that it can be proven to the satisfaction of outside observers by presenting the object for inspection. The Church's position is that it possesses the ark, that its guardians know this, and that the world may be informed of this fact without being granted access to the thing itself. Abune Paulus's attestation on the second day was consistent with that position. The announcement on the first day, whatever its precise origins, had generated expectations that the tradition was not designed to fulfill. Ullendorff's account and the patriarch's attestation thus sit at opposite ends of the same unresolvable encounter. Ullendorff examined an object and found it empty. The patriarch attested to a presence without revealing it. The Church maintains its claim with calm authority. Neither side has access to what the other would regard as conclusive evidence, and there is no obvious procedure by which such evidence could be produced. The tablets that stand in Ethiopian Orthodox churches across the country are not regarded as pretenders to the Ark status. They are understood as representations of the tablets contained within the original Ark, and they carry their own sanctity independently of the question of whether the Ark itself is in Axum. The tradition does not require the original object to be regularly present in order for the practice it has generated to remain alive. The Ark's most important function within Ethiopian Christian life may be the practice it has authorized rather than the object it designates, and that practice is vivid, widespread, and entirely independent of any external verification of the treasury's contents. This does not mean the object at Axum is unimportant to the tradition. The Church's insistence on the Ark's presence in that specific treasury under specific guardianship suggests that the physical object retains a significance that cannot be dissolved into pure symbolism. The guardian who spends his life watching over the treasury is not watching over a symbol, he is watching over something, and the Church is very clear that it knows what that something is. The question of what it actually is remains, by the nature of the situation, unanswerable from outside. The Church says the Ark is there. Graham Hancock proposed a journey that scholars found implausible. Abune Paulus announced a revelation that did not come. Each of these moments is genuine, and each is incomplete. The empty box that Ullendorff described in 1941 may be the same object the Church venerates, or it may not be. The tradition that has persisted in Axum for more than 8 centuries of documented reference does not depend on resolving that question, and the question itself does not resolve. What can be said is that the city of Axum has held this claim longer than most living institutions have held anything. The church built near the treasury carries the name of Our Lady Mary of Zion, a name that connects Axum explicitly to the Jerusalem from which, in the tradition's account, the ark was carried southward by the son of a king whose wisdom was legendary and whose temple was, for a generation, the center of the world. Whether or not the treasury contains what the church says it contains the weight of all that accumulated belief, the centuries of guardianship, the tabots carried in procession, the liturgies celebrated on the feast days that Abu al-Makarim recorded in the 12th century, the pilgrims, the prayers, and the quiet insistence of a tradition that has never found it necessary to prove itself to anyone. That insistence is itself a kind of answer, though not the kind that closes the question. The Ethiopian Church is not, in its own understanding, making a claim that requires external validation. It is reporting a fact that it knows through its own means. The scholars who question that fact are using different means, and the two sets of means are not obviously commensurable. Ullendorff's methods were those of a trained philologist and area studies specialist examining a physical object. The Church's methods are those of an institution that understands custodianship as a form of knowledge. Neither method is, in its own domain, obviously wrong. They are simply looking for different things, and finding what their methods permit them to find. The empty box, if that is what it is, sits inside a treasury in Axum, guarded by a man who will not leave it until he dies and passes his responsibility to another. Outside the treasury, the debate continues in the way that debates about sacred objects always continue, with energy, with genuine scholarly disagreement, with occasional popular sensation, and with the persistent, undisturbed silence of the thing itself, whatever it may be. The Kebra Nagast remains, whatever the historical arguments about the object at Axum, one of the most remarkable accounts of the ark's fate ever composed. Its narrative of Menelik I and the divine removal of the ark from Solomon's temple is told with literary power and theological confidence, and it has shaped Ethiopian Christianity in ways that reach far beyond the question of whether an ancient artifact is or is not present in a specific building in a specific northern Ethiopian city. The tradition the Kebra Nagast encodes is larger than the object it describes, and it would survive, though perhaps in altered form, even if the object were conclusively shown to be something other than what the Church believes it to be. Abune Paulus's 2 days in June 2009 are perhaps the most vivid recent illustration of the peculiar difficulty that the Axum claim presents to anyone who tries to hold it steadily in view. The announcement invited the world to expect something that 8 centuries of tradition had never permitted. The retreat the following day restored the tradition's customary posture, present but unseeable, known but not shown, guarded but not displayed. Between those 2 days lies the whole unresolved territory of the Axum claim, the region where faith and scholarship approach each other closely enough to register the other's presence, but not closely enough to touch. It is inhabited by the living practice of millions of Ethiopian Christians, by the scholarly debates that have continued in various forms since at least Ullendorff's 1941 examination, by the persistent interest of writers like Hancock who approach the tradition from outside and find in it materials for grand reconstruction, and by the quiet, unmoved certainty of the Church itself, which has been saying the same thing for a very long time and shows no sign of saying anything different. The treasury stands. The guardian watches. The question persists. The box, empty or otherwise, remains where it has been, inside the walls of a building, in a highland city, in a country where the memory of Solomon's son is kept as close and as present. There is a people in southern Africa who have carried a secret for longer than most nations have existed. They call themselves the Lemba, and they live today across Zimbabwe, South Africa, Malawi, and Mozambique. They are a people of mixed Bantu and Yemeni ancestry, and their oral traditions, maintained with considerable consistency across generations and across the distances that separate their communities, speak of an origin far from the continent on which they now live. They speak of a city across the sea. They speak of priests. They speak of an object so holy that those who touched it without authority would be consumed by the fire of God. They call that object the ngoma lungundu. The phrase translates, in the Lemba understanding, as the drum that thunders, or the voice of God. Both translations point toward the same quality, something that speaks with a power that is not human, something that announces itself through force rather than through words. The ngoma was not a passive repository of sacred significance, the way a relic might be kept in a reliquary and venerated at a distance. It was, in the Lemba tradition, active. It made itself known. It moved through the world with consequences. And those consequences were felt most immediately by anyone who approached it without the authority to do so. The nature of that authority was strictly defined. The ngoma was guarded exclusively by the male members of the Buba clan's hereditary priesthood. This was not a matter of preference or custom that might be relaxed under particular circumstances. It was an absolute restriction, one that the Lemba maintained with a seriousness that had practical as well as spiritual dimensions. Other Lemba, meaning those who were not members of the appropriate priestly lineage, feared that if they were to touch the ngoma, they would be struck down by the fire of God that would erupt from the object. The fear was not abstract or notional. It was a kind of fear that shapes behavior, the kind that does not require regular enforcement, because the consequences of violation were understood to be immediate and catastrophic. The object itself was carried on poles, inserted through rings attached to each of its sides. It was not to touch the ground. When the Lemba travelled, and the oral tradition insists that they travelled far and for a very long time, the ngoma travelled with them, borne at a careful height, kept from contact with the earth beneath it, maintained in a state of ritual separation from the ordinary world through which it passed. The priests who carried it were the only members of the community who were permitted to draw near, and even they approached with an awareness of the object's power that did not diminish with familiarity. The ngoma was carried into battles. It was revered as the voice of their god. And it was, in the Lemba understanding, approximately the same size as the object described in the book of Exodus as the Ark of the Covenant. These parallels are not incidental. The Lemba themselves have always understood the ngoma as the Ark. Their oral tradition is explicit on this point. The ngoma lungundu is the biblical Ark of the Covenant made by Moses, carried by their ancestors southward from the ancient world into the heart of Africa. The claim is not framed as a possibility or a resemblance. It is framed as a statement of identity, as a fact known through oral transmission across many generations, as something their ancestors experienced and passed forward as one of the most important pieces of knowledge a community could hold. The Lemba have maintained this claim in the face of considerable skepticism, and they have maintained it without apparent anxiety, as people tend to maintain things they know to be true. The tradition holds that the ngoma, after long years of carrying and conflict and the slow wearing of time, exploded approximately 700 years ago. This is understood not as a catastrophic loss, but as an event within the ngoma's own history, a moment of terrible power, that the Lemba priests survived, and then responded to with the full weight of their priestly responsibility. Using a core from the original, the Lemba priests constructed a new ngoma. The replica they built was constructed from the remains of the object that had carried, in their understanding, the presence of God across seas and deserts and mountains and years. The replica is described in the sources as the oldest wooden object ever discovered in sub-Saharan Africa. It carries within it, in the Lemba tradition, the substance of the original. It is not a representation of something that no longer exists. It is a continuation, built from what survived. The account of the ngoma's explosion and reconstruction is one of the details that sets the Lemba tradition apart from many other claims about the Ark's fate. Most traditions speak of the Ark as something that was hidden, carried away intact, preserved in a chamber, or translated whole into a different keeping. The Lemba tradition speaks of something that was powerful enough to destroy itself under certain conditions, and of a priestly community capable and authorized to rebuild it from its own remains. This is a tradition that has integrated the possibility of destruction into its account of preservation, and it gives the ngoma a different kind of historical texture than the intact, time-preserved relics of other traditions. The object that resulted from the priest's work was not identical to what had been lost. It was a descendant, built from a core, carrying the lineage of the original forward in a new material form. Academic attention to the Lemba tradition, and to the ngoma in particular, intensified considerably in the last decades of the 20th century and the early years of the 21st, largely through the work of a British scholar named Tudor Parfitt. Parfitt was born in Porth, Wales in 1944 and trained in Hebrew and Arabic before building an academic career focused on Jewish and Judaizing communities around the world. He served as a professor of modern Jewish studies at the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London, where he founded the Centre for Jewish Studies, and in time became one of the foremost scholars of marginal and dispersed Jewish communities globally. His interests were not confined to European or Near Eastern Jewry, but extended to Jewish and Jewish-adjacent communities in Africa, Asia, and the Americas, groups whose claims to Jewish identity and ancestry had received relatively little scholarly attention. It was in this context that he came to the Lemba. Parfitt's engagement with the Lemba began seriously in the early 1990s when he undertook a 6-month journey across Africa that was documented in his 1992 book Journey to the Vanished City. That journey led him into contact with the Lemba's oral traditions, their religious practices, and their insistence on a non-African origin. He was struck, as he later described in various accounts, by certain features of Lemba practice that seemed to him distinctively Semitic rather than generically African. The Lemba observed strict dietary laws derived from the books of Leviticus and Deuteronomy. They practiced ritual slaughter of animals, which Parfitt identified as a Middle Eastern practice rather than a characteristically African one. They maintained endogamous marriage practices, discouraging unions between Lemba and non-Lemba. They observed a weekly holy day, buried their dead facing north toward Jerusalem, and placed stones on tombs at funerals. These practices had parallels with both Jewish and Islamic tradition, and the overlap between the two was itself a clue to the Lemba's complex origins. A community that had carried forward practices from an ancient Semitic world in which the boundaries between what would later become Judaism and Islam had not yet been drawn with clarity. It was in a subsequent edition of Journey to the Vanished City that Parfitt traced the Lemba's origins to a specific location, the ancient city of Senna in the Hadramaut region of what is now Yemen. The Lemba themselves, as an endonym, call themselves Sina, understanding this word to refer to their city of origin. Their oral tradition holds that the ngoma was brought from a place called Sina, and the correspondence between this oral memory and the ancient town of Sana'a in the easternmost portion of the Hadramaut was one of the threads Parfitt followed as he attempted to reconstruct the community's trajectory. The Hadramaut is a region of coastal and inland Yemen with a long history of trade and migration, a place where goods and people moved through ancient networks that connected the Arabian Peninsula to East Africa, to India, and to the broader world of Indian Ocean commerce. That a community of Semitic origin, bearing a sacred object and specific priestly customs, might have made its way from such a place into Africa was, on these terms, not implausible as a matter of historical geography. Parfitt also turned to genetics to supplement the oral record. In 1996, and in subsequent years, he organized Y-DNA studies of Lemba males. The results were striking. The analyses established a paternal West Asian origin for a majority of the Lemba male population. Y-DNA haplogroup analysis showed that a substantial proportion of Lemba men carried genetic markers associated with Semitic-speaking populations in Western Asia. Most notably, a study by Thomas and colleagues in 2000 found that 50% of the males in the Buba clan, the same clan whose hereditary priesthood guarded the ngoma, carried the Cohen modal haplotype, a genetic marker that among Jews is most prevalent in the Kohanim, the hereditary priestly class. That proportion was higher than the corresponding figure in the general Jewish population. For Parfitt, and for many in the Lemba community, this was scientific confirmation of something the oral tradition had always maintained, that the Lemba's priestly guardians were descended, in the male line, from an ancient priestly ancestry that was not African in origin. The genetic picture is, however, more complex than any single study suggests, and it is contested. A later analysis by Himla Sudiol in 2013 observed that the non-African Y chromosome component in the Lemba was substantial, but concluded through higher resolution analysis that Y chromosomes typically linked to Jewish ancestry were not detected at that resolution. Sudiol's study suggested that Arab traders, known to have established long-distance trade networks along the western rim of the Indian Ocean from approximately 900 CE onward, were more likely linked to the ancestry of the non-African founding males of the Lemba. This does not contradict the finding of West Asian paternal ancestry. It contests the more specific interpretation that the ancestry is Jewish rather than Arab, and it shifts the probable origin from an ancient Israelite priestly community to a community of medieval Arab merchants. The two positions, Thomas and colleagues on one hand and Sudiol on the other, draw different conclusions from different levels of genetic resolution, and neither is presented here as definitive. What the genetic studies confirm without serious dispute is that the Lemba's male ancestors were not exclusively sub-Saharan African. Something came from outside the continent, carried in the Y chromosomes of the men who became the Lemba's founding paternal lineage. Whether that something was Jewish, Arab, or some combination of identities that the modern categories do not capture cleanly is a question the genetics has not yet settled to universal satisfaction, and the oral tradition does not regard the question as open at all. The Lemba know who their ancestors were. The science is still working out how to describe what the tradition has always known, or believed it has always known. The similarities between the ngoma, as the Lemba describe it, and the biblical Ark of the Covenant, as described in the Hebrew Bible, are worth setting out with some care, because Parfitt's central argument rests on their accumulation. The biblical Ark was a chest of specific dimensions, approximately 41 by 79 by 79 centimeters, made of acacia wood and overlaid with gold, carried on poles inserted through rings on its sides, never to be touched by those without priestly authority, revered as the seat of God's presence, and used as a cultic and military object by the Israelites during their wandering in the desert and their campaigns in Canaan. The ngoma, as described in Lemba oral tradition, was of similar size, was carried on poles inserted through rings attached to its sides, was never allowed to touch the ground, was guarded exclusively by a hereditary male priesthood, was revered as the voice of their god, and was carried into battle where it was understood to function as a weapon of great power. The structural, functional, and custodial parallels are extensive, and Parfitt's argument is that they are too extensive and too specific to be the product of coincidence or of general cultural borrowing. He went further than the parallels, however. In his 2008 book, The Lost Ark of the Covenant, published by HarperCollins, Parfitt proposed a specific account of how the object that became the ngoma might have travelled from the ancient Near East to southern Africa. A central element of this account involved a distinction he found in rabbinic sources between two arks of the covenant, one the ceremonial ark, covered in gold, which was placed in the Holy of Holies of Solomon's temple, the other a simpler object, an ark of war, carved from wood by Moses. Parfitt proposed that it was this second, simpler ark, rather than the golden ceremonial ark of the temple, that was carried by the Lemba's priestly ancestors as they migrated southward. He cited Islamic sources in suggesting that Jews may have carried this object across the Jordan River and then moved it progressively southward while under the rule of Arab tribes, eventually bringing it to Arabia. The Lemba's own oral tradition holds that the ngoma was brought from the place they call Senna, which Parfitt identified with Senna in the Hadramaut of Yemen, and in his book he also cited Arabic sources that maintained the ark was brought to Yemen in ancient times. From Yemen, in the Lemba account, the object was carried across the sea to East Africa, and from East Africa it was taken inland, moving southward through the continent over generations, carried by the Lemba's priestly guardians as the community itself migrated and dispersed. This proposed route, from Jerusalem through Arabia and Yemen, across the sea to East Africa, and then southward to the region that is now Zimbabwe and South Africa, is a hypothesis rather than an established historical account. No direct archaeological or documentary evidence corroborates each step of the journey independently. The sources note that many people regard the story as far-fetched. Parfitt's argument depends on a combination of the oral tradition's internal consistency, the genetic evidence of West Asian male ancestry, the structural and functional parallels between the ngoma and the biblical ark, and the historical plausibility of the migration routes he proposes. Each of these is a thread, and the argument is that the threads, taken together, constitute something stronger than any of them separately. Critics would say the threads are individually weak, and that their combination does not produce certainty. Parfitt would say that certainty is not what the evidence offers, but that the convergence of multiple independent lines of evidence is more than coincidence requires. The Lemba's oral tradition about the ngoma's journey includes a stopping point that has attracted particular attention. The tradition holds that the ark spent time in a place the Lemba calls Senna, which Parfitt linked to the ancient city of Sanor in the Hadramaut region of Yemen. Parfitt travelled to this region as part of his research. In a subsequent edition of Journey to the Vanished City, he described his discovery of the ancient city and its possible connection to the Lemba's remembered origin. The Hadramaut is not an easy place to reach or to work in, and Parfitt's willingness to follow the oral tradition to its geographical implications rather than treating them as purely figurative gave his work a character that distinguished it from purely desk-based scholarship. He was described by some commentators as a British Indiana Jones, a nickname that captured something of his approach without quite capturing its intellectual seriousness. His work on the Lemba was not adventure travel dressed as scholarship. It was scholarship that happened to require travel, and the distinction matters. A 2001 study comparing Lemba Y chromosome markers with those of men from the Hadramaut in Yemen found significant similarities between the two populations. This was consistent with Parfitt's identification of the Hadramaut as the Lemba's probable point of origin, though the study also found that the population of Sina, Yemen, was relatively recent, meaning that the Lemba and the present inhabitants of that area would not have shared common ancestors in any direct sense. The genetic trail pointed to the broader Hadramaut region rather than to the specific town, and it pointed to a period of divergence that placed the shared ancestry well before the modern population of the area came into being. The Lemba had, it seemed, come from somewhere in that region at some point, far enough in the past that both populations had since changed considerably. This is consistent with a migration of some antiquity, which is precisely what the oral tradition claims. The oral tradition of the Lemba records the ngoma's journey in terms that are not primarily geographical. The geography is implied by the sequence of places the tradition names, but the tradition is most vivid on the qualities of the object and the obligations it imposed on those who carried it. The priests who guarded the ngoma were defined by that guardianship. The Buba clan's identity was organized around its priestly responsibility to the object. To be a member of the Buba clan was, among other things, to carry the knowledge that your ancestors had been entrusted with something of ultimate importance, and that this entrustment had been passed forward through the male line to you. The ngoma was not merely an object the Lemba happened to have. It was the center around which a specific form of priestly identity had been organized for as long as the tradition could reach. The oral tradition's account of the ngoma's end, the explosion approximately 700 years ago, is told as a moment of both destruction and transformation. The object that had been carried southward from the ancient world, that had thundered in battle and been kept from touching the ground and guarded by priests who alone had authority to approach it, was destroyed by its own power, and the priests who survived gathered what remained and rebuilt it. The replica they constructed from the original's core became, in their understanding, the object's continuation, not a copy or a substitute, but a descended form, carrying within it the substance of what had been. The oral tradition does not describe this event as a loss. It describes it as a passage, a transformation that preserved the essential through the destruction of the incidental. This account of the ngoma's explosion and reconstruction is one of the elements that the academic article by Magda Leroux, published in the Pharos Journal of Theology in 2021, addresses in its examination of the role of the ngoma lungundu in Lemba religious identity and practice. Leroux's work situates the ngoma within a broader analysis of Lemba and early Israelite religion, exploring the connections between the sacred drum of the ancestors, the role of stars as guides, and the relationship between the living and the dead in Lemba spiritual life. The article's framing reflects a recognition that the Lemba's religious world is not simply a transplanted version of ancient Israelite religion, but a living tradition that has integrated its ancestral inheritance with African religious forms and practices across many generations. The ngoma lungundu within that tradition is not a museum object. It is a presence, something that continues to matter to a community's understanding of itself and its relationship to the sacred. The journey of the ngoma from its origins in the ancient Near East to its eventual resting place in Africa was not, in the Lemba understanding, a secular migration. It was a sacred procession, one that the priests who conducted it understood themselves to be performing under divine obligation. The ngoma was carried because it had to be carried, because the priestly guardianship it demanded was not separable from the act of travel, because the object's power was not diminished by distance from the place it had originated and could not be left behind or abandoned without consequences that the tradition does not describe in detail but implies were terrible. The Lemba are a community that organized itself, in significant part, around the task of keeping the ngoma safe and moving it forward through time. That task has shaped who they are in ways that go beyond any single practice or belief. The route that Parfitt proposed, from Jerusalem through Arabia, across the sea to East Africa, and then southward through the continent, implies a journey of many centuries and many generations. No single person or generation carried the ngoma from the ancient Near East to the Dungaha Mountains of southern Africa. The spiritual home of the Lemba, where the tradition holds the Ark, was eventually hidden in a deep cave. The journey was the work of a priestly lineage, passed forward from father to son within the Buba clan, maintained across the changes of language and location and circumstance that attended the Lemba's long migration through the world. Each generation of priests received the ngoma from the generation before and passed it to the generation after, and the tradition they maintained was the thread that connected the object's ancient origin to its eventual concealment in the mountains of what is now Zimbabwe or South Africa, in a place that the Lemba hold as the center of their spiritual geography. The Dungaha Mountains are described in the Lemba oral tradition as the spiritual home of the people, the place to which the ngoma was ultimately carried, and in a deep cave within which it was hidden. The sources examined here do not specify the precise country with certainty, noting only that the Dungaha Mountains lie in the region of Zimbabwe and South Africa. What the tradition specifies is the act of concealment. The ngoma was taken to a deep cave, placed within it, and protected from the world that had required such effort and such sacrifice to carry it so far. The tradition does not describe the cave's location in terms that would permit a straightforward search. It describes a concealment that was intended to be permanent, or at least indefinite, a hiding undertaken by priests who understood that the object in their keeping was not something the world at large was prepared to receive. This act of concealment echoes, in its logic, several of the other traditions about the ark's fate that have been examined across this account. The prophet Jeremiah, in the second book of Maccabees, is described as hiding the ark in a cave on the mountain from which Moses saw the promised land, and blocking the entrance, and instructing his companions that the place would remain unknown until the time appointed for its revelation. King Josiah, in the Talmudic tradition, hid the ark beneath the temple or in underground chambers to protect it from the advancing Babylonians. The Lemba priests who carried the ngoma to the Dunga mountains were, in their tradition's logic, doing what priests have always done. With objects too sacred and too powerful to be left exposed to the ordinary world, they hid it, and they kept the knowledge of its hiding within the priesthood, and the mountain received the object and kept it. The Channel 4 documentary broadcast in the United Kingdom on the 14th of April 2008 brought Parfitt's account of the ngoma to a wide audience. In that documentary, Parfitt described his research into the Lemba's claim, laying out the parallels between the ngoma, as the Lemba understood it, and the biblical ark as described in the Hebrew Bible. The documentary's approach was consistent with Parfitt's broader argument that the Lemba tradition, supported by genetic evidence, by the structural parallels between the ngoma and the ark, and by the historical plausibility of the migration routes, deserved to be taken seriously as a potential trace of the ark's actual history. The documentary was also tied to the publication of Parfitt's book, The Lost Ark of the Covenant, which appeared in 2008 and set out the full argument in the detail that a broadcast could not accommodate. The academic response to Parfitt's work has been cautious. The genetic findings about the Lemba's West Asian male ancestry are taken seriously and have been replicated and refined across multiple studies. The parallels between the ngoma and the biblical ark are acknowledged as significant. The proposed route through Arabia and Yemen is treated as a hypothesis rather than a demonstrated fact. The two, ark theory, the idea that there was a ceremonial ark and a simpler ark of war, and that the ngoma is the descendant of the latter, is Parfitt's own proposal and is not independently corroborated by the sources examined here. The overall picture is one of a scholar who has assembled a genuinely interesting and carefully argued case from materials that are real and significant, but who has arrived at a conclusion that the evidence, taken individually, does not establish with certainty. The convergence of threads is suggestive. It is not proof, and Parfitt has not claimed that it is. What the Lemba tradition provides, independent of Parfitt's academic argument, is one of the most fully articulated accounts of the ark's fate to survive in any form. The Ethiopian Orthodox tradition offers an unbroken chain of custodianship, but does not offer examination. The Talmudic traditions offer a range of views about where the ark was hidden, but do not agree with one another. The account in 2 Maccabees points to a cave on Mount Nebo, but leaves the entrance blocked. The Lemba tradition offers something different, a living community, a genetic record that confirms a non-African male ancestry, a set of religious practices that are consistent across dispersed populations, an oral tradition that has been maintained with considerable consistency over generations, and a specific account of the object's construction, use, journey, explosion, reconstruction, and concealment. It is the most detailed surviving account of the ark as an object that was actually used, that wore out, that had to be repaired, that eventually destroyed itself and was rebuilt from its remains by the people responsible for it. Whether that account is a memory of the biblical ark, a parallel tradition that developed independently, or something between those possibilities, is a question that the available evidence does not settle. The Lemba themselves have no uncertainty about the answer. The ngoma lungundu was the Ark of the Covenant. Their ancestors carried it from the ancient world to the mountains of southern Africa. The priests of the Buba clan guarded it across generations and rebuilt it when it was destroyed. And the tradition that tells this story is not a legend invented for comfort or for status. It is the memory of something that happened, preserved in the form that communities without archives preserve their most important knowledge, in the mouths of those who know it and the hands of those who carry it forward. The Buba clan's oral tradition holds that they had a leadership role in bringing the Lemba out of Israel. This claim, embedded in the tradition that the genetic studies have done something to corroborate, places the Buba priests at the origin of the Lemba's journey, as well as at the center of their custodianship of the ngoma. They were not only the keepers of the object, they were the people who had, in the tradition's account, been responsible for the entire migration, for the decision to leave, for the direction of travel, for the preservation of the community through the long passage from the ancient world to the southern continent. The ngoma's guardianship and the community's leadership were, in this account, aspects of the same priestly authority, and both had been transmitted through the same hereditary line. The voice of God, as the Lemba understood it, was not a metaphor. The drum that thunders did not require its priests to explain it. It explained itself, or at any rate it had done so across the long centuries of the Lemba's journeying, and the tradition that described what it had done was the most intimate thing the community possessed. That tradition had been carried, like the ngoma itself, on poles inserted through rings, lifted clear of the ground, borne by priests who understood the weight of what they were holding. It had been brought across a sea, through a desert, along the eastern coast of Africa, and into the mountains of the south, and it had arrived, more or less intact, in the keeping of a people who had been displaced and dispersed and classified in various ways by the colonial world that encountered them, but who had never, in their own understanding, lost the essential thing, the knowledge of what they had carried and where it now rested and who they were because of it. The mountains hold the cave. The cave holds the object. The oral tradition holds the memory of both. And the Lemba, wherever they now live, hold the oral tradition, which is the oldest and most durable form of keeping that human communities have ever devised, and ancestry. There is a kind of knowledge that lives in the body, not in memory, not in language, not in the carved wood of a sacred object or the faded pages of a translated text, but in the microscopic architecture of the cell itself. For most of human history, that knowledge was inaccessible. It existed, accumulated across generations, but no instrument existed to read it. Then, in the final decades of the 20th century, the tools arrived, and when those tools were turned toward the Lemba people of southern Africa, the results became one of the more remarkable episodes in the long, unresolved story of the hunt for the Ark of the Covenant. The Lemba are an ethnic group currently residing in South Africa, Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe. Their oral traditions, maintained across uncounted generations, describe descent from ancient Semitic peoples who crossed the sea from a place called Senna, built cities, kept dietary laws, practiced ritual animal slaughter, and carried with them a sacred object they called the ngoma lungundu, which they understood to be the biblical Ark of the Covenant itself, or a vessel made from the remains of the original. These traditions were, for a long time, treated by outsiders as folklore, as the kind of origin myth that communities construct to explain their difference from those around them. The Lemba were distinguished from their neighbors by practices that seemed Semitic or Judaic in character, and they themselves had a name for their city of origin, one they used as an endonym, Senna. Whether the claim of descent from ancient Semitic peoples was a cultural memory, an aspiration, or something that could be traced in the actual biological record of the Lemba male population? That question became the central preoccupation of a period of scientific inquiry that lasted from the mid-1990s into the second decade of the 21st century, and which produced results that were at once striking, contested, and ultimately, like all the evidence in this long inquiry, incapable of final resolution. The scholar most closely associated with bringing scientific methods to bear on Lemba oral tradition was Tudor Parfitt, the British historian and adventurer born in Porth, Wales, on the 10th of October 1944, who held the position of Emeritus Professor of Modern Jewish Studies at SOAS, the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London, and who had spent decades studying Jewish and Judaizing communities in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Parfitt had first encountered the Lemba in the early 1990s, when he published his book Journey to the Vanished City in 1992, a work that arose from a 6-month journey through Africa and that traced what he believed were the origins of the Lemba to an ancient city called Senna in the Hadramaut region of Yemen. He had been struck, as he later described in interviews, by the extraordinary persistence of practices among the Lemba that seemed to point toward the Middle East rather than toward indigenous African traditions, the insistence on ritual animal slaughter, the dietary restrictions, the endogamous marriage practices, the prohibition on pork. Seeking more data to support or complicate what oral tradition and cultural observation suggested, Parfitt organized Y-DNA studies of Lemba males in 1996 and in later years. The choice of Y chromosome analysis was significant. The Y chromosome passes from father to son with relatively little change across generations, making it a reliable instrument for tracing patrilineal descent. The Lemba themselves maintained that their identity and their connection to the ancient world was carried through the male line, and their oral tradition named specific clans whose responsibilities had been passed down through that same patrilineal structure. To understand what those studies found, it is necessary to understand what researchers were looking for. Among populations identified as Jewish, and particularly among a subset of Jewish men known as Kohanim, a specific cluster of genetic markers on the Y chromosome had been identified and characterized. The Kohanim are the hereditary priestly class in Jewish tradition, understood to be descendants of Aaron, the brother of Moses. Their status passes from father to son, and their claimed biological continuity across thousands of years had long been a matter of religious assertion rather than scientific evidence. In the 1990s, researchers identified a particular pattern of Y chromosome markers that appeared at notably elevated frequency among men who identified as Kohanim, a pattern that came to be called the Cohen modal haplotype. The presence of this haplotype in a man's Y chromosome did not prove priestly descent, but its concentration among Kohanim made it a useful marker for investigating claimed connections to that lineage. The study conducted by Mark G.G. Thomas and colleagues in 2000 produced a finding that attracted international attention. Among the Lemba men tested, a substantial number carried Y chromosome markers associated with Semitic-speaking populations in Western Asia. The overall Y chromosome profile of the Lemba pointed toward a paternal West Asian origin for the majority of the male population, consistent with the claim of Middle Eastern ancestry, though the markers found were common to both Arab and Jewish populations from the region, rather than being exclusively associated with Jews. But it was one specific finding within that study that became the most widely cited result of all the Lemba genetic research. The Lemba are divided into clans, and one of those clans, the Buba, holds a particular position in Lemba oral tradition. As the oral history recounts, members of the Buba clan had a leadership role in bringing the Lemba out of Israel, and it was among the Buba that the male members of the hereditary priesthood responsible for guarding the ngoma lungundu were drawn. The ngoma was carried on poles, inserted through rings attached to its sides, and no Lemba, other than the appointed male guardians of the Buba priesthood, were permitted to approach it. Other Lemba feared that if they were ever to touch it, they would be struck down by the fire of God erupting from the object. The Thomas study found that 50% of the males in the Buba clan carried the Cohen modal haplotype. That figure was, according to the sources documenting it, a proportion higher than that found in the general Jewish population. The concentration of a genetic marker associated with the Jewish priestly lineage in the specific clan that Lemba oral tradition identified as the priestly guardians of their sacred object was, to many observers, a remarkable convergence of biological and cultural evidence. Tudor Parfitt, commenting on the findings, observed that it appeared that the Jewish priesthood had continued not only in the West, but also among the Lemba's priestly clan. The BBC reported that the discovery of the ngoma, combined with the genetic findings, instilled pride among many of the Lemba. Parfitt had also conducted a larger follow-up study in 2002, comparing additional Lemba subjects with males from South Arabia and Africa, as well as with Ashkenazi and Sephardi Jews, seeking to define more precisely where the non-African Y chromosome contribution to the Lemba male population might have originated. That study found significant similarities between the genetic markers of the Lemba and those of men from the Hadramaut region of Yemen, the same region where Parfitt had located the ancient city of Sina that Lemba oral tradition identified as their point of origin. It also found that the population of Sena, Yemen, was relatively recent in its formation, meaning that the Lemba and those present-day inhabitants of the region would not have shared common ancestors, a finding that complicated but did not eliminate the Yemen connection. There was also, in parallel, a growing body of evidence from other chromosomal analyses. Research published in 2011 found that a moderately high frequency of the Lemba sample studied carried Y DNA haplogroup T, which is also considered to be of Near Eastern origin. The Lemba carriers of this haplogroup belonged exclusively to the T1b subgroup, a variant that is rare, and which had not been found in Mizrahi Jewish populations of the Near East or North Africa at the time of that analysis. This added another layer to a picture that was becoming both more detailed and more difficult to interpret simply. It was against this background that a study by Himna Sudyol in 2013 introduced significant complication into what had threatened to become a settled narrative. Sudyol's high-resolution analysis found that the non-African Y chromosome component in the Lemba was substantial, somewhere between approximately 73.7 and 79.6%. That finding confirmed the broad conclusion of earlier studies: the Lemba male population had a substantial non-African paternal ancestry. What the higher-resolution analysis found, however, was that Y chromosomes typically linked to Jewish ancestry were not detected when a more precise method of examination was applied. The implications of that finding were significant. If the Y chromosomes in the Lemba male population were not characteristically Jewish at the level of resolution that Sudyol's 2013 study employed, then the earlier identification of the Cohen modal haplotype as evidence of specifically Jewish priestly descent required reassessment. The sources documenting the Sudyol findings present the conclusion that Arab traders, known to have established long-distance trade networks stretching thousands of kilometers along the western rim of the Indian Ocean, from what is now Mozambique in the south to the Red Sea in the north and beyond to India and China, are more likely to be linked with the ancestry of the non-African founding males of the Lemba. In a 2016 publication, Sudyol and Jennifer G.R. Kronberg noted that when blood groups and serum protein markers were used, the Lemba were indistinguishable from the neighbors among whom they lived, and the same was true for mitochondrial DNA, which represented the input of females in the gene pool. The Y chromosomes, which represented history through male contributions, showed the link to non-African ancestors. But when researchers attempted to identify the most likely geographic region of origin of those non-African Y chromosomes, the best that could be determined was to narrow it to the Middle Eastern region broadly. The two sets of findings, the Thomas study of 2000 with its striking Buba clan result, and the Sudyol study of 2013 with its higher resolution reassessment, represent a genuine scientific contest that the available sources do not resolve. Both were conducted with the methods available at the time of each study. Both bear on the question of whether the Lemba's claimed descent from ancient Jewish or Semitic peoples has a biological basis in the male line, and neither produces a clean answer. The earlier study found a marker associated with Jewish priestly lineage in exactly the clan that tradition designated as priestly guardians. The later study found that higher resolution analysis did not detect Y chromosomes typically linked to Jewish ancestry, suggesting instead a connection to Arab trading populations of the Western Indian Ocean world. This is where the factual record stands. It is worth pausing on what that record does and does not tell us, because the distinction matters for understanding how genetic evidence relates to the wider question of the ngoma lungundu and its connection to the biblical ark. What genetic Y chromosome analysis can establish is a picture of male ancestry across populations expressed in probabilities and statistical patterns rather than in individual certainties. It can identify which broadly defined geographic regions and population groups contributed to the male line ancestry of a contemporary people. It can, with sufficient resolution, identify specific genetic markers that appear at elevated frequency in one population and compare those frequencies across others. What it cannot do is establish, from the biological record alone, the identity or religious affiliation of specific individuals who lived 1, 2, or 3,000 years ago. A Y chromosome that is found at elevated frequency among men who today identify as Jewish Kohanim carries no label, identifying its origin as priestly, as Israelite, or as ancient. Its association with those identities is inferred from the contemporary distribution of its carriers and the oral and written traditions that those carriers have preserved. The inference may be well supported or poorly supported, but it remains an inference. The Lemba genetic studies were notable in part because they offered the possibility that a community's oral tradition about its own origins could be tested against biological evidence, and that the two might align. When the Thomas study appeared to show exactly that alignment, with a priestly genetic marker concentrated in the specifically designated priestly clan, it attracted substantial media attention and was widely described as scientific confirmation of the Lemba's claims. The subsequent Sudyol analysis complicated that picture without fully erasing it, showing that the question of specifically Jewish versus broadly Middle Eastern or Arab ancestry remained genuinely open at higher levels of genetic resolution. Parfitt's own response to the genetic evidence was characteristically careful. He had, from the beginning, framed the ngoma lungundu, not as certainly identical to the biblical Ark of the Covenant, but as a descendant of it, the closest descendant of the Ark that he knew of. He acknowledged that many people regarded the story as far-fetched and at the same time pointed to the oral traditions of the Lemba being backed up by science, by which he meant the genetic evidence of West Asian male ancestry that had been established by the earlier studies. The two ark hypothesis he proposed, which distinguished between a ceremonial gold-covered ark placed in the Holy of Holies and a simpler ark of war carved from wood by Moses and carried by its priestly guardians through the Jordan River and southward under Arab rule, was offered as the mechanism by which the biblical ark might have found its way into the keeping of a community that eventually became the Lemba. This hypothesis has not been independently corroborated by any other source in the available record, and it remains Parfitt's own construction. What the genetic research established with greater confidence than the specifically Jewish priestly connection was the broader picture of the Lemba as a people of genuinely mixed Bantu and Semitic ancestry, with their male line origins lying in the broad Middle Eastern or Arabian region rather than in sub-Saharan Africa. The Y chromosome data from both the earlier and later analyses agreed on this much, even as they disagreed on the specifics. The sources describe a paternal West Asian origin for the majority of the Lemba male population, while the matrilineal origins, traced through mitochondrial DNA, are exclusively from sub-Saharan Africa. The pattern is consistent with a small group of men from the Middle East or Arabian Peninsula establishing a community in southern Africa and fathering children with local women, a pattern entirely consistent with the movements of Arab traders across the Indian Ocean world in the period from roughly 900 CE onward. The broader academic discussion of Lemba identity, oral tradition, and the role of the ngoma lungundu has extended beyond genetics into the fields of theology, religious studies, and the history of religion. Magda Leroux's 2021 article in the Pharos Journal of Theology examines what Leroux describes as the experiential dimension of Lemba religion, exploring how guidance by stars, by ancestors, and by the ngoma lungundu plays a major role in the expression of Lemba and early Israelite religion, culture, and art. The article places Lemba tradition within a broader framework of how ancient communities, including early Israel, used oral transmission, collective memory, folklore, and literary expression to construct identity and preserve the sacred past. This framing is worth holding alongside the genetic evidence. The genetic studies approached the Lemba question by asking whether the biological record of the male population was consistent with the oral tradition of Middle Eastern origin. Leroux's approach, broadly consistent with a tradition in the study of religion that treats oral tradition and lived practice as primary sources rather than secondary approximations, asks instead what the tradition itself does in the life of the community, how it shapes identity, how it creates continuity with the past, and how the ngoma lungundu functions within a system of belief that encompasses ancestors, sacred objects, and spiritual guidance. These two approaches are not in conflict with each other. They are asking different questions, and the answers they produce operate at different levels. The Lemba people's oral tradition holds that the ngoma exploded approximately 700 years ago and was rebuilt by Lemba priests using a core from the original. The object that Parfitt claims to have discovered in a museum storeroom in Harare in 2007, which he described as the oldest wooden artifact in Zimbabwe and a descendant of the biblical ark, is understood within this tradition as a construction made from the remains of the original. Whether one regards that object as a descendant of the ark, as a sacred artifact of a community with ancient Semitic roots, or simply as a very old wooden object that has been the carrier of an extraordinary story, depends partly on what questions one is asking and partly on what one is prepared to conclude from the evidence available. The ngoma's own history within the institutional record of the 20th century adds its own layer of uncertainty. The object had last been exhibited publicly in 1949 by colonial officials in Bulawayo. It was subsequently taken to Harare for protection during the struggle for independence and was then, according to Parfitt, misplaced inside the museum. Sources give conflicting accounts of what happened next. One source states that the ngoma disappeared from the Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences in 2008. Another source states that it was put on display in the museum in February 2010 at a ceremony that included a celebration of both its history and the history of the Lemba. These accounts have not been reconciled in the available record, and the current status of the object remains unclear. What is not unclear is the significance of the genetic research to the broader question this series has been following across its many chapters. The hunt for the Ark of the Covenant has taken different forms across different centuries and different cultures. It has involved the careful parsing of ancient texts, the excavation of hills in Ireland, the examination of objects in Ethiopian church treasuries, the mapping of trade routes across the Indian Ocean, and the reading of oral traditions preserved across generations among a people in southern Africa. Each of these approaches has produced evidence of a kind, and each has produced uncertainty of a kind. The genetic studies of the Lemba male population are perhaps the most unusual instrument to be applied to any question in this long inquiry, in that they attempted to read the past, not from documents or artifacts, but from the bodies of living people. The result of applying that instrument was, like every other result in this inquiry, partial and contested. The earlier studies found striking alignment between genetic markers and oral tradition. The later study found that the alignment was less precise than it had appeared. Both findings were real, and neither was final. The sources that document this history note that the genetic evidence established a paternal West Asian origin for a majority of Lemba males, while leaving open the question of whether those West Asian origins were specifically Jewish, specifically Arab, or some combination of both across different periods of migration. There is something fitting about this outcome, if fitting is a word that belongs in a measured account of contested evidence. The question the Lemba tradition raises is not only whether the ngoma lungundu is descended from the biblical ark, it is also what it means to carry a sacred charge across thousands of miles and hundreds of years, to guard an object and maintain the traditions surrounding it through migrations, wars, and the disruptions of colonial rule, to arrive in the present moment as the guardians of something that may or may not be what the tradition says it is. The genetic evidence, in all its complexity, illuminates something about the biological origins of the men who maintained that guardianship. It does not illuminate, and perhaps cannot illuminate, what that guardianship means to the people who have lived it. It is worth returning, at the close of this chapter, to what the oral tradition itself says about the nature of the ngoma. The Lemba people's oral history holds that the ark exploded approximately 700 years ago and was rebuilt from its remains. The object Parfitt found was understood within that tradition as a construction made from what survived. It was carried on poles inserted through rings on its sides, exactly as the Hebrew Bible describes the carrying of the ark. It was guarded exclusively by the male members of a hereditary priesthood. It was not allowed to touch the ground. Other Lemba feared the fire of God that they believed erupted from it. It was revered as the voice of their god, and it was used as a weapon. Each of those details has a parallel in the Hebrew Bible's account of the original ark, the poles, the priestly guardians, the separation from ordinary contact, the association with the fire and the voice of God, the military function. Whether those parallels represent a continuous tradition reaching back to ancient Israel, or a tradition shaped and reshaped across centuries by the communities who maintained it, or some combination of the two that resists clean separation, is not a question the genetic evidence can settle. It is not a question any single kind of evidence can settle. What genetics offered, in the end, was confirmation that the Lemba male population carries within it the biological signature of migrations from the broad Middle Eastern region, a signature consistent with the oral tradition of Semitic origin, while remaining ambiguous about the specifics of Jewish or Arab ancestry. That confirmation was significant. It meant that the Lemba's claim to a non-African origin was not simply cultural aspiration. It had biological grounding. Whether that biological grounding extended to the specifically Jewish priestly lineage that the Cohen modal haplotype appeared to suggest in the Thomas study, or whether the Sudiol study's higher resolution finding of no specifically Jewish Y chromosomes pointed more accurately toward Arab trading ancestors, remained genuinely unresolved. The scientists who conducted these studies were asking a question about ancestry. The Lemba people who provided the DNA samples were carrying a question about identity and sacred custody that no laboratory test could fully answer. Those two questions are related, but they are not the same question. The Lemba call the ngoma lungundu the drum that thunders. They have been carrying that thunder, or the tradition of it, across a very long distance and a very long time. Whatever the blood contains, and whatever the laboratory finds when it reads what the blood contains, the tradition has endured. And the question of what the tradition is a tradition of, whether it is a memory of the Ark of the Covenant, or something that only came to resemble one, whether it is a continuous thread reaching back to the Holy of Holies in Jerusalem, or a story that converged with that memory across centuries of contact and exchange, remains, as it has always remained, the investigator. There is a particular kind of scholar who is not content to remain in the archive. Tudor Parfitt was born on the 10th of October 1944 in Porth, Wales, a small town in the Rhondda Valley, the son of a headmaster. He was educated at Loughborough Grammar School in Leicestershire, and in 1963 he spent a gap year with voluntary service overseas in Jerusalem, working with people who had been disabled, among them survivors of the Holocaust. That early encounter with the city where Solomon was said to have built his temple, and with people whose lives had been shaped by the deepest currents of Jewish history, seems to have set the direction of his working life. He returned to Britain and studied Hebrew and Arabic at the University of Oxford and at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He completed a doctorate at Oxford on the history of the Jews in Palestine and their relations with their Muslim neighbours, and he expanded that work for publication by the Royal Historical Society. The academic career that followed was unconventional in its range. In 1972, Parfitt was appointed as a lecturer in Hebrew language, literature and history at the University of Toronto. 2 years later, he moved to the Parkes Institute for the study of Jewish and non-Jewish relations at the University of Southampton. Shortly afterward, he took up a lectureship in modern Hebrew at the School of Oriental and African Studies in London, known as SOAS, where he would eventually become Emeritus Professor of Modern Jewish Studies and founding director of the Centre for Jewish Studies. He is a Fellow of the Royal Historical Society, a corresponding Senior Fellow of the Oxford Centre for Hebrew and Jewish Studies, and in 2012 he was appointed Distinguished Professor at Florida International University, later becoming Distinguished University Professor there in 2018. He has been described as a British historian, writer, broadcaster, traveller and adventurer, a specialist in Jewish communities and Judaizing communities around the world, particularly in Africa, Asia and the Americas. He has also been given a less formal title. His research into the Lemba people of southern Africa and his subsequent search for the ngoma lungundu earned him a popular nickname, the British Indiana Jones. It is worth pausing on that description, not to dismiss it, but to examine what it means. The film character whose name attaches to Parfitt is a romantic figure, a man who moves through the world with certainty and arrives at clean conclusions. Parfitt's actual work is more complicated than that, more patient, and more willing to hold contradictions in suspension. He has published over 100 articles and written, edited, or translated 32 books, which have been translated into 15 languages. His interests have taken him to the Jewish communities of Asia, to refusenic groups in the Soviet Union and Czechoslovakia, to the refugee camps along the border between Sudan and Ethiopia during Israel's operation, Moses, to the ancient Jewish community of Yemen, to Papua New Guinea, Madagascar, and Central and South America. The man whose name would eventually become associated with the search for the most famous lost object in biblical history was, before anything else, a scholar of marginal Jewish communities, of the way in which Jewish and Judaizing identities are formed, maintained, and sometimes invented at the edges of the world. His path toward the Ark of the Covenant began, like so many of the threads in his career, in Africa. In 1984, Parfitt was commissioned by the London-based minority rights group to write a report on the Ethiopian Jews who had fled their country, and he visited the refugee camps along the Ethiopian-Sudanese border at the time of Israel's Operation Moses, which rescued thousands of Ethiopian Jews and brought them to Israel. That work drew him into the study of African Judaism, and he would later describe himself as a pioneer of that field. His attention turned next to another African group with claimed Jewish origins, the Lemba people of South Africa and Zimbabwe. In 1992, he published Journey to the Vanished City, an account of his 6-month journey across Africa in search of the origins of the Lemba. That same year, the BBC broadcast a documentary called King Solomon's Tribe, produced by Julian Hale, which brought his research to a wider audience. The Lemba are an ethnic group residing across South Africa, Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe. Genetic studies of their Y-DNA have established a paternal West Asian origin for a majority of their male population, while their matrilineal origins are exclusively from sub-Saharan Africa. They maintain a set of practices and beliefs that have attracted sustained scholarly attention, among them dietary laws drawn from the books of Leviticus and Deuteronomy, the prohibition of certain animal flesh, ritual animal slaughter, male circumcision, the discouragement of marriage outside the community, and burial practices oriented toward the north. What drew Parfitt to them specifically was their oral tradition concerning a sacred object, an object they called the ngoma lungundu. The Lemba speak of the ngoma lungundu as the drum that thunders, as the voice of God. Their oral history holds that their ancestors carried this object southward from a place called Senna, eventually hiding it in a deep cave in the Dungehe Mountains, the spiritual home of the Lemba people. The ngoma, according to Lemba tradition, was of similar dimensions to the biblical ark, was carried on poles by a hereditary priesthood, was not permitted to touch the ground, was revered as a voice of their god, and was used as a weapon of great power in battle. Only the male members of its hereditary priesthood, drawn from the Buba clan, were permitted to approach it. Other Lemba feared that if they touched it they would be struck down by the fire of God that would erupt from the object. It was carried on poles inserted through rings attached to its sides. These attributes, taken together, struck Parfitt as too specific and too consonant with the biblical description of the ark to be dismissed. In his later work he would describe the ngoma as carrying attributes similar to the ark, similar size, carried on poles by priests, not allowed to touch the ground, revered as the voice of their god, used as a weapon. That description was given to a Channel 4 documentary audience in the United Kingdom on the 14th of April 2008, when Parfitt's research was broadcast as Quest for the Lost Ark, directed by Martin Kemp, also aired on the History Channel. But the intellectual groundwork had been laid over the preceding decade and more. In a subsequent edition of Journey to the Vanished City, Parfitt traced the origins of the Lemba to the eastern end of the Hadramaut in Yemen, where he believed he had found the ancient city of Sena and the possible origins of the tribe in some migrating Jewish traders. The Lemba themselves, in certain oral traditions, use Sena as their name for their city of origin, with some accounts identifying that city as Sana'a, an ancient town in the easternmost portion of the Hadramaut. Following leads from 8th century accounts of the Ark in Arabia, Parfitt learned of a settlement by that name in present-day Yemen. His book, The Lost Ark of the Covenant, published in 2008 by HarperCollins, also suggests that the Ark was taken to Arabia following the events depicted in the second book of Maccabees, and cites Arabic sources maintaining that it was brought to Yemen in distant times. To test the claims embedded in Lemba oral tradition, Parfitt organized Y-DNA studies of Lemba males in 1996 and in subsequent years. The results that emerged from those studies have been widely discussed. A study by Amanda Spurdle and Trevor Jenkins in 1996 established that the Lemba are paternally most closely related to Semitic-speaking populations in Western Asia. A subsequent study by Mark Thomas and colleagues in 2000 revealed that a substantial number of Lemba men carry a particular haplotype of the Y chromosome known as the Cohen modal haplotype, a genetic marker associated with the Jewish priestly lineage, the Kohanim. Among Jews, that marker is most prevalent among the Kohanim, the hereditary priests. Among the Lemba's Buba clan, whose oral tradition holds that they had a leadership role in bringing the Lemba out of Israel, 50% of males were found to carry the Cohen marker, a proportion higher than that found in the general Jewish population. Parfitt noted at the time that it appeared the Jewish priesthood had continued, not only in the West, but also among the Lemba's priestly clan. The picture is, however, not without complication, and the factual record requires that both sides of a contested finding be presented. A later study conducted by Himla Sudyal in 2013 found that while the non-African Y component in the Lemba is between approximately 73.7 and 79.6%, Y chromosomes typically linked to Jewish ancestry were not detected through higher resolution analysis. Sudyal's conclusion was that Arab traders, known to have established long-distance trade networks along the western rim of the Indian Ocean from approximately 900 CE, are more likely linked with the ancestry of the non-African founding males of the Lemba. The genetic record, then, establishes a clear West Asian paternal ancestry for the Lemba without definitively resolving whether that ancestry is more specifically Jewish or Arab. Both positions remain live in the scholarly literature. In his intellectual approach to the ngoma, Parfitt drew on a distinction that he found in rabbinic sources. He observed that those sources maintain a tradition of two arks of the covenant, one the ceremonial ark covered in gold, which was eventually placed in the Holy of Holies in the first temple, the other a simpler object, an ark of war carved from wood by Moses. Parfitt proposed that the ark of war may have been taken by Jews across the Jordan River, and, citing Islamic sources, suggested that they perhaps carried it as they migrated southward while under the rule of Arab tribes. The Lemba claimed to have brought their ngoma from Arabia at some point in the past, and Parfitt saw in that tradition a possible echo of this hypothesized migration. It should be said plainly that this two-ark hypothesis is Parfitt's own. No other source in the documents available for this account independently corroborates the theory that a distinct ark of war existed alongside the ceremonial ark and followed the route Parfitt describes. It remains his hypothesis, constructed from a reading of rabbinic material and filtered through years of fieldwork among the Lemba. It is presented here for what it is, a scholar's proposition, not an established conclusion. The ngoma itself, according to Lemba oral tradition, has a history that includes destruction and reconstruction. The oral record holds that it exploded approximately 700 years ago and was rebuilt by Lemba priests using a core from the original. The resulting object, the one carried forward through the centuries, is described in the sources as the oldest wooden object ever discovered in sub-Saharan Africa, a description that Parfitt and others have applied to it. After its last known public exhibition in 1949, when colonial officials displayed it in Bulawayo, the ngoma was taken to Harare for protection during Zimbabwe's struggle for independence, and was subsequently misplaced inside the museum, according to Parfitt. It is here that the account takes on the quality that attaches to so many stories in the long history of searches for the Ark. An object that is significant is reported, then vanishes, then is found again under unexpected circumstances, only to vanish once more. The ngoma's history inside the Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences is itself a small illustration of the larger problem that defines any inquiry into the Ark's whereabouts. Things disappear. Records are incomplete. Timelines conflict. The documentary record of the ngoma's earlier history carries its own uncertainties. The Wikipedia article on the ngoma lungundu states that Harold von Sickard, a Swedish-German missionary, recounted discovering the ngoma in a Zimbabwean cave in 1952 and later relocating it to a museum in Bulawayo. The Wikipedia article on the Ark of the Covenant, drawing on different material, places von Sickard's discovery of the replica artifact in the 1940s. These two dates cannot both be correct, and the sources do not resolve the discrepancy. Both accounts are recorded here, and neither is preferred. A researcher named Pieter W. Van Heerden subsequently detailed the ngoma's existence in a Soutpansberg cave, specifically in the Tishiendolu area near Zata I, within the former Venda region of South Africa, doing so 7 years after von Sicard's account as given in the Ngoma Lungundu article, placing that record at approximately 1959. What Parfitt claims to have done in 2007 was to locate the ngoma inside the Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences in Harare, having found it in a museum storeroom. He described the object as an ancient copy of the original ngoma, and believed it to be the oldest wooden artifact in Zimbabwe. The BBC reported at the time that the discovery instilled pride among many of the Lemba. In 2010, Parfitt was invited to address a symposium in Harare on the subject, attended by the cabinet and the vice president. The ngoma was put on display in the Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences in February 2010, accompanied by a celebration of both its history and the history of the Lemba people. What happened next is another point at which the sources diverge and cannot be reconciled. The Wikipedia article on the Lemba people states that in 2008 the ngoma disappeared from the Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences. The Wikipedia article on the ngoma lungundu states that it was put on display in the museum in February 2010. Whether these two statements describe the same object at different moments in a sequence, or whether they reflect different and incompatible accounts of the object's history, cannot be determined from the available sources. The present account records both positions without resolving them, because honesty requires no less. Parfitt's own words about the ngoma, as reported by the Wikipedia article on the Lemba people, are worth pausing on. He said that the ngoma was possibly built from the remains of the original ark, and described it as the closest descendant of the ark that we know of. He acknowledged the skepticism directly, noting that many people say the story is far-fetched, before adding that the oral traditions of the Lemba have been backed up by science. That formulation, frank about opposition while resting its case on genetic evidence, captures something of the intellectual position Parfitt occupies. He is not claiming to have found the ark itself. He is claiming to have found an object whose history, whose physical attributes, whose provenance within a community, whose genetic ancestry points toward the ancient Near East, makes it the most plausible surviving descendant of the biblical original that any researcher has yet brought to light. The 2008 book that documented these findings, The Lost Ark of the Covenant, was published by HarperCollins and represents the fullest statement of Parfitt's position. It grew from a career that had moved through Hebrew studies, through fieldwork in Soviet-era Czechoslovakia and among the Jewish communities of Asia, through the refugee camps of East Africa and the ancient cities of Yemen, to arrive finally at a museum storeroom in Harare and an object made of old wood. The book's argument draws together threads from many different traditions: the biblical account of the ark's construction and use, the rabbinic literature on its fate after the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem, Arabic sources connecting the ark to Yemen, and the oral tradition of the Lemba people, now supported, in Parfitt's reading, by genetic science. It is useful to set that argument within the broader landscape of ark scholarship, not to diminish it, but to locate it accurately. The question of what happened to the ark after the destruction of Solomon's temple in 587 or 586 BCE has generated more competing traditions than almost any other question in biblical archaeology. Jewish tradition alone contains multiple irreconcilable answers. The Talmud in Yoma suggests the ark was removed from the temple toward the end of the First Temple era, and the Second Temple never housed it. One Talmudic view holds that Nebuchadnezzar carried it to Babylon. Another holds that King Josiah hid it in anticipation of the temple's destruction, either in the temple itself or in underground tunnels that Solomon had reportedly designed for that purpose. A tradition associated with Maimonides and the Radak elaborates this view, suggesting that Solomon designed tunnels beneath the temple specifically to safeguard the ark against future conquest. The second book of Maccabees, written around 100 BCE, states that the prophet Jeremiah, warned by God before the Babylonian invasion, carried the tent of meeting and the ark to a cave on the mountain from which Moses saw the promised land, a mountain identified as Mount Nebo in present-day Jordan, and blocked the entrance. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church maintains that the Ark was brought to Ethiopia by Menelik I, the son of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, with divine assistance, while a forgery was left in the temple in Jerusalem. The Lemba tradition, in which Parfitt became so deeply invested, is itself one strand within this proliferating set of claims, not the only alternative to the Ethiopian account, but a different path through the same historical darkness. The Ethiopian claim has its own complications, which belong to a later chapter of this documentary. For the present, it is enough to note that the scholar Edward Ullendorff, a former professor of Ethiopian studies at the University of London, examined the object held in the church at Axum in 1941 and described it, according to the Wikipedia article on the Ark, as a wooden box that was empty and of middle. To late, medieval construction, fabricated for the purpose. That description flatly contradicts the Ethiopian Orthodox Church's assertion that the Ark of the Covenant is currently housed in Axum, kept under guard in a treasury near the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion. Both positions are on record. Neither has been resolved. Parfitt's approach to the problem differs from the Ethiopian tradition not only in its conclusion but in its method. He is not defending a theological claim handed down through a church. He is a historian trained in philology, genetics, and field research, working outward from the Lemba's oral tradition, testing it where he can against external evidence, following it where the evidence leads. His career before the ngoma was already distinguished by a willingness to go to uncomfortable places, in the literal sense as well as the intellectual one. He was arrested by Syrian secret police during a visit to document the situation of Syria's Jewish community. He conducted covert lecture tours to Jewish refusenik groups in the Soviet Union and Czechoslovakia throughout the 1980s. He spent months in refugee camps on the Ethiopian-Sudanese border. The ngoma investigation was, in this context, another extension of a career defined by movement toward difficult questions in difficult places. His 1992 documentary, King Solomon's Tribe, produced by Julian Hale for the BBC, had already brought the Lemba's claims to a television audience. The 2008 Channel 4 documentary Quest for the Lost Ark, directed by Martin Kemp, and also broadcast on the History Channel, went further, with Parfitt describing on screen his research into the ngoma's attributes and his journey to Harare. In that documentary, Parfitt described the Lemba object as similar in size to the Ark, carried on poles by priests, not allowed to touch the ground, revered as the voice of their god, and used as a weapon of great power. The documentary aired on the 14th of April 2008, the same year his book was published. Parfitt has suggested, drawing on what he describes as his reading of Islamic sources, that the Lemba's priestly guardians carried the ngoma from Arabia to East Africa, possibly bringing it inland at the time of Great Zimbabwe, before the object eventually came to rest, much later and in dramatically reduced circumstances, in a storeroom in Harare. The Lemba oral tradition he traces is consistent in its broad outlines, with a migration from the Hadramaut region of Yemen across the sea to the East African coast, and then southward to the interior of the continent. A 2002 study comparing Lemba Y DNA markers with those of men from the Hadramaut region of Yemen found significant similarities, though that same study also found that the population of Senna, Yemen, was relatively recent in its settlement, such that the Lemba and the population of present-day Sina would not have shared common ancestors. The question that runs beneath Parfitt's entire enterprise is one that scholarship has not answered and may never answer with certainty, whether the object the Lemba carried and which their priests guarded and which eventually arrived in a museum storeroom in Zimbabwe is in any meaningful sense a continuation of the object described in the Hebrew Bible. Parfitt does not claim identity. He claims descent, a material and historical lineage connecting the ngoma to the Ark through a chain of reconstruction, migration, and oral memory. Whether that chain is sufficient to support the weight of the claim he makes is a judgment that different readers will reach differently. What is not in dispute is the intellectual seriousness of the project, the density of the research that underlies it, and the career of genuine scholarship from which it emerged. Tudor Parfitt was not a figure who arrived at the Ark question from the popular culture of adventure stories or apocalyptic speculation. He arrived at it from a life of study, from years spent among the actual communities whose traditions intersect with the question, from field work in Yemen and Zimbabwe and across the African continent, and from the patient application of genetic science to questions that oral tradition alone could not resolve. He is Emeritus Professor of Modern Jewish Studies at SOAS, the founding director of that institution's Center for Jewish Studies, a Fellow of the Royal Historical Society, and the author or editor of more than 30 books in 15 languages. He is also, as the popular press has noted, the man who believes he found a descendant of the Ark of the Covenant in a dusty storeroom in Zimbabwe. Both of these things are true at once. The Lemba oral tradition itself, as explored in academic literature, extends beyond the simple question of where the ngoma came from. Magda Leroux, writing in the Pharos Journal of Theology in 2021, examines the role of the ngoma lungundu within the broader texture of Lemba and early Israelite religion and identity. Considering how the sacred drum of the ancestors functions alongside star guidance and ancestral figures as an expression of a religious world that is both oral and textual, both deeply African and resonant with ancient Semitic patterns. The ngoma, in that reading, is not simply a physical artifact whose provenance can be settled by carbon dating and genetic analysis. It is a carrier of identity, a way through which a community constructs and maintains its understanding of who it is and where it came from. That is not a smaller claim than the one Parfitt makes. It is, in some ways, a larger one. Parfitt's own position on the ngoma, as recorded in the available sources, acknowledges the element of reconstruction that the Lemba oral tradition explicitly contains. The tradition holds that the original ark exploded approximately 700 years ago and was rebuilt from its remains. The object Parfitt found in Harare is therefore, on the Lemba's own account, not the original ark, but a reconstruction made from the original's core material. Parfitt describes it as the closest descendant of the ark that we know of. That formulation is precise in a way that matters, not the ark, but a descendant. Not the original, but what survives of it through centuries of use, damage, repair, concealment, colonial display, misplacement inside a museum, and eventual rediscovery by a Welsh scholar who had spent 30 years preparing himself for that particular moment without knowing it. It is also worth noting, as this portrait closes, what Parfitt does not claim. He does not claim that the gold-covered ceremonial ark described in the book of Exodus, the one placed in the Holy of Holies of Solomon's temple, ended up in Zimbabwe. His ark hypothesis, as described in a Wikipedia article on Tudor Parfitt, proposes instead that it was the simpler Ark of War, the wooden object carved by Moses rather than the gilded chest of Exodus, that made the journey southward through Arabia and eventually to Africa. The ceremonial ark, in his reading, followed a different path or met a different fate. The ngoma is the heir of the functional object, the battlefield ark, the portable instrument of divine presence that the Lemba priests carried on poles and guarded with their lives. Whether that distinction makes the ngoma a more or less compelling candidate for the title of Ark's descendant depends on what one believes the Ark fundamentally was: a theological object, a military instrument, a symbol of covenant, or all of these things at once. That question, which is older than Parfitt's research by several thousand years, remains open. It was open when the priests carried the Ark into the Holy of Holies of Solomon's temple and the building filled with cloud, so that they could not stand to minister, for the glory of the Lord had filled the house of the Lord. It was open when the temple burned in 587 BCE, and the ark was not listed among the objects the Babylonians are recorded as having taken. It remains open now, in the 21st century, in a city in Zimbabwe, in the storerooms of a museum, in the oral traditions of a people who have carried the memory of a sacred object across 2 continents and 3,000 years. Tudor Parfitt spent much of his working life trying to follow that memory to its source. What he found, or believed he found, in Harare in 2007 is the closest that search has yet come to a material answer. It is not a final answer, but then, in the long and patient history of this inquiry, there have been very few objects in the museum. How old that wood is, what it signifies, whether it is still there at all, are questions that cannot be answered with certainty. What can be said is that for a particular community of people, the Lemba of Zimbabwe and South Africa, the object was not simply a museum piece. It was, in their understanding, the closest surviving descendant of the Ark of the Covenant, the most sacred object described in the Hebrew Bible, the gold-covered acacia chest in which God's covenant with Israel was said to have been housed. The object's name, in the Lemba tradition, is the ngoma lungundu, which translates roughly as the drum that thunders, or the voice of God, and its path to that museum storeroom in Harare, and its fate once it arrived there, forms one of the stranger and more unresolved stories in the long, unresolved history of the search for the Ark. To understand how such an object came to sit in a museum storeroom in a southern African city, it is necessary to understand something about the people who carried it, and about the traditions they maintained across centuries of migration, war, displacement, and cultural pressure. The Lemba are an ethnic group currently residing in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Mozambique of mixed Bantu and Yemeni ancestry. Since the late 20th century, genetic Y-DNA analyses have established a paternal West Asian origin for the majority of Lemba males, while their matrilineal origins are exclusively from sub-Saharan Africa. The Lemba themselves prefer the endonym Sena, after the city they believe to be their ancient point of origin, a place they locate in the Hadramaut region of what is now Yemen. Their oral traditions hold that their ancestors were Semitic-speaking peoples who traveled across the sea to East Africa, eventually making their way inland, and that among the sacred objects they carried with them was the ngoma lungundu. The Lemba oral tradition concerning the ngoma is specific and layered. According to Lemba oral tradition, the ngoma was the biblical Ark of the Covenant made by Moses and brought out of the ancient Near East by their priestly ancestors, a claim that has fascinated scholars, though many regard it as far-fetched. It was not allowed to touch the ground. It was carried on poles, inserted through rings attached to its sides. It was guarded exclusively by the male members of the Buba clan's hereditary priesthood, and other Lemba feared that to touch it would be to be struck down by the fire of God erupting from the object. It was revered as the voice of their God, and it was used as a weapon in battle, capable of sweeping enemies aside. These attributes were noted by the British historian Tudor Parfitt, an emeritus professor of modern Jewish studies at the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London, when he began his extended engagement with the Lemba and their traditions in the early 1990s. Parfitt observed that the Lemba's description of the ngoma closely matched the attributes assigned to the Ark in the Hebrew Bible, and he proposed that the ngoma was a descendant of the biblical Ark, possibly constructed from the remains of an original that had by that time been damaged beyond repair. The Lemba oral tradition itself addresses this question of damage and reconstruction. According to that tradition, the ngoma exploded approximately 700 years ago and was rebuilt by Lemba priests using a core from the original artifact. The replica they constructed is described in the sources as the oldest wooden object ever discovered in sub-Saharan Africa. The tradition of rebuilding is consistent with what Parfitt described as the Ark's function in the Lemba community over the centuries, an object that was carried into battles, that broke apart and was reassembled, that was maintained across generations of priestly guardianship as a living sacred presence rather than a static relic. So it's the closest descendant of the Ark that we know of, Parfitt said in a widely reported statement, before adding that many people say that the story is far-fetched, but the oral traditions of the Lemba have been backed up by science. The science Parfitt referred to was genetic. In 1996, and again in subsequent years, Parfitt organized Y-DNA studies of Lemba males. The studies, conducted by Amanda Spurdle and Trifa Jenkins in 1996 and by Mark Thomas and colleagues in 2000, established that Lemba men are paternally most closely related to Semitic-speaking populations in Western Asia. The study by Thomas and colleagues in 2000 found that a substantial number of Lemba men carry a particular Y chromosome haplotype known as the Cohen modal haplotype, a genetic marker associated with the Jewish priestly lineage, the Kohanim. Among the Buba clan, the clan whose male members served as hereditary guardians of the ngoma, 50% of males carried this marker, a proportion higher than that found in the general Jewish population. This finding has been cited as evidence that the Lemba's claims of descent from Jewish priestly ancestors have a basis in genetic reality. A later study by Himmler-Sudior in 2013 complicated this picture. Sudior found that Y chromosomes typically linked to Jewish ancestry were not detected through higher resolution analysis, and concluded that Arab traders known to have established long-distance trade networks stretching from Sofala in the south to the Red Sea and beyond are more likely linked with the ancestry of the non-African founding males of the Lemba. The two genetic analyses taken together do not resolve the question of the Lemba's specific ancestral connections. What they establish is that the Lemba's male line descended from non-African, West Asian ancestors, and that the question of whether those ancestors were Jewish, Arab, or some combination of the two remains open. It was against this background of contested genetic evidence and deeply maintained oral tradition that the physical object at the center of the Lemba's claims, the ngoma lungundu itself, came to be sought, found, and then lost again, or perhaps not lost at all, depending on which account one reads. The earliest documented encounter between a researcher outside the Lemba community and the ngoma artifact came from a Swedish-German missionary named Harold Philip Hans von Sicard. Here, even at the outset, the documentary record introduces an uncertainty that it does not resolve. One source describes von Sicard as having discovered the Lemba replica artifact in a cave in the 1940s. Another source describes von Sicard as having recounted discovering the ngoma in a Zimbabwean cave in 1952, and subsequently relocating it to a museum in Bulawayo. Whether von Sicard encountered the object in the 1940s or in 1952 is a question that the available sources do not answer. Both dates appear in serious accounts of the artifact's history, and neither account can be used to correct or supersede the other on the basis of the materials currently available. What both accounts agree upon is that von Sicard found the ngoma in a cave, and that the object was subsequently moved to a museum in Bulawayo. 7 years after von Sicard's account, whatever its precise date, a researcher named Pieter W. Van Heerden documented the ngoma lungundu's existence in a Soetpansberg cave, specifically in the Tishandulu area near Zata I, within the former Venda region. Van Heerden's account added geographic specificity to the object's history, placing it in a region of what is now South Africa, where Lemba communities had long been established, and where their traditions of priestly guardianship over sacred objects had been maintained. The Soetpansberg Mountains and the surrounding area represented, in the Lemba's own understanding of their history, the southern end of a long migration that had begun in Arabia and moved through East Africa and eventually down to the interior of the subcontinent. The ngoma's presence in a cave in this region was consistent with the Lemba tradition that the object had been hidden in a deep cave in the Dungaha Mountains, their spiritual home after the object's reconstruction from the remains of the original. From the cave, the ngoma made its way to museum custody. According to the account preserved in the sources, it was last exhibited in 1949 by colonial officials in Bulawayo. At some point after that, it was taken to Harare, the capital of what was then Rhodesia and would become Zimbabwe, for protection during the struggle for independence. And once it arrived in Harare, it was misplaced inside the museum. This is the account given by Parfitt, and it is striking in its particular quality of institutional misadventure, an object of claimed extraordinary significance, not stolen, not destroyed, not deliberately hidden, but simply set down somewhere in a large building and then lost track of, the way objects sometimes are when institutions are stretched and political circumstances are urgent and the paperwork does not keep pace with events. It was in 2007 that Parfitt claims to have found it. He had been following the trail of the ngoma for years, tracing the Lemba's oral traditions across Yemen and East Africa and Zimbabwe, and his search eventually led him to a museum storeroom in Harare. The object he found there he described as the oldest wooden artifact in Zimbabwe, and he proposed that it was an ancient copy of the original ngoma, a descendant of the biblical Ark of the Covenant. Parfitt documented his findings in his book, The Lost Ark of the Covenant, published by HarperCollins in 2008. Associated documentaries were aired on Channel 4 and the History Channel, including the film Quest for the Lost Ark, directed by Martin Kemp. The BBC reported that the discovery of the ngoma instilled pride among many of the Lemba. In 2010, Parfitt was invited to address a symposium in Harare on the subject, attended by the cabinet and the Vice President of Zimbabwe. What the ngoma looks like as a physical object, what its precise dimensions are, what materials compose it, are details not fully specified in the available sources. What the sources describe is an object made of wood, old enough to be considered the oldest wooden artifact in sub-Saharan Africa, and bearing a structural relationship to the biblical Ark of the Covenant in terms of its mode of transportation and use. It was carried on poles inserted through rings on its sides. It was associated with divine power, with the capacity to destroy enemies, and with a hereditary priestly guardianship. These are the attributes that Parfitt and others have pointed to when arguing for its connection to the art tradition, and they are also the attributes that the Lemba themselves emphasize when they speak of the ngoma's significance to their identity and their history. The academic context for understanding these claims was enriched in 2021 when Magdal Leroux published an article in the Pharos Journal of Theology exploring the role of the ngoma lungundu, alongside the concepts of angel stars and ancestors, in both Lemba and early Israelite religion, culture, and art. Leroux's work situates the ngoma within a broader framework of oral and textual religious identity, drawing on the observation that the experiential dimension of ancient Israelite religion and that of the Lemba is expressed not only in written texts, but in lived practice and sacred objects. The article does not resolve the question of whether the ngoma is in any physical or historical sense a descendant of the biblical ark, but it takes seriously the role of the ngoma as a structuring element of Lemba religious memory and identity, and places that role in conversation with comparable structures in the Hebrew biblical tradition. Parfitt's own proposal about the relationship between the ngoma and the ark was more specific than a general cultural parallel. He observed that rabbinic sources maintain there were two arks of the covenant. One, the ceremonial ark, covered with gold, which was eventually placed in the Holy of Holies in Solomon's temple. The other, the Ark of War, a simpler object carved from wood by Moses. Parfitt proposed that the Ark of War may have been carried by Jews across the Jordan River and then south under Arab rule, eventually reaching Africa through the Lemba's priestly guardians. This is Parfitt's hypothesis, and no other source in the available materials independently corroborates the two-ark theory. It remains, like much in this field, a serious proposal rather than an established conclusion. The physical object in the storeroom, whatever its ultimate origins, occupied a specific and documented place in the history of Zimbabwean museums. The ngoma had been removed from active exhibition after 1949, when colonial officials in Bulawayo last put it on display. It had been transferred to Harare, placed in the care of the Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences, and then misplaced within that institution during a period of political upheaval. Parfitt's discovery of it in 2007 represented not only a personal research achievement, but a kind of institutional rediscovery, the recovery of an object that an institution had lost track of within its own walls. And then, depending on which account one reads, the object was either lost again or put on display. This is the point at which the documentary record introduces its second and more troubling uncertainty. Sources tell conflicting stories about the ngoma's fate. One account states it disappeared from the Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences in 2008, while another records it being put on public display at the very same museum in February 2010. One source states that in February 2010, the Lemba ngoma lungundu was put on display in the museum, along with a celebration of both its history and the history of the Lemba people. Though another account claims the artifact had already disappeared from the museum in 2008, a contradiction the sources do not resolve. These two accounts are not easily reconciled. If the ngoma disappeared in 2008, it is difficult to understand how it could have been put on public display in 2010. If it was displayed in 2010, then the account of its disappearance in 2008 requires qualification or explanation. Neither source elaborates in a way that resolves the conflict. The discrepancy stands, and no authoritative account exists in the available materials to adjudicate between the two versions. What this means, in practical terms, is that the current location and status of the ngoma lungundu cannot be confirmed. The object may be on display, it may be in storage, it may have been misplaced a second time or removed for reasons that are not documented in the sources available here. The Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences is named as its institutional home in both accounts, but whether it remains there in any accessible form is a question that cannot be answered with confidence. This uncertainty is worth sitting with, because it is not a minor administrative detail. The ngoma is claimed by the Lemba to be the oldest wooden object ever discovered in sub-Saharan Africa, a replica of the original Ark of the Covenant, constructed by priestly craftsmen from the core of an artifact that was already, at that point, centuries old. If that claim is correct, or even partially correct, then the object in the Harare Museum is of extraordinary historical and religious significance. Either way, the object deserves to be known, documented, and cared for. The question of whether it currently is known, documented, and cared for is one that the sources leave open. The story of how such an object could be lost, found, and then rendered uncertain again is in some ways a story about the relationship between institutions and the objects they hold in trust. Museums receive artifacts, categorize them, store them, sometimes misplace them, sometimes rediscover them. The ngoma passed through colonial hands in Bulawayo, was transferred to a national museum in the capital of a newly independent state, was misplaced during a period of political transformation, was rediscovered by a researcher following an oral tradition across 2 continents, and was then either put on public display or allowed to disappear a second time depending on which version of events one believes. This trajectory is unusual, but not entirely without parallel in the history of sacred objects and the institutions that come to hold them. What is unusual, and what gives the ngoma's story a particular weight, is the nature of the tradition it carries. The Lemba did not simply preserve the ngoma as an heirloom or a cultural curiosity. They maintained it as a living religious presence, guarded by a hereditary priesthood, carried according to specific ritual protocols, feared and revered in equal measure. The male members of the Buba clan who were permitted to approach it did so as custodians of a divine object, not as museum staff. Other Lemba, as the oral tradition records, kept their distance out of fear that to touch the ngoma would be to be consumed by the fire of God. The object, in other words, was understood to be dangerous, in the way the biblical ark was understood to be dangerous, a concentration of sacred power that could not be handled carelessly without consequence. The biblical ark's capacity for destruction is well documented in the Hebrew narrative. When the Philistines captured the ark and housed it in the temple of Dagon at Ashdod, the statue of Dagon was found prostrate before it on successive mornings, and the people of the city were afflicted with tumors. When the ark was returned to the Israelites and set up in the field of Joshua of Beit Shemesh, and the people gazed at it, God struck down a number of them as punishment for their curiosity. When the driver of the cart carrying the ark put out his hand to steady it during David's procession to Jerusalem, he was struck dead on the spot. The ark, in the biblical tradition, was not an object that could be approached casually or touched without ritual preparation. It was a site of divine presence, contained in a chest, portable but not therefore manageable, sacred but not therefore safe. And the question of what has become of it since 2008, or since 2010, depending on which account one follows, is therefore not simply a question about museum administration. It is a question about what becomes of a sacred presence when the institution charged with its physical custody loses track of where it is. Parfitt, who spent years tracing the ngoma through oral traditions and museum storerooms, described the object's rediscovery in 2007 as an outcome of following the Lemba's own testimony seriously, taking their accounts of where the artifact had been, and how it had travelled as a guide to where a physical object might actually be found. The documentary Quest for the Lost Ark, broadcast on Channel 4 in the United Kingdom on the 14th of April 2008, presented this research to a wide audience. The History Channel aired the same documentary for audiences in North America. The story reached far beyond specialist academic circles, bringing the Lemba's claims and the Nonga's existence to the attention of people who had never heard of either. And then, within months of that broadcast, by one account, the object disappeared. The ngoma had come from the deep past, carrying with it the claims and traditions and genetic markers of a people who believed they were descended from the priestly guardians of the Ark of the Covenant. It had survived centuries of migration, warfare, and colonial disruption. It had sat in a cave in the Soutpansberg Mountains and in a museum storeroom in Harare. And then, by one account, in 2008, it disappeared. By another account, in February 2010, it was put on public display, and its history, and the history of the Lemba people, were celebrated together in the museum where it was housed. Parfitt was invited in 2010 to address a symposium in Harare on the subject of the ngoma, and the attendees included members of the Zimbabwean cabinet and the vice president of the country. This does not sound like the commemoration of an object that had vanished 2 years earlier without explanation, but neither account has been retracted, and neither source offers the clarification that would allow a reader to understand how these two versions of events relate to each other. What remains, when the two accounts are set side by side without resolution, is an object of extraordinary claimed significance in a state of documentary uncertainty. The ngoma lungundu was made of wood, carried on poles, guarded by priests, feared and revered as the voice of God. It was found in a cave, moved to a museum, misplaced, rediscovered, and then rendered uncertain by contradictory accounts of its fate after 2008. Whether it is currently on display, in storage, or genuinely missing, no available source confirms. This uncertainty is not a failure of the story. It is, in many ways, the story. The Ark of the Covenant has been pursued across millennia by people who believed they were close to finding it, and who encountered at the last moment not the object itself, but an absence where the object should have been. The ngoma, which Parfitt described as the closest descendant of the Ark that we know of, has followed a similar pattern. It was there in the storeroom in Harare in 2007. Whether it is there now, no one can say with confidence. The museum that holds, or held, the object is named. The accounts of what happened to it are recorded, and yet the object itself remains, as so many sacred objects do, just beyond the reach of definitive confirmation. The question of what the ngoma actually is, understood as a physical artifact, is also worth considering carefully. The sources describe it as the oldest wooden object ever discovered in sub-Saharan Africa. They describe it as having been constructed approximately 700 years ago from the remains of an earlier object, using a core from what the Lemba priests believed to be the original Ark. This would place the construction of the current object somewhere in the 14th century in very approximate terms, which would be consistent with the kind of late medieval construction that characterizes other wooden sacred objects from the region. The Lemba tradition does not claim that the object currently in the museum is the original Ark. It claims that the object is a replica built from the original's remains, which is a distinction that matters both historically and theologically. The replica carries, in the Lemba understanding, the sacred essence of the original, because it was built from what the original left behind. Parfitt's research into the ngoma took him across a wide arc of geography and textual sources. He had traced the Lemba's origins to the ancient city of Senna in the Hadramaut of Yemen, following both the oral traditions of the Lemba themselves and the genetic evidence from the Y-DNA studies he had helped to organize. He had proposed that the Ark of War, Moses' simpler wooden ark, had been carried by Jewish communities across the Jordan River and south under Arab rule, eventually reaching Africa through the Lemba's priestly guardians. And he had proposed that the ngoma in the Harare Museum was the physical endpoint of that long trajectory, the last surviving material trace of an object that had traveled from Sinai to Jerusalem to Arabia to East Africa to Zimbabwe over more than 2,000 years. Many people say that the story is far-fetched, Parfitt acknowledged, directly and without defensiveness. But the oral traditions of the Lemba have been backed up by science, he maintained, referring to the genetic findings that established the West Asian origin of the Lemba's male line. The far-fetchedness that Parfitt acknowledged is worth taking seriously, not as a dismissal, but as a genuine acknowledgement of the evidential challenges involved. The ngoma's connection to the biblical ark rests on a chain of argument that includes oral tradition, genetic evidence, structural parallels between the ngoma and the biblical ark's description, and the work of a single researcher who spent years following a trail that others had not thought to follow. None of these links in the chain is without its critics. The oral traditions of the Lemba, however consistent and persistent, are oral traditions rather than written records. The genetic evidence establishes West Asian ancestry, but does not establish specifically Jewish priestly ancestry, at least not to the satisfaction of all researchers. The structural parallels between the ark are striking, but not conclusive, and Parfitt, for all his academic credentials and years of fieldwork, is a single investigator whose conclusions have not been independently verified by archaeological methods applied to the object itself. And yet the story does not feel simply wrong. The Lemba exist. Their West Asian paternal ancestry is established. Their traditions of ritual slaughter, dietary restriction, circumcision, and Sabbath observance are documented across a century of ethnographic literature. Their oral history of carrying a sacred object from the ancient Near East to southern Africa is internally consistent and has been maintained across generations under conditions of considerable cultural pressure. The ngoma itself, whatever its ultimate origins, is a real object that was documented by independent researchers across several decades before Parfitt arrived. Von Sicard found it in a cave. Van Heerden documented it in the Zoutpansberg. Colonial officials put it on display in Bulawayo in 1949. It was transferred to Harare, misplaced, rediscovered. It passed through hands that did not always understand what they were handling or how to hold it. That pattern of an object passing through hands that do not fully understand it is one that recurs throughout the history of the Ark of the Covenant and its many proposed descendants and repositories. The Ark itself, in the Hebrew narrative, caused trouble for those who handled it without proper preparation. The Philistines suffered. The people of Beit Shemesh were struck down. Even Uzzah, reaching out to steady it on the cart, was killed for his touch. The ngoma, in the Lemba tradition, carries something of the same quality. An object that is not simply a container, but a presence, with consequences for those who approach it without the proper genealogy and the proper ritual preparation. The Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences is a building in Harare. It holds collections of cultural and scientific significance to the people of Zimbabwe and the region. Within its walls, or within the record of what it has held, is a wooden object that a particular community regards as the oldest wooden artifact in sub-Saharan Africa and as the descendant of the most sacred object in the Hebrew Bible. That object was last reliably documented in 2007 when Parfitt found it in a storeroom. After that, the sources diverge. One says it disappeared in 2008. Another says it was displayed in February 2010. Both accounts are present in the documentary record. Neither is retracted. The object's current status is unknown. What one makes of this depends, perhaps, on what one thinks the object is. If the ngoma is what Parfitt believes it to be, then its uncertain current location is a matter of considerable urgency, the latest episode in a story of sacred custodianship that has been marked throughout by loss, displacement, and imperfect preservation. If the ngoma is simply a significant artifact of Lemba material culture, then its uncertain location is still a matter of concern, because significant artifacts of human culture deserve better than to disappear from the institutions charged with their care. Either way, the object deserves to be found, and the question of where it currently is deserves a clearer answer than the available sources can provide. For now, the room in Harare holds its silence. The wood, if it is still there, holds its age, and the question of what the ngoma lungundu is, where it came from, and where it has gone, remains as open as the question it was always, in some way, asked places. There is a quality that belongs to the outer edges of any great search. The center of the hunt carries its own gravity, pulling scholars and adventurers and the devout toward the same worn coordinates: Jerusalem, Axum, the caves of Mount Nebo, the red laterite highlands of Zimbabwe. But the edges are different. Out there, the mystery does not compress into argument and counter-argument. It spreads. It finds purchase in soil that would not, on the surface, seem likely to receive it. And the stories that grow in those places are no less sincere for being unexpected. They are, in some respects, the truest measure of how far this particular mystery has traveled through human imagination. They are the proof, if proof were needed, that the question of where the Ark of the Covenant rests has never been confined to a single tradition, a single continent, a single way of understanding the world. It is an unhurried walk through the margins of the search. The island of Ireland is not, at first consideration, the kind of place one would expect to find the Ark of the Covenant. It lies far to the northwest of every landscape, the Hebrew Bible names. Its hills are green and rain-softened, ancient in their own deep way, but unconnected by any straightforward historical thread to the desert wanderings of the Israelites or the ceremonial chambers of Solomon's Temple. And yet, between 1899 and 1902, a group called the British Israel Association of London arrived in County Meath and began to dig. They had come to the hill of Tara. Tara is one of the most storied hills in Ireland. For centuries it served as a ceremonial and political centre, a place where the high kings of ancient Ireland were said to have held court, a landscape dense with earthworks and monuments, and the long sediment of meaning. To stand on that hill on a clear day is, by all accounts, to feel the weight of what has happened there, though the hill itself will not tell you what that weight is. It accumulates silently. The British Israel Association was operating from a framework of belief that has been called British Israelism, the conviction that the people of Britain were descended from the lost tribes of Israel. Within that framework, they had developed a specific and elaborately reasoned theory about the hill of Tara. They believed that the Ark of the Covenant lay beneath it, specifically in the grave of a figure known as Tefi, described in Irish legend as an Egyptian princess who came to Ireland in the 6th century BCE and married an Irish king named Erimon. The reasoning that led searchers to this windswept Irish hillside was, to say the least, an indirect one. But for those who held the British Israelite worldview, it was a matter of considerable conviction. They carried out what were described as limited excavations, moving through the hill's upper layers with what they understood to be scholarly purpose. They did not finish. What stopped them was not the hill. It was not the ground's resistance or the absence of evidence. What stopped them was a campaign mounted by Irish nationalists who saw the excavations not as an archaeological inquiry, but as an act of cultural desecration. The Hill of Tara was not simply a site of possible historical interest to those who objected. It was a symbol of Irish identity, of the long and living connection between the Irish people and their own ancient ground. The idea that a London-based association could arrive and begin cutting into it in pursuit of a theory rooted in British Protestant theology was, to many Irish people of that period, deeply offensive. The campaign against the excavations drew voices of considerable weight. Maud Gonne, who was at that time one of the most prominent figures in Irish nationalist life, organized and led the campaign that ultimately brought the digging to a halt. Her energy and influence were formidable, and the excavations were stopped in 1902 before they had been completed. But Gonne was not the only voice raised. Douglas Hyde, who would later become the first president of Ireland, added his objections, and W.B.B. Yeats, already the central figure of the Irish literary revival, voiced his protests in the newspapers of the day. That the greatest Irish poet of his generation felt moved to write against an excavation at Tara tells something about what was at stake, or what was perceived to be at stake. This was not merely an argument about archaeological method or the likelihood of a particular theory. It was an argument about who has the right to interpret a landscape and what a people's ancient places are for. The excavations stopped. The British Israel Association departed, and the hill of Tara returned to the rain and the wind and the long patience it had always kept. Nearly a century later, the question was revisited by different means. The archaeologist Connor Newman conducted a non-invasive survey of the hill of Tara between 1992 and 1995. Non-invasive survey uses methods that do not require breaking the ground, remote sensing, geophysical techniques, detailed surface recording. It is the kind of inquiry that can build a detailed picture of what lies beneath without disturbing it. Newman's survey found no evidence of the Ark. That finding does not resolve anything in a final philosophical sense, because the absence of evidence in a survey, however thorough, is not evidence of absence. But it does provide a considered, methodologically careful response to the question that the British Israel Association had posed with their shovels. The hill had been listened to with modern instruments. It had not, in whatever language those instruments speak, mentioned the Ark. The pattern runs something like this. And then attempts to verify the location through physical investigation. The investigation rarely produces the expected result. The attempt itself is revealing, because it shows the degree to which the Ark has functioned not merely as a historical puzzle, but as a vessel for meaning that different groups, in different times and places, have needed to find somewhere close to home. For the British Israelites, having the Ark on Irish soil, in a grave connected to a narrative of Israelite descent, would have confirmed the most foundational claims of their worldview. The Ark was not just an artifact they hoped to excavate, it was a proof they needed. The fact that Tara was also a site of profound Irish national feeling made the collision inevitable. Two traditions, each with urgent claims upon the same ground, met on a hill in County Meath, and the confrontation was never really about archaeology. It was about whose story the land was allowed to tell. The figure of T. Tifi, who sits at the centre of the British Israelite theory of Tara, deserves a small pause of her own. She is described in Irish legend as an Egyptian princess who came to Ireland in the 6th century BCE. The British Israelites identified her as a figure connected to the Israelite royal line, and from that identification they drew their conclusion about the Ark. The legend itself is ancient, and the details are uncertain. What the legend is not is archaeological evidence. It belongs to a different order of knowledge, one that is no less human for being unverifiable, but one that requires a different kind of attention. The British Israelites treated the legend as a map. They brought shovels to follow it. The Irish nationalists who opposed them understood that the map and the territory were not the same thing, and that the territory had its own meaning, that the map, whoever had drawn it, could not exhaust. There is a tradition that comes from even further away from the coordinates of the main search. It belongs to the Solomon Islands, a nation of islands in the southwestern Pacific Ocean, and specifically to Malaita, one of those islands. The tradition held by some people of Malaita is that the Ark of the Covenant is buried somewhere in the jungle of their island. The connection, as it is described in available sources, runs through a claim of descent. Some Malaitans trace their ancestry to a lost tribe of Israel, connecting themselves to a priestly lineage associated with a figure identified as Zedekiah, a high priest of Israel, who they say came to Malaita in 66 CE to bury the ark. The details of this tradition, as they appear in the sources available for this account, are sparse. What can be said is that the belief exists and that it carries, for those who hold it, the weight of sincere ancestral memory. In 2013, a journalist named Matthew Fishbane travelled to Malaita with the intention of investigating the tradition. He interviewed several of the island's residents, who shared with him their accounts of how the ark came to be there. He did not find the ark. The tradition, as traditions do, continued beyond the visit. The Malawita tradition shares certain structural features with other traditions in this broader story. There is the claim of descent from an ancient Israelite lineage. There is the suggestion that the ark was carried to a distant place by guardians entrusted with its protection. There is the secrecy and the inaccessibility of the final hiding place. These are elements that appear in different forms in the Ethiopian tradition, in the Lemba tradition, in the text of 2nd Maccabees. They are the recurring grammar of the ark's disappearance story. Wherever the story has taken root, it grows in a similar shape. What this consistency might mean is a question that can be approached from several directions. It might suggest that certain narrative forms are particularly suited to carrying sacred meaning across generations. It might suggest that the story of the ark, with its combination of divine authority, physical portability, and protective secrecy, was always available to be adopted by communities seeking to locate themselves within a larger sacred history. It might suggest something else entirely. The sources available for this account do not resolve that question, and it is not the purpose of this chapter to attempt a resolution that the evidence does not support. What these marginal traditions share, when you gather them together in one place, is a certain kind of reaching. The people who dug at Tara, the people who tell the story on Malaita, were not doing different things in any fundamental sense. They were doing what human communities do when they are in the presence of a mystery that seems to matter. They were saying, this happened here, this belongs to us. The most sacred object in the world passed through our landscape, through our lineage, and left something of itself behind. That impulse is worth taking seriously, not because it resolves the historical question of where the ark went after the destruction of Solomon's temple in 587 or 586 BCE, but because it tells us something about the nature of the question itself. The Ark of the Covenant is, among the many things it has been described as being, a story that people need to be part of. Its disappearance left a space that history could not fill with certainty, and into that space, traditions from Ireland and from the Pacific and from the highlands of Ethiopia and from the savannas of southern Africa have all moved with their own answers. It is worth staying for a moment with what the Hill of Tara excavations looked like from the outside, from the perspective of someone in 1899 or 1900 who did not share the British Israelite framework. The sight of a London association digging into one of Ireland's most sacred hills in search of a Hebrew relic must have seemed, at minimum, unusual. The theory required a chain of connections, each one resting on the last, that stretched from the Holy of Holies in Jerusalem to a legendary Egyptian princess in pre-Christian Ireland. The chain was long, and each link was forged from conviction rather than from verified historical record. And yet the people who built that chain were not, by any obvious measure, frivolous. They were deeply committed to their reading of the world. They had organized themselves into an association, raised the funds for an expedition, secured access to the site, and begun the physical labor of excavation. They brought to the Hill of Tara the same energy and the same certainty that has driven searchers for the Ark in the caves of Mount Nebo, in the treasury at Axum, in the museum storerooms of Harare. What distinguished them from those other searches was not the depth of their conviction, but the geography of their conclusion. And geography, in the story of the Ark, has always been the most contested element. The role of Maud Gonne, in halting the Tara excavations, places the episode in the political life of a particular moment in Irish and British history. Gonne was, in the years around the turn of the 20th century, a central and often incandescent figure in the movement for Irish independence. Her involvement in the campaign against the British Israel Association's digging was not, for her, a digression from the main current of her political work. It was an expression of it. The hill of Tara was not simply an archaeological site, it was a piece of Ireland, and the British Israelites, arriving with their theoretical framework and their shovels, represented, in however unlikely a form, the same tendency toward appropriation that she had spent her life opposing. Douglas Hyde, who shared Gonne's opposition and would go on to become Ireland's first president, brought to the campaign the perspective of someone deeply committed to the preservation of Irish cultural heritage, including the Irish language and the traditions that had grown up around places like Tara. For Hyde, the hill was not a neutral ground on which competing theories could simply be tested. It was a living part of a culture that had survived considerable pressure, and the excavations were one more form of that pressure. Yeats, characteristically, took the matter into the domain of public language. He wrote in the newspapers, adding the weight of his voice to the campaign. What exactly he wrote is not recorded in the sources available for this account, but the fact of his writing is, the greatest poet of the Irish revival chose to spend some of his public attention on the question of whether a London association should be allowed to dig up an Irish hill in search of the Ark of the Covenant. That choice tells you something about the cultural temperature of the moment and about what Tara meant to those who felt responsible for it. The campaign worked. The British Israel Association left before completing their excavations. The hill was, at least in the immediate physical sense, preserved. One of the quieter implications of Conor Newman's survey between 1992 and 1995 is that it was conducted with the explicit purpose of answering, by modern non-destructive means, the question that the British Israel Association had tried to answer with excavation a century before. The survey found no evidence of the Ark. That finding did not produce the headlines that the original excavations had generated. It was the kind of careful, methodical, inconclusive result that real archaeological inquiry often produces. It answered one version of the question, and, in doing so, quietly closed one chapter of the search. Some questions, it seems, are too old and too vast to be answered in a single lifetime. The Tara episode had never really been about what was under the hill. It had been about what people needed to be there, and why. Newman's survey could tell you what the geophysical instruments had detected. It could not tell you why, across the centuries, human beings have needed the most sacred object in the world to be somewhere close to them. There is a 2nd century Jewish tradition recorded in the sources available for this account. That stands slightly apart from the major geographical traditions but deserves to be mentioned here, in this chapter of Margins and Edges. The Rabbi Eliezer ben Jose, writing in the 2nd century of the Common Era, claimed to have seen the mercy seat lid of the Ark somewhere in Rome. He described the lid as bearing a bloodstain, which he identified as the blood that the Jewish high priest would have sprinkled upon it on Yom Kippur. A separate tradition holds that the Ark was kept within the Basilica of St. John Lateran in Rome, having survived the sackings of the city by the Visigoths and the Vandals, before eventually being lost when the basilica burned. Rome is, in the geography of the Ark's disappearance, both a plausible and an ironic location. Plausible, because the Romans destroyed the Second Temple in 70 CE and carried its treasures back to the capital, a fact depicted on the Arch of Titus. Ironic, because the Ark had last been certainly present in the First Temple, which was destroyed by the Babylonians in 587 or 586 BCE, and if it survived that destruction and all the centuries that followed, Rome would represent a long and circuitous journey to the very heart of the empire that eventually ended Jewish sovereignty in Jerusalem. The tradition of Rabbi Eliezer ben Jose is specific enough to be memorable. He was not reporting a rumor or repeating a story he had heard. He claimed personal observation. He said he had seen it. That personal quality sets his account apart from the larger geographical traditions, which tend to be carried by communities across generations rather than by individual witnesses across a single lifetime. What he claimed to have seen, and where exactly he saw it, the sources do not fully clarify. There is something that these traditions from the margins have in common with the central traditions of the search, and it is worth naming it plainly before this chapter draws to a close. All of the traditions, whether they locate the Ark in the treasury at Axum, or in the caves of Mount Nebo, or in the deep jungle of Malaita, or beneath the hill of Tara, rest on the assumption that the Ark survived. They begin from the premise that the most sacred object in the Hebrew tradition was not destroyed when Nebuchadnezzar's forces burned Jerusalem and carried its contents away. They begin from the premise that someone, whether Jeremiah or Josiah or Menelik I or a Lemba priestly clan or the guardians described by the people of Melita, had the foresight and the ability to carry the ark to safety. That premise is not shared by all scholars. The fate of the ark after 587 BCE is genuinely unknown and genuinely disputed. The Talmudic tradition alone contains multiple irreconcilable accounts, with some rabbis holding that the ark was carried to Babylon, others holding that it was hidden by King Josiah in anticipation of the temple's destruction, and at least one account hinting at concealment beneath the temple floor itself. Second, Maccabees places Jeremiah hiding the ark in a cave on the mountain from which Moses saw the promised land, the mountain identified as Mount Nebo in present-day Jordan. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church holds that the ark has rested in Axum for centuries, a claim that Edward Ullendorff, who examined the object held in the church in 1941, assessed quite differently, describing what he found as an empty wooden box of metal. Whether the ark ever existed as a physical artifact is itself a question that scholars have not resolved. Clifford Mark McCormick has questioned whether it existed at all, while other scholars, including Raanan Eichler, David A. Falk, Roger D. Isaacs, and Adam R. Hemmings, have argued for its historicity on the basis of linguistic evidence and comparisons with artifacts from New Kingdom Egypt. This is the atmosphere in which every tradition in this chapter and every tradition in this larger search exists. Not the comfortable atmosphere of a mystery that simply needs one more piece of evidence to be solved. The harsher, more open atmosphere of a question that may not be answerable by the means currently available, and that has gathered, in the space left by that unanswerability, an extraordinary range of human response. The Hill of Tara stands in County Meath today, much as it always has. The legend of Tefi, the Egyptian princess who married an Irish king, persists in the way that legends persist, not as historical record, but as a thread in a larger fabric of identity and storytelling. Malaita is still out there in the Pacific, its jungle still dense and its traditions still alive, its people still carrying an account of how the most important object in the ancient world came to rest in their ground. The account has not been verified. It has not been disproven. It simply exists as traditions exist, doing the work that traditions do. Rabbi Eliezer ben Jose made his claim about Rome in the 2nd century, and it has been noted and passed down and filed under the heading of things that cannot be confirmed. The Basilica of St. John Lateran, whatever it once may have housed, burned, and the tradition of the ark being among its contents burned with it. None of these threads lead anywhere that a shovel or a geophysical instrument can follow. They are the outer edge of the search, the places where the search stops being about evidence and begins being about the human need to place the sacred somewhere findable, somewhere reachable, somewhere near. It would be easy, in a certain mood, to regard all of this as a record of failure. The Hill of Tara was dug and yielded nothing, and the digging was stopped by a poet and a nationalist and a future president. The jungle of Malaita was visited and yielded nothing, and the journalist went home. The basilica in Rome burned, and the mercy seat lid, if it was ever there, disappeared into the same fire that takes so much of what we need to keep. But failure is probably the wrong word. The people who carried these traditions, organized these searches, wrote in the newspapers and organized the campaigns, and made the long journey to a Pacific island, were doing something the whole history of the search bears witness to, a persistent, recurring impulse that has surfaced across centuries, continents, and cultures, and shows no sign of having run its course. They were insisting that the ark was somewhere, that its fate, whatever it was, remained unresolved. That the most important object their tradition knew about had been protected, had been carried to safety, had been placed in a hiding place that respected its nature. That insistence has driven the search from Jerusalem across the whole surface of the world. It has taken it to the highlands of Ethiopia, and the southern tip of Africa, and the hills of Ireland, and the islands of the Pacific. It has deposited, at each of those locations, a tradition, sometimes ancient and detailed and genetically supported, sometimes recent and sparse and held by a small community against the indifference of the wider world. Each tradition is, in its own way, a refusal to accept that the sacred simply disappears. The hill of Tara yielded nothing, no ark, no answers. Malaita guards its secrets well. Rome's streets still whisper of the ark. And the question of where the Ark of the Covenant rests, if it rests anywhere at all, remains unanswered. Across millennia, from the mountains of Jordan to the highlands of Ethiopia, from the caves of Zimbabwe to the hills of Ireland, the search has continued, and no verified evidence has ever conclusively confirmed its fate or its location of searching. There is a shape to all of these searches that becomes visible only when you hold them together, when you lay the rabbinic arguments beside the Ethiopian vigil, the Lemba oral tradition beside the Victorian spadework at Tara, the museum storeroom in Harare beside the cave on Mount Nebo. Held separately, each search looks like its own kind of inquiry, governed by its own logic, its own evidence, its own hope. Held together, they reveal something that no single investigation could show on its own, that the hunt for the Ark of the Covenant is not primarily about a wooden chest, however extraordinary that chest may have been. It is about the persistent human need to locate the sacred somewhere specific, to give holiness an address. The object at the center of this search was, according to the Hebrew Bible, a gold-plated chest of acacia wood, measuring 2.5 cubits in length and 1.5 cubits in breadth and height, approximately 131 centimeters long and 79 centimeters in each of its other dimensions. It was constructed by craftsmen named Bezalel and Oholiab, working under Moses' instruction according to a pattern that Moses had received during his 40 days on Mount Sinai. It carried the tablets of the law inside, as well as, according to various scriptural accounts, Aaron's rod and a pot of manna. It was topped by a lid called the Seat of Mercy, flanked by 2 cherubim. When Solomon placed it in the Holy of Holies of the first temple in Jerusalem, the temple filled with a cloud, and the priests who had carried it could not remain standing, for the glory of God had filled the house. That moment of dedication, recorded in Scripture, is the last moment about which there is no serious dispute. Everything that follows, from the temple's destruction by Nebuchadnezzar II of the Neo-Babylonian Empire in 587 or 586 BCE onward, is contested. The ark vanishes from the historical record at precisely the moment when the catastrophe that would generate the most intense need for it arrived. And into that silence, across more than 2.5 millennia, the searching began. To understand why the searching has not stopped, it helps to linger with the rabbinical traditions first, because they are the oldest layer of response, and they set a pattern that every subsequent search would follow in one way or another. The rabbis who debated the ark's fate in the Talmudic period were not naive men. They were scholars who understood that the second temple, the one built after the return from Babylon, had not housed the ark. The Talmud in Yoma states plainly that the ark was removed from the temple towards the end of the first temple era, and the second temple never held it. And yet they could not agree on where it had gone. Some held that Nebuchadnezzar had carried it to Babylon, along with the rest of the temple's treasures. Others maintained that Josiah, king of Judah, had hidden it in anticipation of the temple's destruction, perhaps in tunnels that Solomon himself had designed for exactly this purpose, a view associated with Maimonides and the Radak. One Talmudic account preserves the memory of a priest who noticed something amiss with a stone in a chamber used for storing wood, a detail so specific and so strange that it has the texture of genuine memory, even if the inference drawn from it remains uncertain. The Tosefta records the opinion that Josiah stored away the ark along with the jar of manna, the holy anointing oil, and Aaron's rod. The second book of Maccabees, written around 100 BCE, preserves a different tradition entirely, that the prophet Jeremiah, warned by a divine message, carried the ark and the tent of meeting to a cave on the mountain from which Moses had seen the promised land, which the text identifies as the mountain now located in present-day Jordan. Jeremiah is said to have blocked the entrance of the cave and, when companions tried to mark the path back, to have told them that the place would remain unknown until God gathered his people again. These are not the traditions of careless people. They are the traditions of communities that had lost the most important physical object in their religious life and were trying, with enormous seriousness, to account for where it had gone. It is a sign of how deeply the loss was felt and how many different kinds of hope were brought to bear on it. Some communities needed to believe the ark had been preserved by divine intervention, hidden and waiting. Others needed to believe it had been taken by human violence, which would at least explain why it had not returned. The Talmudic debates are, at their core, a form of mourning that is not fully resolved into acceptance. It does not begin from loss. It begins from possession. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church has maintained for centuries, and continues to maintain, that the Ark of the Covenant is currently housed in the city of Axum, kept under guard in a treasury near the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion. Abu al-Makarim, writing in the last quarter of the 12th century, already recorded that the Abyssinians possessed the Ark of the Covenant and celebrated a liturgy upon it 4 times a year. The Kebra Nagast, translated into Ge'ez in 1321 but drawing on a belief that predates the document, tells the story in full how Menelik I, son of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, brought the ark from Jerusalem to Ethiopia with divine assistance, while a forgery was left behind in the temple. What is remarkable about the Ethiopian tradition is not only its antiquity, but its stability. The guardians at Axum have maintained their watch without interruption across centuries of political upheaval, religious conflict, and foreign scrutiny. The tradition does not depend on intermittent scholarly interest or periodic rediscovery. It has simply continued. A single guardian is appointed to watch over the object held in the treasury, and that watch does not end. The challenge to this tradition is also well established and should be held honestly alongside it. Edward Ullendorff, a former professor of Ethiopian studies at the University of London, examined the object held in the church in Axum in 1941. His conclusion was direct. The object was, in his words, a wooden box, empty of middle. To late medieval construction, fabricated for that purpose. On the 25th of June 2009, Patriarch Abuni Paulos of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church announced that he would reveal the ark to the world the following day. The following day, he announced that he would not unveil it after all, but that he could attest to its current status. In the Ethiopian tradition, the search ended long ago. The ark was found because it was never lost. Every other tradition in this documentary begins from the premise of absence, but this one begins from the premise of continuous presence. That difference in starting point shapes everything about the nature of the searching, or in this case, the nature of the guarding. The Ethiopian Orthodox faithful are not hunters. They are keepers, and their centuries of keeping represent a kind of searching conducted through stillness rather than movement, through constancy rather than investigation. The Lemba tradition occupies a different position again. The Lemba people of southern Africa and Zimbabwe have carried an oral history that places the ark, which they call the ngoma lungundu, meaning the drum that thunders, or the voice of God, at the center of their identity. Their account describes the ark as an object that was carried by their priestly ancestors from the north, that was used in battle, that was not permitted to touch the ground, that was carried on poles inserted through rings on its sides, and that was guarded exclusively by the male members of the Buba clan's hereditary priesthood. Other Lemba feared that touching it would cause them to be struck down by the fire of God erupting from the object. The Lemba oral tradition holds that the ngoma exploded approximately 700 years ago and was rebuilt by Lemba priests using a core from the original. The rebuilt object is described as the oldest wooden artifact ever discovered in sub-Saharan Africa. The search for the Lemba's Ark was also, therefore, a search that had already been conducted and resolved, at least in the internal logic of the tradition. The ngoma had not been lost to a conquering army. It had been destroyed and rebuilt. The continuity was biological and ritual rather than material. Y-DNA analyses organized by Tudor Parfitt in 1996 and subsequent years, as well as studies by Spurdle and Jenkins, by Thomas and colleagues in 2000, and by Sudyol in 2013, established a paternal West Asian origin for a majority of the Lemba male population. The study by Thomas and colleagues found that 50% of males in the Buba clan carried the Cohen modal haplotype, a proportion higher than that found in the general Jewish population, suggesting a connection to Jewish priestly lineage. Sudyol's higher resolution analysis, however, found that Y chromosomes typically linked to Jewish ancestry were not detected, and concluded that Arab traders were more likely linked to the non-African founding males of the Lemba. Neither resolves the question completely. What the genetics did was give the Lemba tradition a new kind of evidence, and what Parfitt did was give it a new kind of investigator. Tudor Parfitt was born in Porth, Wales in 1944 and became an emeritus professor of modern Jewish studies at SOAS, University of London, and founding director of the Centre for Jewish Studies there. He had spent decades studying Jewish and Judaizing communities around the world before he traced the Lemba's ancestral origins to the ancient city of Sena in the Hadramaut region of what is now Yemen. His 2007 discovery of an object he believed was an ancient copy of the ngoma in a museum storeroom in Harare, Zimbabwe, was the result of years of fieldwork following the thread of oral tradition across continents. He described the object as the oldest wooden artifact in Zimbabwe and a descendant of the biblical Ark of the Covenant. Parfitt also proposed that there were two Arks of the Covenant, a ceremonial gold-covered ark placed in the Holy of Holies, and a simpler Ark of War carved from wood by Moses, which may have been carried by Jews across the Jordan River and south under Arab rule, eventually reaching Africa by way of the Lemba's priestly guardians. This too, Ark theory, is Parfitt's own hypothesis, and no other source in the documentary's evidence independently corroborates it. But it represents something characteristic of the searching mind at its most inventive, the willingness to find a third possibility when the two existing positions seem irreconcilable. If the ceremonial ark cannot be the ngoma, perhaps the Ark of War can be. The search adapts to the evidence rather than abandoning the search. The ngoma's subsequent history in the museum system of Zimbabwe carries its own uncertainty. According to one account, the object disappeared from the Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences in 2008. According to another account, it was put on display in the museum in February 2010 with a celebration of its history and the history of the Lemba. These two accounts cannot both be straightforwardly accurate, and the sources do not resolve the discrepancy. Even the artifact that was meant to settle the searching has its own uncertain location. Is its own uncertain location. The excavations at the Hill of Tara in Ireland between 1899 and 1902 represent a different mode of searching altogether. British Israel Association of London, which conducted those excavations, believed that the Ark had been brought to Ireland by an Egyptian princess named Tefi, who, according to Irish legend, came to Ireland in the 6th century BCE. The excavators dug with a confidence that seems, from a distance, almost startling. They were not hedging their claims. They were opening the earth at a sacred site in a foreign country because they were certain the Ark was there. Irish nationalists, including Maud Gonne, Douglas Hyde, and W.B. Yeats, protested in newspapers and through organized campaigns. In 1902, Maud Gonne led the campaign that stopped the excavations before they were completed. The protest was not only about the Ark. It was about what it meant for a British organisation to dig through Irish sacred ground in pursuit of a British Israelite theological theory. The searching at Tara was inseparable from the politics that surrounded it, and the resistance to that searching was inseparable from Irish national identity. Archaeologist Conor Newman conducted a non-invasive survey of the Hill of Tara from 1992 to 1995 and found no evidence of the Ark. The searching at Tara had been, by any archaeological measure, misdirected, but the British Israel Association's confidence in their theory had not been misdirected in a simple or innocent way. They had organized a theological system around a claim of ancestral connection to the ancient Israelites, and that claim required the Ark to be locatable, findable, present. The searching at Tara was a form of identity work conducted with a spade. It is difficult to separate the excavation from the desire it expressed. The tradition recorded in the second book of Maccabees places Jeremiah in a cave on the mountain from which Moses saw the promised land, identified as Mount Nebo in present-day Jordan, sealing the entrance and telling his companions that the place will remain unknown until God gathers his people. This tradition, written around 100 BCE, imagines the Ark as deliberately hidden, not lost, not taken, not destroyed, but concealed by a prophet at divine instruction and waiting. It is a tradition that forecloses the search by design. The hiding place cannot be found because it is not meant to be found yet. And yet the tradition itself keeps being transmitted, keeps being cited, keeps being returned to. The scholar K.L. Sparks has suggested that the Ark story was written independently around the 8th century BCE in a text he calls the Ark narrative, and then incorporated into the main biblical narrative just before the Babylonian exile. The biblical scholar Thomas Rumer has proposed, on the basis of archaeological evidence showing strong cultic activity at Kiriath Jearim in the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, that the Ark may not have been moved to Jerusalem until the reign of King Josiah, around 600 to 609 BCE, which would place the Ark's arrival in Jerusalem far later than the biblical narrative suggests. Remer has also speculated that the Ark may have carried sacred stones of the kind found in the chests of pre-Islamic Bedouins, and that these stones may have represented Yahweh or Yahweh and his companion goddess Asherah. Scott Noagle, on the other hand, has argued that the Bedouin parallels are unconvincing, and that the ancient Egyptian solar bark provides a more plausible model for the Ark, citing structural, functional, and transportation similarities including gold overlay, cherubim figures, carrying poles, and the practice of placing written covenants beneath the feet of statues. These are scholars who are not searching for the Ark in a physical sense. They are searching for its origins, its meaning, the cultural context from which it emerged. The scholarly search is quieter than the excavations at Tara, more contained than Parfitt's journey through Zimbabwe, less dramatic than the Ethiopian Guardian's lifelong watch. But it is recognizably part of the same impulse. It too is trying to locate the sacred, to understand where the thing came from and therefore what it means. Clifford Mark McCormick has questioned whether the Ark ever existed as a physical artifact at all. Scholars, including Eichler, David Falk, Roger Isaacs and Adam Hemmings, have defended its historicity based on linguistic evidence and parallels with artifacts from New Kingdom Egypt. Even the most foundational question in this documentary, whether the object existed at all, is unresolved. The search has to proceed across a contested premise. No direct archaeological evidence for the existence of Solomon's Temple has been found. No recent archaeological excavations have been conducted on the Temple Mount due to the religious and political sensitivities surrounding the site. The place where the Ark was last known to rest, by the biblical account, cannot be excavated. The silence at the heart of the archaeology mirrors the silence at the heart of the textual record. In 2021, the scholar Magdal Leroux published work in the Pharos Journal of Theology addressing the role of the ngoma lungundu and of ancestors and celestial guidance in both Lemba and early Israelite religion, tracing the ways in which oral tradition, art, and text work together to construct religious identity across time. Her work sits at the point where the search becomes something other than a search for a physical object. It becomes a study of how communities use the memory of a sacred thing to constitute themselves, to maintain continuity across disruption, to insist on the meaning of their own history. This is, finally, what all the searching in this documentary has been doing, whether the searchers knew it or not. The rabbis arguing over Josiah's tunnels were maintaining the coherence of a tradition that had survived the destruction of the temple. The Ethiopian guardians watching over the treasury at Axum were maintaining the claim that the divine presence had not abandoned Africa. The Lemba elders transmitting the story of the ngoma lungundu across generations and across the distance between Yemen and Zimbabwe were maintaining the identity of a people who had travelled far from wherever they began. British Israelites digging at Tara were, in their own way, asserting a continuity between themselves and the ancient world that they could not otherwise prove. Parfitt, moving through a museum storeroom with a torch, was following a thread of oral tradition that had survived centuries of colonial indifference to show that what seemed marginal and remote was connected to the center of the biblical story. The ark is described in the second book of Maccabees as waiting in its hidden cave until God finally gathers his people together and shows mercy to them. In the Ethiopian tradition, it is already present, already found, already guarded. In the Lemba tradition, it was destroyed and rebuilt, the original and its continuation held in the same object. In the Talmudic tradition, it was hidden by a righteous king beneath the sacred ground from which it had once come. In Parfitt's hypothesis, it travelled across the ancient world in the hands of people who were themselves moving through history with no guarantee of arrival. Each of these accounts is, in its deepest structure, an account of care. Someone carried the ark. Someone rebuilt it. Someone guarded it. Someone followed the trail it left through oral tradition and genetic evidence and the storerooms of colonial-era museums. The searching is not a single event. It is a continuous act of attention that different communities and different individuals have performed in different ways across a very long time. The Rabbi Eliezer ben Hosea, writing in the 2nd century of the Common Era, claimed to have seen somewhere in Rome the mercy seat lid of the ark, and to have observed a bloodstain upon it that was said to be from the blood the Jewish high priest had sprinkled there on Yom Kippur. Whether this claim was accurate, whether the object he saw was what he believed it to be, cannot be determined. What the claim reveals is something else, that even in Rome, in the 2nd century, someone was still looking, still recognizing, still reaching toward the object that had been the sign of the covenant between a people and their God. The searching does not require a result to be meaningful. It is itself a form of faithfulness. On Malaita Island in the Solomon Islands, local tradition holds that the ark is buried somewhere in the jungle, carried there by a lost Jewish tribe in the distant past. The tradition is local, specific, deeply held by those who maintain it. It is not corroborated by the sources examined in this documentary, but it belongs to the same pattern. It is a community saying, the most sacred thing in the world passed through our history. It is here. The geographic spread of these claims, from Jerusalem to Axum, from Mount Nebo in Jordan to the Dungahe Mountains of southern Africa, from the Hill of Tara in Ireland to Malaita Island in the Pacific, is not evidence of confusion. It is evidence of how widely the story has travelled, and of how many different communities have found in it something that speaks to their own experience of loss and preservation, of departure and arrival, of the divine that was once physically present and is now somewhere still waiting to be found. There is no conclusion to this documentary that resolves the search. The sources examined here do not converge on a single location or a single answer. The Ethiopian Church's claim has not been independently verified. The Lemba Ongoma's whereabouts after 2008 are uncertain, and the relationship between the Ongoma and the biblical ark remains a hypothesis attributed to Parfitt with which many people disagree. The cave on Mount Nebo has not been found. The tunnels beneath the Temple Mount, if they exist, cannot be excavated. What the documentary has traced is something other than a location. It has traced the shape of the searching itself, the way it changes form across centuries and cultures while remaining recognizably the same kind of activity. It is always looking for the place where the sacred was last known to rest. It is always asking whether the thing that was lost might still be present somewhere in the physical world, available to those who are willing to follow the trail far enough. The ark was carried, according to the biblical account, approximately 800 meters in advance of the people while they marched, lifted on poles by the Levites, preceding the community into whatever territory lay ahead. It was the sign that the divine presence went before them, The searching that has been described in this documentary is, in its own way, a form of that same motion, communities and individuals moving towards something they believe is ahead of them, following the signs of where it was last known to be, carrying the tradition of it on their shoulders as they go. The ark may be in Axum, it may be in a cave on Mount Nebo, it may be beneath the floor of the Temple Mount, in tunnels that no one can currently excavate. It may be the object that Parfitt found in a museum storeroom in Harare in 2007, the oldest wooden artifact in Zimbabwe, a rebuilt descendant of something that travelled from the ancient Near East to southern Africa over many centuries. It may be something that will not be found in the present era, according to the tradition preserved in 2 Maccabees, which holds that the place shall remain unknown until God finally gathers his people. It may be an object that Clifford Mark McCormick has questioned ever existed. All of these possibilities are alive. The searching continues, as it has continued for more than 2.5 millennia, in libraries and caves and storerooms and mountain passes and the oral traditions of peoples who carried the story across oceans before anyone wrote it down. That continuity is itself remarkable. The ark may or may not be findable, but the searching for it is one of the longest sustained acts of collective attention in human history, and what it has illuminated, more than any particular site or artifact, is the depth of the human need to believe that the sacred does not simply disappear, that it goes somewhere, that it waits, that it can still, if the search is patient enough and careful enough and faithful enough, still be found. Waters. There is a kind of silence that belongs only to the hours before dawn. It is not the silence of absence. It is the silence of things that have been set down, of motion suspended, of a world that has drawn a breath and not yet released it. In that hour, the stones of very old places seem to hold more than their weight. They hold what has been asked of them. The Temple Mount in Jerusalem sits above the rest of the old city in that silence. Its retaining walls, built by Herod the Great in the 1st century before the Common Era, rise from ground that has been inhabited since the 4th millennium before the Common Era. Beneath the plaza, cisterns hewn from bedrock collect what rain falls. Above it, the dome that was completed in 692 of the Common Era holds its curve against the sky. In the hour before dawn, when no one is admitted through the single gate reserved for non-Muslims, when the whole compound rests in its own jurisdiction, the question of what once stood at the center of that place becomes less an argument and more a kind of longing. Scholars agree that the first temple, commissioned in the biblical account by Solomon and placed on Mount Moriah, was destroyed by the forces of Nebuchadnezzar, the second of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, in 587 or 586 before the Common Era. No positively identified archaeological remains of that temple have been found. No recent excavations have been conducted on the Temple Mount itself, owing to the religious and political sensitivities of the site. What was inside it at the end, in those last months before the siege broke the city walls and the fires were set, is not recorded with certainty. The Ark of the Covenant, the gold-plated acacia chest that had rested in the inner sanctum called the Holy of Holies, had been there. Whether it was there when the temple burned is one of the oldest open questions in the study of sacred things. The biblical account says that when Solomon first brought the ark into the completed temple, and the priests withdrew from the Holy of Holies, the sanctuary filled with a cloud, because, in the words of the account, the glory of the Lord had filled the house of the Lord. That image, of a room so charged with presence that the priest could not stand to minister, has carried itself forward across 26 centuries and arrived here, in this present hour, still intact. It does not depend on the ark being found. It carries itself entirely on the testimony of those who wrote it down, and on the weight that testimony has accumulated in the minds of the people who received it. The ark, as the Hebrew Bible describes it, was a chest of acacia wood, gold-plated within and without, measuring approximately 2.5 cubits in length and 1.5 cubits in both breadth and height, which scholars estimate to correspond to roughly 131 centimeters by 79 centimeters. It was fitted with 4 gold rings, 2 on each side, through which staves of acacia overlaid with gold were inserted for carrying. The staves were never to be removed. On its lid, called the Seat of Mercy, 2 cherubim of gold faced one another with wings spread, and it was from between those wings that God was said to speak to Moses. Inside the chest were the tablets of the law, delivered at Mount Sinai. Books of Exodus and Numbers, and the New Testament letter to the Hebrews add that it also held Aaron's rod that had budded, and a pot of manna. It was made under Moses' instruction by craftsmen named Bezalel and Oholiab, following a pattern shown to Moses during his 40 days on Mount Sinai. When the people of Israel camped in the desert, it rested in the tent of meeting. When they marched, the Levites carried it on those gold-sleeved poles, approximately 2,000 cubits ahead of the rest of the people, so that it moved through the landscape as a kind of vanguard, a presence that preceded the human column by enough distance to be visible but not reachable. That image is the one this documentary returns to as its last. Not the temple, not the locked treasury in Axum, not the storeroom in Harare, the acacia chest in the desert, in the dark, before the march resumed, sitting in the tent of meeting with the animal skin covering folded over it, and the poles resting through their rings, and the stars continuing their motion overhead, and the camp quiet on every side. But there are other silences, in other places, that belong to this same story, and they are worth visiting before the dark deepens. The city of Axum, in what is now northern Ethiopia, holds a silence of a different quality. It is a city of very old stones, of stelae that once marked the tombs of kings, of a church whose dedication to Our Lady Mary of Zion carries with it a claim that no external authority has been able to confirm or to dismiss. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church maintains that the Ark of the Covenant rests in a treasury near that church, brought there by Menelik I, who was the son of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, with divine assistance, while a copy was left in the Jerusalem temple to satisfy the priests who guarded it. The Kebra Nagast, the text that gives the fullest account of this tradition, was translated into Ge'ez in 1321, but the belief predates the document by at least a century, the scholar Abu al-Makarim having referenced it in writing in the last quarter of the 12th century. The object held in the Axum treasury is guarded by a single monk, a guardian, whose appointment lasts for the remainder of his life, and who does not leave the treasury compound once that appointment is made. No independent examiner has been permitted to inspect the object in the modern era. The one exception on record is Edward Ullendorff, a former professor of Ethiopian studies at the University of London, who examined the object held in the church in Axum in 1941 and described what he found as a wooden box, empty, of middle to late medieval construction, fabricated, in his assessment, to serve the purpose assigned to it. The Ethiopian Church's position does not alter in the face of that assessment. Two views coexist in the same space, each held with complete conviction, and the treasury remains closed. On the 25th of June 2009, the Patriarch of the Orthodox Church of Ethiopia, Abune Paulos, announced to the gathered press that he would reveal the Ark of the Covenant to the world the following day. The announcement was heard around the world. The following day, Abune Paulos announced that he would not unveil the Ark after all, but that he could attest to its current status. What that attestation contained, beyond the word of the Patriarch himself, was not made further public. The moment passed. The treasury remained closed, and the silence that settled back over Axum was the same silence it had held before, perhaps a little heavier, perhaps a little more practiced. There is something in that non-event, in that withdrawal of the announcement, that is worth sitting with rather than judging. Sacred objects, in many traditions, are understood to be protected by their own concealment. Their power is not diminished by being unseen. It may even depend on it. The Holy of Holies, in Solomon's temple, was entered by only one person, only once a year, on the Day of Atonement, and even that person, the high priest of Israel, carried the blood of a sacrificial lamb and burned incense so that a cloud would obscure his sight of the mercy seat, because to see the presence directly was understood to carry the risk of death. The hiddenness was not a failure of access. It was the condition of the encounter. Replicas of the tablets within the Ark, called tabots, are kept in every Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo church. Each tablet is housed in its own Holy of Holies, each dedicated to a particular saint, most commonly Saint Mary, Saint George, or Saint Michael. The replication of the sacred object across every church in the tradition means that the question of where the original rests becomes, in a certain sense, a theological question as much as a geographical one. The presence is distributed. It is held in common, south of Axum, and south again, and further south, through landscapes that change from the highlands of Ethiopia to the great arc of eastern and southern Africa. Another tradition carries its own version of the same object. The Lemba people of South Africa and Zimbabwe hold in their oral tradition that their ancestors carried the ark southward, calling it the ngoma lungundu, a phrase that translates as the voice of God or the drum that thunders. The Lemba tradition says that the ngoma was brought from a place called Senna, which Tudor Parfitt, the British historian and emeritus professor of modern Jewish studies at SOAS, University of London, traced to the ancient city of Senna in the Hadramaut region of what is now Yemen. Parfitt, who has been called the British Indiana Jones for his decades of fieldwork among Jewish and Judaizing communities on several continents, published his findings in a book titled The Lost Ark of the Covenant in 2008 through HarperCollins. He had organized Y-DNA studies of Lemba males beginning in 1996, which, in combination with later genetic analyses, established a paternal West Asian origin for a majority of the Lemba male population. A study by Thomas and colleagues in the year 2000 found that 50% of the males in the Lemba's Buba clan carried the Cohen modal haplotype, a genetic marker associated with the Jewish priestly line, a proportion higher than that found in the general Jewish population. A later study by Himmler Sudiol in 2013 found that the Y chromosomes typically linked to Jewish ancestry were not detected through higher resolution analysis, and suggested that Arab traders were more likely linked to the non-African founding males of the Lemba. Both findings stand. Neither cancels the other. The question of the Lemba's specific ancestral connection remains, like the ark itself, open. The ngoma, as the Lemba oral tradition describes it, was not touched by ordinary members of the community. Only the male members of the Buba clan's hereditary priesthood were permitted to approach it. Other Lemba believed that touching it would cause them to be struck down by the fire of God that would erupt from the object. It was carried on poles inserted through rings on its sides. These details, which the Lemba maintained in oral tradition across generations and across the migration from southern Arabia through East Africa to the highlands of Zimbabwe and South Africa, correspond closely enough to the biblical description of the ark to have held the serious attention of scholars and researchers for decades. Lemba tradition holds that the ngoma exploded approximately 700 years ago and was rebuilt by Lemba priests using a core from the original. That rebuilt object, described in the sources as the oldest wooden artifact ever discovered in sub-Saharan Africa, was recounted as having been found in a Zimbabwean cave by Harold Philip Hans von Sickard, a Swedish-German missionary. One source gives the date of this discovery as the 1940s. Another source gives it as 1952. The sources do not agree, and the discrepancy is noted here without resolution. The object eventually made its way to what is now the Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences in Harare. Tudor Parfitt reports that he discovered the object in 2007 in a museum storeroom in Harare, where it had been misplaced during the years of the struggle for independence. He described it as the oldest wooden artifact in Zimbabwe, and proposed that it was a descendant of the biblical Ark of the Covenant, carrying within it, in its construction, from the remains of its predecessor, a material continuity with the original object. Parfitt is careful in his claim. He does not say the ngoma is the Ark, he says it is the closest descendant of the Ark that we know of. Many people, as the sources note, have found the story far-fetched. The Lemba oral traditions, Parfitt observes, have been backed by science in ways that earlier generations would not have anticipated. What became of the ngoma in Harare after Parfitt's discovery is itself a matter of conflicting record. One source states that in 2008 it disappeared from the Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences. Another source states that it was put on display in the museum in February 2010. Both accounts exist in the record. They have not been reconciled. The ngoma may be in an unlabeled drawer in a museum corridor. It may have been lost in a more final sense. The sources cannot confirm which is true, and the documentary does not pretend otherwise. To the northwest of Harare, and then northwest again for several thousand kilometers, and then north and west across the Mediterranean and the continent of Europe, there are other silences that carry this same story's fingerprints. In Ireland, on the hill of Tara, the ground still holds the marks of excavations carried out between 1899 and 1902 by the British. Israel Association of London, who believed the Ark was buried at the grave of an Egyptian princess named Tefi, whom Irish legend associated with the 6th century before the Common Era. The excavations were stopped before completion by Irish nationalists, including Maud Gonne, who led the campaign against the dig in 1902, and whose protests were joined by Douglas Hyde and W.B. Yeats. The archaeologist Conor Newman conducted a non-invasive survey of the Hill of Tara between 1992 and 1995 and found no evidence of the Ark. The hill remained what it had always been, a hill of very old significance, in a landscape of rain and grass, holding in its layers the ordinary sediment of time. In the tradition recorded in the second book of Maccabees, written around 100 before the Common Era, the prophet Jeremiah, prompted by a divine message, carried the ark and the tent of meeting and the altar of incense to a cave on the mountain from which Moses had seen the promised land, identified as Mount Nebo in what is now the country of Jordan. He sealed the entrance. When his companions tried to mark the path so they could find it again, they could not locate it. Jeremiah told them the place would remain unknown until God gathered his people together and showed mercy to them. That tradition, nearly 2,100 years old in its written form, has never been tested against any physical evidence at Mount Nebo that could confirm or deny it. The cave, if it exists, is sealed. The mountain looks out over the same geography it always has. The 2nd century rabbi Eliezer ben Jose claimed to have seen somewhere in Rome the mercy seat lid of the ark, with a blood stain upon it said to be from the blood that the Jewish high priest sprinkled on the Day of Atonement. A separate tradition holds that the ark was kept within the Basilica of St. John Lateran in Rome, and was eventually lost when the basilica burned in the 5th century. Neither of these claims has been substantiated by evidence independent of their respective traditions. Far to the east and south of Rome, on the island of Malaita in the Solomon Islands, there are people who hold their own tradition, that the ark is buried somewhere in the jungle of their island, brought there in the 1st century of the Common Era. The tradition is local, and, as the sources note, has not been substantiated. But it exists, and it is part of the full accounting of where human imagination and human devotion have placed this object. What all these traditions share is not a location. What they share is the quality of the claim itself. Each of them says, the ark is here, with us, in our ground, in our story, in our keeping. Each of them says that the most sacred object in a tradition that has shaped enormous portions of human history was not lost but preserved, not destroyed but carried, not abandoned but entrusted. The traditions do not agree with each other. They cannot all be right about the geography, but they may all be expressing something true about the nature of what they are describing, which is not primarily a gold-plated wooden chest, but the experience of presence, of covenant, of a relationship between a people and something that cannot be fully named or contained. The scholar Clifford Mark McCormick has questioned whether the ark ever existed as a physical artifact. Other scholars, including Raanan Eichler, David A. Falk, Roger D. Isaacs, and Adam R. Hemmings, have defended its historicity and its antiquity, citing linguistic evidence and parallels with similar artifacts from New Kingdom Egypt. Scott Noagle has argued that the ancient Egyptian solar bark provides a more plausible structural model for the ark than the Bedouin parallels sometimes proposed, pointing to the gold overlay, the cherubim figures, the carrying poles, and the placement of written covenants beneath the feet of statues as convergent evidence. Thomas Römer has suggested that the ark may have carried sacred stones of the kind found in the chests of pre-Islamic Bedouins, and speculates that those stones may have been statues of Yahweh or of Yahweh and the goddess Asherah together. These positions do not resolve into a single conclusion. They sit alongside each other in the literature, each with its own weight of evidence, each illuminating a different facet of an object whose physical reality remains, at this distance, impossible to confirm or to deny. The scholar K. L. Sparks has proposed that the Ark story was written independently around the 8th century before the Common Era, in a text referred to as the Ark narrative, and then incorporated into the main biblical narrative just before the Babylonian exile. If that is so, then the story of the Ark is also a story about the making of a story, about the way a community, facing the destruction of the things that had held it together, wrote those things into a form that could survive the burning of their city and the carrying away of their people into captivity. The Ark disappears from the biblical record at precisely the moment of the Babylonian siege. After that, there is silence in the text, And then there are the traditions, multiplying across centuries and continents, each one a refusal to accept that the object is simply gone. There is something worth noting in the Talmudic tradition that the second temple, built after the return from Babylon, never housed the ark at all. The high priest entered it on the Day of Atonement and stood before nothing visible, before an absence that was itself the presence, before a space that was defined entirely by what it had once held and might one day hold again. The rabbis who wrote about this did not treat the empty room as a diminishment. They treated it as a continuation. The covenant was intact. The relationship was intact. The room was ready. Magdal Leroux, writing in the Pharos Journal of Theology in 2021, addresses the role of the ngoma lungundu in Lemba religious identity alongside the role of ancestral guidance and what the Lemba describe as angel stars, situating these within a comparison of Lemba and early Israelite religion and how communities construct and transmit sacred memory across generations. The paper's framing draws on the observation that the remembered past is the material with which ancient Israel constructed its identity as a people, a religion, and a culture, combining history, collective memory, folklore, and literary expression, first circulating orally within family and tribe before becoming crystallized in written texts. In the Lemba's maintenance of the ngoma tradition, Leroux sees a parallel process, a community transmitting its sacred past through oral form and art across a vast distance in both space and time. The ngoma is not only an artifact, it is a memory that has taken physical form and then taken oral form again when the physical form was lost, and then perhaps taken physical form once more in the object that Parfitt found in the storeroom in Harare. Tudor Parfitt was born in Porth, Wales, on the 10th of October 1944. He spent a gap year in Jerusalem before studying Hebrew and Arabic at Oxford and at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and built across the following decades a career devoted to the study of Jewish and Judaizing communities in places far from the centers of established Jewish life. He was appointed Distinguished Professor at Florida International University in 2012. His journey to the Lemba, and through the Lemba to the ngoma, and through the ngoma to the storeroom in Harare, took place over many years and several continents. And it is the kind of journey that is difficult to describe without making it sound like something it was not, which is a quest with a clear end. The journey did not end. The question it was following did not resolve. What Parfitt found in the storeroom was an object that he believed was the oldest wooden artifact in Zimbabwe, and that he proposed was a descendant of the Ark of the Covenant, and that he described as the closest thing to the Ark that we know of. That is a careful sentence. It is the sentence of someone who has spent a long time with a question and has not been made careless by familiarity. The Ark itself, as the Hebrew Bible describes it in its earliest moments, was never at rest for very long. It was carried through a desert for 40 years. It preceded the people by 2,000 cubits, far enough ahead that they could see it moving and follow it. It stood in the tent of meeting at each camp, in the inner dark, wrapped in its coverings, the poles resting in their rings, the cherubim facing each other across the mercy seat, with their wings spread and touching above the empty space between them. When the camp broke, the Levites would approach and cover the ark with the screening curtain, and then a covering of fine leather, and then a cloth of blue, and lift the poles, and carry it forward into the next portion of the march. Its poles were not to be removed. It was not designed to be permanently housed in any single place. The Holy of Holies, in Solomon's temple, was the first permanent structure it ever occupied, and that structure lasted, by the account in the biblical record, approximately 400 years before the fires came. What is at rest now is not the ark. What is at rest is the search, not permanently, not with any finality. But for this hour, before the light comes back, the search has been set down, the way a traveller sets down a heavy object at the end of a long day and does not pick it up again until morning. The Temple Mount in Jerusalem sits in its blue hour. The retaining walls hold their height. In the space where the Holy of Holies once stood, or is believed to have stood, there is rock, and beneath the rock there are cisterns of collected rain, and beneath those there may be tunnels that Maimonides and the Radak believed were cut by Solomon himself to conceal the ark from whatever forces might eventually break the city walls. No one has followed those tunnels to their end, if they exist. The political and religious conditions of the Temple Mount do not permit it, and may not permit it for a very long time. In Axum, the treasury near the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion holds what the Guardian says it holds. The Guardian does not leave. The door does not open. In the Dunga Mountains, the spiritual homeland of the Lemba people, there is a cave in which the ngoma was said to have been hidden when it became too dangerous to carry. The mountain holds that silence the way all mountains hold the silences of things deposited within them. In the museum in Harare, there may be an object in a drawer, or there may not be. At Mount Nebo in Jordan, the cave that Jeremiah sealed remains sealed, if it was ever opened, if the account in the second book of Maccabees is an account of something that occurred, and not only an account of something that was believed. On Malaita Island, the jungle holds what the jungle holds. In Rome, the blood-stained mercy seat lid that the 2nd century rabbi claimed to have seen has not been seen since. All of these silences are the same silence, differently placed. They are the silence of something that may or may not be there, tended by people who are certain that it is, or certain that it was, or certain at least that it matters whether it is. The certainty is not the same as evidence. It is, in fact, one of the more durable things that human beings have ever produced, the conviction that the Ark exists, or existed, or that something like it carried something real from a moment of covenant between a people and the ground of their being forward through time and fire and exile and diaspora, across the mountains of Ethiopia and the highlands of Zimbabwe and the green hills of Ireland and the river systems of Africa, into the desert of Sinai where it was first made, into the tent of meeting where it first rested. That conviction has not been extinguished by the absence of the object itself. It may even be sustained by that absence, held alive by the same principle that kept the Holy of Holies in the Second Temple occupied in the imagination of the priests who entered it, despite being empty to the eye. The documentary that this chapter brings to its close has visited each of these silences. It has followed the researchers who followed the traditions, the historians who followed the genetics, the archaeologists who followed the soil. It has not resolved what those researchers and historians and archaeologists have not resolved, because resolution is not available. The scholarly consensus, such as it is, holds only that no positively identified remains of the First Temple have been found, that no conclusive evidence of the Ark's location after the Babylonian siege has been established, and that multiple traditions of great internal consistency and considerable historical weight continue to claim the object for themselves. What can be said, without overstepping what the sources permit, is this: the Ark of the Covenant, as the Hebrew Bible describes it, was made to be carried. It was made for a people in motion, for a covenant that was not attached to any permanent address, for a presence that preceded the human march by exactly the distance needed to be visible and to be followed. The acacia wood and the gold and the poles through the rings and the cherubim with their wings spread above the mercy seat were the form that that covenant took in the world. Whatever became of that form after the temple burned, the function it served, the function of being the object around which a community organizes its deepest sense of who it is and what it owes and what it has been promised, that function has not gone unfilled. It has been filled by the Ethiopian church and the Lemba oral tradition and the sealed cave in Jordan and the empty room in the Second Temple and the storeroom in Harare and every other place where people have said, with confidence or with longing, it is here. It has always been here. The night is very quiet now. The questions are not answered, but they are not pressing. They have been asked, and the asking is its own form of keeping faith with the object of the question. The ark was carried on poles through a landscape of sand and stars. The camp would have been audible from some distance, the sounds of animals and fires and the movement of a people at rest. And then in the morning, the sound of a people resuming. In the dark between those sounds, the tent of meeting was still, and the cherubim faced each other above the mercy seat, and the poles rested in their rings, and whatever was between those golden wings, whatever had filled the temple with a cloud on the day the priests withdrew, was there, or was understood to be there, which may be the same thing. Sleep now. The waters are still. The chest is at rest in its tent, in the desert, wrapped in blue cloth, in the dark, under stars that are still moving, but will not arrive at anything new before morning. Nothing more is required tonight.